Hey, hey, SBG, solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG, solution-based gang.
Let's go. What up, good people? How y'all doing today, man? It's getting a little strange out there. Just a little dicey out there. I just want to know how y'all feeling. All these people gonna start speaking up. What up? What up? Hey, girl, you better. Good day. Hey, Miss Jalen. Shout out to me. Let me fix all this stuff. I ain't gonna do all the damn things. I just hit the live button. You know, sometimes I be forgetting to do the things I'm supposed to do before I start the damn show. I forgot to be turning things on and stuff. I'll be forgetting. I'll be running home. Trying to get things started. You know what I'm saying? All right, now we good. Yeah, man. It is time. Like, you know, on this show, we've been saying this for a while now. What's up, Lauren? I thought it was going to be easy. I thought, you know what I'm saying? I might, girl, you better. I just might, you know what I'm saying? I just might. Shout out to Lauren. I love it. Yeah, we getting up in here. We starting our stuff early today. Shout out to
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Miss Jalen. Thank you so much for being a solution-based gangster. Look at me. Yeah. Thank you so much for being so generous to me. I really appreciate you. Hope you like that bread. Man, I just want to see out of all of these conservatives that's out there just pushing and preaching, I want to see how many of them are going to now see that it is a pattern. Because it's about time for them to start, you know, like, exactly, them chickens is coming home to do what? It is about time. Because it's just so weird that, you know, we've been saying this for a while on the show, for at least half a year, how, you know, like, it is a certain group of people are the most violent, even though they try to say that Sharon. You feel what I'm saying, young man? They say, Sharon, you are crazy. You are making things up. But now, all of a sudden, the truth is starting to come out, which I'm very happy for. I would never get the recognition for it. I would never get the support for it. I don't have a big enough whatever. It is what it is. However, we've been saying this for a while on the show. We've been getting beat up for saying this very same thing. You know what I'm saying? For this very same thing, we've been saying for a very long time, the most violent human beings in America look a certain way. They act a certain way. They're part of a certain kind of team. And I get it. For a very long time, the money was in just disrespecting black folk. For a very long time. For a very long time. Misunderstanding the statistics on purpose, doing it willfully. What's up, young? They were doing it willfully. Every single day they come up here and they try to combat and try to say we were saying the wrong things and we was lying on people. And then now it's coming out like it's been back to back to back to back. It is time to address the elephant in the room. And I ain't talking about the Republicans' mascot. I'm not talking about the Republicans' mascot. I'm just talking about the truth. It's time to just address the truth. When are these black conservatives like the Hodge twins, Hood Conservative, Rimtastic, Trigger Mike, Cellulite Podcast, like all these guys have been saying all these things that we are the most dangerous group in America. When are they going to have a show say, hey, Houston, we have a problem. We have a mental health problem going on. I would love to see. I would love to see all these conservatives that saying that they want to help the black community so much just tell the truth. I want to see it happen. But for some reason, I know it's not going to happen. It's not gonna happen because it's way too much money being pumped out there. Like most of these content creators, like Chaotic Truth and stuff like that, they're not even getting those checks from the big corporations, like Hodge Twins and Officer Tatum, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and all these other big, humongous Myron Gaines, these other big, humongous platforms, right? They actually getting paid to say some of the nonsense that they say, to say the lies that they say, because they have the complexion for the protection, because they could get away with saying dirty stuff about black folks, well, if it's true or not, which is very weird to me. However, what we're starting to see as things are starting to unravel, things they cannot keep it together because the truth is going to come out regardless. The truth is going to come out regardless. And what we're starting to see is that all those lies that they keep saying about our communities and our culture is just not true. It's just not. It's not even close to true. And it's like, so far, right? Every time you wake up in America, right? It's like you living in a group chat with like 300 million people and nobody is listening. Nobody's listening. We've been talking about bringing out the truth for a very long time. So today we are going to talk about this elephant in the room, and we do not mean the mascot of the Republican Party. I mean this big, bloated, angry beast that is just stomping through our democracy while we all pretend it's just a piece of furniture. Again, we have a possible government shutdown. Again. Like how many times we have to keep going through this before we realize, like, Congress is just like this goddamn ex who keeps ghosting us until the rent is due. Stop. We need them to do their part. We need y'all to work for us, the people. And we need one side stop acting as if they are for the people and the other side is not for the people. Hey, we just need y'all to do something for us. That's it. No, I did not see that, Ms. Jayla. Yeah, man, and it's just we need to really get off of this ideology that is a blue versus red side. Nah, they both on the same side. They don't give a damn. YouTube to pay 24 mil. Woo. I didn't get the chance to look at. I'm gonna look at that. That's gonna be interesting. We're gonna talk about that. That's good. I want to see what that one is about. I missed it. I didn't get to do a lot of stuff. I had a lot of inspections today. I had a fire inspection, a plumbing inspection, electrical inspection. But anyway, we got to get things done. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna check that link out. And while, the government is there arguing over budgets, the border walls, and we get these mass shootings happening like they're a part of the goddamn weather report. On today's forecast, partly cloudy with 70% chance of gunfire. I smell gun smoke in the air. It's wild. It's wild. But hopefully we can get things together. We see that YouTube is pushing out a certain agenda as well. We see it. We see they are attempting to push content creators more towards the shorts because you get a lot of views. You have 500 people watch you at one time on the shorts. And it looks great. That's the only way they are pushing it. You put anything I'm saying about you talking about Trump in a good way? Are you saying Trump? If all you gotta do is say Trump addresses such and such and such, lit algorithm lit in the shorts, you're gonna get 300 to 500 people in there. So we see that the media is pushing certain things, and the more you speak the truth, the more difficult it is for you to maintain a certain audience, because I'm getting emails all the time. Damn, you went live. I ain't know you was going live. I wonder why. Maybe because I'm speaking the truth. It's weird, but it's just what it is. They are repressing certain media versus others, without a doubt. They are pushing an agenda. I think it is clear as day. And it's fine. Whoever's paying the bills, I guess that's what you got to support. And that's what turns people into panderers. Like, we know for the fact that most of these black conservatives are panderers. We see the Hodge twins literally come out and say that they are pandering to a certain audience so they can get that bread. They got to pay the bills. And the only way they can pay the bills is people like Hood Conservative and Hodge twins and Officer Tatum, Mr. Rimtastic. They have to communicate a certain. They got the complexion for the protection to talk down on black folks. Damn, Don Lemon. Shout out to Don. And this is just the truth of the matter. We see it happening time and time again. It is not profitable to speak the truth. It is, at this moment, it is not profitable to really speak against Donald Trump. There's only a few content creators that is big enough to do it. If you're a small content creator, hey, it's a wrap for you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Don Lemon for looking for the truth as much as he possibly could find. That's right. I don't know what being gay straight have to do with that. Doesn't make any sense. But, instead of talking to the points, they want to try to say something else. That's what they do. And everything is political now. You see, you can't order a goddamn turkey sandwich from the bodega. Let me get that woke turkey right there. Yeah, let me get that woke cheese. That cheese with no cow in it. And these conservative influencers like Myron, Officer Tatum, Hodge twins, they got, they got some big platforms, and they built it off of lies. And I think by now we're starting to see that the lies are starting to come, like they can't maintain the lies anymore. Like this whole idea, like Hood Conservative, he trying to maintain the lie of black folks is doing so much more crime than every other race in this country, where it's just not true. Can you pinpoint the crime that we do most? Yes, you can. But why would you? And this is why they always attempt to mask it as if they are telling the truth because they care, which is, we know, is a lie. You cannot be caring about people that look like you with the things and the rhetoric that you are spitting every single day. And it's starting to be a problem. But we're starting to see that, hey, when you talk that talk, those white folks, they don't really want you to be on their side of things. They just want you to talk to us black folks, but they still don't really want you on their side of things. Because they will show you that you are black quick, fast, in a hurry. We've seen this happening to Officer Tatum. He went over to the country he went to, he got spat on. And right, we see the Hodge twins, we see what happened. They tried to be a part of that white community. The white community said that, that all-white community that's in Indiana or Utah, or wherever it was, the Hodge twins, they said, hey, can we come up and live over there? Can we buy a piece of property? They said, nah, we good. God bless you. That's what they said. They said, God bless you, but no, you're not welcome here. They even said in the tweet that we are 40% white. That's how much they was trying to assimilate. And those white folks said, nah, we don't want you, even though they talk all good about the white folks. At the end of the day, you are what you are. And the sad part about it is that, majority of us minorities, we are going to accept y'all back anyway, because we are loving people. We show it every single day that we are loving people, and we are not the most violent people in America. We show it every single day by being honest and truthful, every single day. Right, how many countries in this on this earth are black? How many countries? Which I think out of 159, how many countries are there in the world? Like 159 countries. Out of the 159 countries, how many of them are black? Huh. I wonder if anybody going to tell me how many of those countries black. Roughly around like 70 countries are black. I believe it's 54 countries in Africa that are black. So I think it's about 70 countries in total that are black. And I want to know, out of those 70 countries in America, how many of those countries, like including the Caribbean islands and all these things, how many of those countries went across the water and tried to take over another country? I wonder what nations are the ones that are trying to take over other nations. Yet we are the ones that are described as the most violent. Even though we are the ones that peacefully protested to even get to the civil discourse that we are at today. When are the black conservatives going to address the elephant in the room? I don't know what you mean typical. I just want to understand. Maybe you could got the answer. Hood conservative. How many out of the 70 countries, those black nations, those black countries, they took over another country? Or they attempt to. They went and just killed everybody. I wonder when the black conservatives are just going to step up and say, hey, you know what? Maybe we had a couple of things wrong. Maybe it is a mental health issue with a certain kind of people. You know what I'm saying? It's a certain color of people. And they clapping people. But they can't, so they don't. If they could, they would have. That's the issue, right? We don't want to hear about ifs. Every time when it comes to just being honest, all of a sudden it's ifs. If the black folks had this, no, we ain't doing it. No matter what if, we don't give a F about no ifs, no what about isms, and all this other BS. We ain't do it. Simple and plain. Just tell the truth about what is going on. That's how we get the goddamn elephant in the room. That piece of furniture is running rampant in America. It ain't just an elephant in the room. It's running around, destroying things. We see who it is. We see who is doing the destructions. Come on. We see who is paying who for what. What up, Free Zone? We see what group of people is paying to silence people, literally. This is crazy. We know what it is. Why are we trying to act like we don't see it? Like, we have to stop treating this goddamn politics like it's a damn sport. This ain't a red team versus blue team. This is real life. People are dying. Families are struggling. The government's about to shut down like it's a goddamn Netflix show. Like, it ain't, this is crazy to me, man. And while we yelling at each other online, the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting ignored. And the middle class is just trying to figure out if they can afford eggs this week. What we need to be doing is coming together so we could talk, so we can listen. And stop letting these BS goddamn influencers tell us who to hate. We stop letting these goddamn politicians treat us like we the goddamn pawns. Especially you damn black conservatives. Y'all the pawns and y'all don't even realize it. You need to stop pretending that empathy is weakness. God damn. And like cruelty, like being cruel is some kind of strength. This is what they keep saying. We just telling the truth. We just telling the call off. No, you just being cruel. What's up, Reese? This is crazy. So yeah, the elephant's in the goddamn room, and the room is on fire. But for some reason, if we don't stop arguing over who lit the match and start working together to put it out. We might just save the goddamn house. Maybe, just maybe, that we remember that being America isn't just about being right. It's about being together. That's what this whole issue is about. We are a goddamn melting pot. I really don't get it. And you know another thing, man, that we need to really pay attention to autocracy, man. Like autocracy don't start start in one day, man. And like if we not paying attention, man, we gonna get caught up in some ish like we don't even know, man. It's like we are going to get caught up in some ish that we don't even realize. Like dictators don't just show up. Like, hey, y'all, I'm evil now. Nah. What they do is they ease into it. You know, they just like a goddamn bad Tinder date. First they charming, then they're controlling, and the next thing you know, you're locked up in the damn basement of democracy. What's the first thing they're going to do? They're going to win an election fair. That's what they're going to do. That's the wild part. They don't just start with a coup, even though they attempted on January 6th. They don't just start with a coup. They start with a campaign. They smile. They kiss goddamn babies. And we know, hey, that Epstein's files, we're going to see if they did a little bit more than kissing. They shake hands. Hello, how y'all doing? Shake my hand. They say ish like they're here for the people. At first, Donald Trump seemed strange, but now they're like, he seems all right. And this is how you get tricked. This is how we all get tricked. Now we got a goddamn babysitter that turned into Freddy Krueger. Shout out to Ignorant TV and Joshua. You know what I'm saying? I'm just out here cooking up Ignorant TV, but you know, it is what it is. Hopefully, y'all hit the like for the YouTube algorithm. Hopefully, y'all hit the share button because guess what? I'm fighting a big fight by myself. Even though we starting to see people, we're going to start seeing people start coming around and start saying, all the shit that I've been saying, all of a sudden we're going to see all these big platforms saying, because they watch. It is what it is. They'll never say my name and say how they change their ways or whatever. It is what it is. Like, we're gonna start seeing a lot of people start talking about, oh, there's a certain group of people that is the ones that is the most violent in America, even though we've been saying this for the past 6 months. You feel me? It is what it is. But hopefully y'all hit that like button, y'all hit that share button, because it's the only way we're gonna keep showing and proving it, because we only could do it. I can't do this shit without y'all, to be honest with you. I can't. It is what it is. We got to help each other. I'm going to keep on speaking the truth, and y'all got to keep on pushing me out there in the algorithm. It's simple as that. It ain't no just Sharon just do everything by his goddamn self. It don't work that way. These other platforms that are just spewing out hate all day, every day, they got a whole team of people spewing out the hate with them. So we're going to be pushing out love. We're going to have to push it out together. It is what it is. We know who the people that's out there just trying to push women down. Hey, they get pushed down to the algorithm. I don't know why it's okay, but it is. For some strange reason, no matter how much I fight the good fight, people just are afraid to share the good fight. They're afraid to hit the like button for the good fight. I don't know why. Right? You know what I'm saying? I only got 20 likes. It is what it is. Not one share. It is what it is. What else they going to do, right? What else they going to plan to do? They're going to expand their power. Now that they in office, and suddenly all of a sudden they signing executive orders. Let me drink some damn water. God damn it. I can't pronounce my goddamn words. And suddenly, they are signing executive orders like it's goddamn autographs. I take more power. Thank you. Maybe they... And then when they start messing with the courts, judges who don't agree, what happened to them? They get fired. It's like a goddamn Yelp rule. Judge gave me a bad ruling, fired. 1 star. What we seeing right now? They fire civil servants. You know, those boring government workers who actually know what they are doing, gone, replaced with people who think checks and balances is a breakfast combo. That's what they're going to do. We see it time and time again. We see who the people that they fired. We see it. And we see the people that they hired. Hey, but you know what? I'm the fucking crazy one. And it is what it is. And as we keep moving through this thing, we're going to see, I don't even know if it's even, sometimes it's a little disappointing to see, you know, see certain things. You see that, you see who's fighting fair, who's not. It gets tough, man. It gets tough. What else do they do, right? They put people in loyalty, like, you know, they put people that's in position that is loyalist. That's what they goddamn do. Everybody's a goddamn yes man. People that goddamn nod their heads so goddamn hard they getting whiplash. You ask their ass if the sky's freaking blue. They're like, whatever you say, it could be plaid if you want to, boss. We see that's happening time and time again. We see the people that is pushing the narrative, right? We see the people that is a part of the administration. They got to play. If they're not playing properly, guess what's going to happen? Good day, Latina in Cali. What up, Mr. Wilkerson? We see what's happening. If you're not a loyalist, you're going to get pushed out. This is a problem. If you smelling fear, it's probably your upper lip, sir. You the main one that's scared that to call out the goddamn truth for what it is. And you just like one of them, you just bootlicking. Anything that the right says is correct. It's insane. It's insane to me. And you know how they do it? This is how they do it. So what they do is they cut off communications to independent media. They shut down journalists. They call them enemies of the state. They have social media flooded with bots and propaganda. We see who the bots and propaganda is. But guess what? Everybody runs to the bots and propaganda. Every time they say something with some blacks do this and black do that and they tear blacks down, everybody goes and run to it. Every single time. I don't know, Chakra, but clearly they're not seeing it. Got goddamn grandmas they on Facebook pushing out goddamn cat memes and conspiracy theories. Like, hey, grandma, that was an AI generated. Can you do some research before you post it, repost things? That ain't really happened, grandma. So they cut off the communications. They control social media. They get people fired. They make people seem like one station is evil and the other one is benevolent. It's wild that this happened in real time and then nobody can see anything. Everybody's freaking blind. It's crazy to me. What else? Another thing that they attempt to do, they eliminate diversity. And that's when it gets real ugly. They start blaming immigrants, minorities, the legitimate folks. Anybody that doesn't fit the mold, what happens? They keep trying to, that's why the slogan, Make America Great Again, it sounds like they trying to turn the country into the 1950s sitcom, Leave It to Autocracy. It's the name of the goddamn show. Gotta be. Leave It to Autocracy. That's why they never actually, when they keep saying that I'm doing something, they never talk about the words that I'm saying. They say, oh, you represent this. Oh, you represent this, Sharon. And you sound like a leftist, even though I never claimed to be on any side of the goddamn aisle because I don't give a damn about which aisle it is on. I just want my people to move forward. Huh. But for some reason, telling the truth nowadays, it's crazy. If you're not painting narratives, people don't rock with it, man. It's difficult to build a growing platform of honesty. Like every time I come up here and be as honest as I can be to myself. Well, if I'm right, wrong, and different, I'm not going to be right all the time. I'm wrong all the time. And people correct me. We bring up stats and everything. I'm like, oh, damn. I see it. So that's what they do. They're going to eliminate diversity. They bring us back to the 1950s. What else we see that they're going to do? They're going to sue people. They're going to go after nonprofits. They're going to go after universities, right? We've seen what happened with Harvard and Princeton. Right? We've seen what happened, right? Any group that helps people think, organize or resist. We see playing newspapers and other medias getting sued all the time by a certain, I don't know who's doing it. Y'all tell me. I don't know who's doing the suing. It's like suing the goddamn fire department for putting out fires. How dare you help people? How dare you? What else they do? They would encourage vigilantes. We've seen the vigilantes get encouraged, right? We've seen it, right? And you see someone protesting, feel free to tackle them. Suddenly, we see a whole bunch of people that they their neighbors wearing camouflage and patrolling the sidewalks like it's a goddamn Call of Duty suburb edition, right? Huh? Huh. Mm. That's what it's starting to seem like, be love. But the problem that I'm having that nobody want to call it out and just be honest. Like, it's time for us to stop acting like it's a left versus a right and understand that us, the people, need to do something before this shit turns into this would be our last vote ever. There's way too many red flags. Way too many. And then finally, they're gonna stop future elections. That's what they're gonna try to do next. I mean, we got black men in my chat right now talking about how they should suppress half of the country's votes in the first place. Then what's next? Then the 13%. Then what's next? Then the and finally the rigged game, right? Voter suppression. Maybe even canceling elections altogether. They like, why vote? When I already know I'm the winner. And the wildest part, right? Yeah, we got people that's advocating for this. And they do, and the worst part about it, right? The people they are doing this while they are saying this is for freedom. And for me, I just don't understand. If freedom means I can't say what I want, vote how I want, or live how I want, then that ain't freedom. That's a goddamn hostage situation with a flag. It's wild, man. And at the end of the day, I really do, that America's been through worse. I mean, clearly America survived slavery, segregation, disco. So I believe I believe we could fake this fake ass autocracy too. We just gotta pay attention. We need to start speaking up and stop treating politics like it's goddamn reality TV, even though a reality star got voted in. Because if we don't, the next season might be called what's the next season going to be called? It might be called Democracy Canceled. And that's a goddamn problem. And that's what the problem is, chaotic truth. That's 100% the problem. They're going to just stop elections. And I don't know why people act like they don't see the autocracy happening in real time. In real time, chaotic truth live, autocracy is happening in front of our faces and everybody acting like it's okay. They are actually asking for, hey, yes, please send in some more troops to American cities. So you know what I do find interesting as well, chaotic truth, is that he just recently sent the National Guard to Portland. And I know in Portland, guess who's not the majority there? That's a pretty rough city. And you know how much percentage is black folks in that rough ass city? that he sent the National Guard to, that everybody's trying to act like they're sweeping it under the rug. Like nobody's talking about, not one black conservative is bringing this up about Portland. So far, I haven't seen it. Could be. Maybe K Out of Truth spoke about Portland. I believe in Portland is only 5% black folks there. But guess what happened when they sent the National Guard there? They started protesting. They fighting back as nothing but white folks in the streets. Acting a damn fool. Acting a whole damn donkey. But I guarantee you this. If it was if Chicago did the same exact thing as Portland did, forget it. It would have been on every single black conservative channel. You see, this is why we need to. You see, this is why, and you see, this is why. But guess what? They are not doing for Portland. Maybe because it's just not enough money in talking about what's really happening in the world. Maybe it's just not enough money talking about the possible autocracy that's been happening right in front of our faces. It's not going to last on. The world is progressing forward. Hopefully, it doesn't seem so. Progressing forward into what? BMU, what I would like for it to happen is that America keep on moving forward as America, not a dictatorship, that we are moving towards autocracy, literally. Literally, this is what he's doing. He is isolating America. So this way, he's going to make it seem like he's the only one that could save America. And for some reason, we act as if we can't see that. Look what he's doing with the media. Look what he's doing with voting. Why black folks do not understand? Like they're gonna have to. A lot of black conservatives are gonna find out the hard way, just like Officer Tatum, just like the Hodge twins and Myron Gaines, and like it's going down the list of all these black conservatives. They find a quick, fast, and hurt. Like, oh, thank you for all your help, but you go back with them as well. That's what they are going to do. You ain't a part of us. That's what they're telling them. Welcome to the show, Boss Level Hood Conservatives. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Doing well. See, nobody took the bait. I figured I might as well. I got some time.
So what's your take on my autocracy monologue that I just did?
Well, it's my contention that what you people call fascism is coming either way. There will be a stronger, tougher, more authoritarian style of government going forward. Now, the question is, do you want it to be a liberal transgender autocracy, or do you want it to be a right-wing conservative Christian-leaning autocracy? But you will be governed. This style of governance is too liberal to survive.
So, in my opinion, that is the American way for us to be who we want to be and vote how we want to vote. This whole authoritarian autocracy type of situation, I think, is ridiculous that anybody will push for that kind of a government in America where we haven't lived that type of lifestyle for hundreds of years.
The liberal experiment is failing, and so people want to hold on to the good parts of it, but it doesn't change the fact that the liberal experiment on the whole is failing. So you're just gonna get what you're gonna get.
That might be what. Okay, that's fine. The liberal experiment is failing. However, we're not going to say so. You don't want elections no more. You just want to say, hey, whoever is, they have the blood of the dictator. They should be the ones ruling until we turn it over. I don't understand the alternative of allowing the government to just take over the whole country, and now we got to just be dictated by them instead of us attempting to dictate what we want as a country. How is that freedom? Why would you want to give away your freedom to people that don't know you? I don't understand that. And so many Black conservatives don't understand that's exactly what they are preaching.
People have this very selfish idea of freedoms.
Mm.
And it's a really simple thing. The liberal construct of freedom doesn't quite keep your nation whole and together, because in the liberal view of freedom, you owe nothing to your nation. And so you just get to exist as a perpetual butterfly while things become awful every day, or increasingly awful every day. And so that's kind of what's happening right now with like American politics. People are just realizing that liberalism is kind of awful in a lot of ways. It doesn't necessarily make everything great the way you thought it would.
How okay, that's fine. However, this conservative ideology that is getting pushed forward is a little bit on the extreme side when white nationalists and Christian nationalists, which are one and the same, are pushing for policies. And what they're going to do, they're going to exclude a certain group of people out of that.
Maybe we should exclude some people. Maybe not everybody needs a vote.
Right, that is fair. But however, you are going to be one of the people that they push out from voting. And
Well,
many
that's your
people,
assumption. I mean, when this country was like 90-something% white, they gave Black men the right to vote. So I don't necessarily believe the fear mongering.
right, but it's not fear mongering. When literally we see them like time and time again, we see what they're doing. They pushed out a lot of Black folks out of jobs. They started attacking Black cities first with to see if they could even bring the National Guard anywhere. And then now they
Do you think DC was under attack?
Attack from who?
Well, you said they're attacking Black cities. Well, DC would have been the first. Are you saying that Washington, DC was under attack by its own president and its own National Guard and its own ICE agents?
Yes, the only problem was it was nothing to attack. It was just like when they said it was weapons of mass what? It was nothing there. Because
Well,
guess
there were
what?
cookies of mass destruction.
Because crime been going down in all across America for many of years now. And it's proven it. So this whole idea that DC was the most dangerous city, or Chicago and all these other places that they tried to bring the National Guard, just wasn't true. So therefore, it was no need for protests, and they thought they was going to get this uprising, but it never showed up because those type of individuals don't live in those places.
You know, the thing about crime allegedly going down, one, there's already been scandals about people lying about the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then two, just as a general concept, once you start, and this isn't necessarily you, this is about the Democrats and their party and their social culture, but once you start telling me that a man can be a woman, I really don't take your word for anything.
So we can agree on that, right? Men should be in men's restrooms and women should be in women's restrooms. That's fine. We could agree on that. However, that's not
what we agree on, though.
It is. I'm talking about me and you right now.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we agree that.
Okay.
That's not the critical thing, though.
But it is. Even people that's a part of the Rainbow Coalition, they believe that as well, too. Majority of them do not believe that men should be in women's bathrooms, if you ever speak to them. So a lot of people do not agree. It's a very small group of people that actually believe about this whole females, the team people playing cross sports and all this, because it's only men that do it to the women's sports. There's never women doing it to men's sports, right? We understand.
I think you misunderstand. Maybe you're just losing track of what I'm trying to tell you. The fact that you believe that means that all of your other beliefs are also in question now. So when you tell me that men can be women and crime is down, why should I believe one or the other coming from you? This is the problem that the left has right now. If you're really going to tell me that a man can just wake up as a woman, why should I believe you when you say that people aren't being homicided way too often? Why should I believe you now?
That's what I'm trying to explain to that. Me and you are agreeing that you cannot just wake up and change your gender. We are in agreement there. So that's number one. Number two, you don't have to believe me. You just believe the numbers that is out there in the world. So it's not about me being correct. It's about us looking at the numbers and being correct about what we are reading, breaking down the numbers and see what's actually happening in our cities. Because once we do that, we see that when Donald Trump sent the National Guard, there really was no need. When he was attempting to say that Chicago needed all his help, we know it's no need. We understand that it is propaganda pushing these goddamn horrible things that happened in Chicago. Yes, a bunch of people got shot on one weekend. However, when you look at the totality of crime that's going on in Chicago, it is down. But they push out certain things the same way how they not pushing out all these mass shootings are happening by a certain demographic of people. I wonder why.
When you say a mass shooting, generally speaking, Black men in particular literally commit the majority of mass shootings. What you are referring to in particular are like when guys walk up into a school. Like school shooters are a very white thing, but technically it's not all that uncommon for a Black guy to shoot 3 or 4 Black people at a time.
Right. And so that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. We understand the propaganda for all that to make sense. They are pushing that propaganda out there to say that we are doing this at a very high rate. But in reality, we are not doing it at that high rate. It is not Black folks just going around just letting guns off at this high rate when mass people are just getting hit. It's just not true. Does it happen? Absolutely. Should it not happen? It should not happen. However, when we look at the statistics, it is a certain group of people that is doing the majority of crime, criminal activities here in America. And it's time for Black conservatives to speak on it because it's truthful. Y'all supposed to be on the red side, swallow that goddamn red pill and speak the truth.
Yeah, nobody's bringing the National Guard to Memphis, Tennessee because of jaywalking. Nobody's bringing the National Guard to Memphis, Tennessee because people aren't paying their traffic tickets. There's a lot of types of crime. Homicide in particular is what brings the police to your block. You can do a lot of other shit, but if you got bodies dropping on the block, the police are going to come. There's no way to really escape that reality.
Yeah, so the thing is that they also send a bunch of National Guards to Portland. Why you didn't cover that?
Well, the Portland thing isn't even about murder or homicide at all. It's the Antifa's holding an ICE facility hostage. They're like basically sieging the ICE facility in Portland, which is exactly what they did during the George Floyd thing too.
Right. So therefore, it's a group of certain individuals doing something very criminal, very vigilante-ish. Right. So that's the issue that I'm having. Right. So
Yeah.
when
Trump put them on the terrorist watch list.
When they do things like this, y'all keep being concerned about that one gang shooting that happened 10 years ago or 2 months ago because it ain't happening every day. But what we are seeing that in a month span, more than 4 shootings happening that look like a certain group of people that were shooting innocent people that never even did nothing to them. And none of y'all are saying anything. At least say it's a mental health issue with them. At least bare minimum.
Well, of course, there's probably some kind of mental issue going on, but are you comparing the 4 shootings nationally to like maybe one Black city?
So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that I'm comparing that it was for recent shootings. And the thing
right, and you want to compare that to life in a Black city?
And the thing that majority of Black conservatives want to talk about something that happened months ago, and they would keep on talking about months ago. This happened in Chicago in the summer of 1989. This is what they keep talking about.
I mean,
when we said 4 shootings, you know, it's much more than that, right? We just saying those are the most famous ones going on right now. But even on the day,
I mean, that's your number,
right? I'm just saying, even the day when Charlie got hit, a school was shot that day as well too.
I think there were 2 shootings that day.
Right.
Not. I mean, on top of Charlie, 2 other shootings, but yeah. So again, you're doing this weird thing of comparing like the rarity of a mass shooter event to somebody getting shot in the ghetto just because. Like niggas literally get shot every day, B. We don't actually have a mass shooting event every single day like that Mormon church thing that just happened, or like the Las Vegas thing with spectacular violence, right? We don't get that every day. Every day in the hood, niggas are dying, bro, for stupid reasons, for no good reason. And you're really trying to make the comparison that something that's effectively like political violence is happening every single day. No, no, no. It's not at all happening that often.
It's happening. This is the issue that I'm having. I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. I don't know what it is. However, it is happening very often. They tried to do it to today's president. They trying to do it. They try to kidnap politicians.
Today's president? Are you now stretching the terms? I thought you said mass shooting.
Right. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that when we're talking about violence, for some reason, when it comes to a certain group of people, skin tone, when they do violence, it is getting swept under the rug for way too long. We got to stop acting like the few shootings that we do see that is being propagandized by saying that we are the most dangerous people in America is just not true. And these people have been doing it constantly, week after week. We got to understand that those are the ones that just hitting our desks. But they are doing far worse than just these little mental health issues that they have. They the kidnappers. They are.
I mean, black folk got to put out better media if that's what they want.
Huh?
I said black people got to put out better media if that's what you're really after. Like, nobody makes people record themselves doing shit. We're not in the age of your media is totally crafted by Hollywood anymore. This is a very self-reporting era of media we're in right now. And so what people are doing is just watching black folk present themselves.
And the issue is majority of black people that present themselves are not the violent type that they keep trying to make it seem like that what the propaganda is pushing out there, that we are just these goddamn criminals that are born criminal. It ain't us that's the born criminals. And for some reason, the ones that are doing the most criminal-ish, they are the ones that's getting looked like as they just trying to get by. They trying to make America great. No, they're not. But they're the ones that they don't get arrested as much. They get to have a conversation with the officer aggressively, get all up in the goddamn officer's face, push an officer for God's sake, pull a knife out on the officer for God's sake. We seen them. I don't want to talk to you. I don't answer questions. Roll up the window, have straight up attitudes, and they just walk away. They actually call the sergeant, and all these goddamn different things happen, and we see it time and time again. We try to ignore it. And I don't understand
live in Brooklyn, right?
That the black conservative don't play it fair on both sides. I don't understand. But
you mean to tell me living in Brooklyn, you never
that money is going to start drying up, especially for the people that's not getting paid by the people that's trying to propagandize it. That money is going to start slowing up because you just cannot run away from the truth anymore. You cannot allow people like the angry snowman to keep on saying bullshit all the time. He's a liar.
All of your years in Brooklyn, you never seen niggas talk shit to the police, bro? How you been in Brooklyn all this time and you never seen nobody talk crazy to the police? And you in like Brownsville or East New York or some shit, and you never seen niggas talk crazy to the police.
And what
Get
happened?
the fuck out of here, man. And they went home. They went home.
A lot of people, and you know this for a fact, because I believe you from Brooklyn as well. A lot of people that's from the projects, they get their ass whooped by police.
Bull fucking shit. No, they don't. This is not the 80s no more, bro.
Oh my God.
Like maybe if it was 1980 and nobody would believe you anyway, but that doesn't really happen like that, bro.
It absolutely
no. The niggas be doing the most, bro. Niggas be doing the most, and they don't even get really touched like it was back in the day, bro. That shit is like kids coming up today now, yo. Y'all got soft police, bro. Y'all got easy fucking foreigners and shit. Niggas don't even know how to talk to you because they afraid to get a racism charge and shit. Y'all got the easiest police ever, bro.
Well, no. So the thing is that I think you are conflating that now they have to have the camera on. So now it's making them act a little bit better than what they used to. However, we understand when you was just asking me about the hood and they get into arguments with police at that time frame that you was asking me that those black brothers were getting their ass whipped. And we kind of bring it back to today's time. That could be a little different story because of the goddamn cameras. But however, when you talking about me growing up in that neighborhood, when those people was talking shit to cops, they got their ass whipped. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to conflate the two different times. Shout out to my guy. He says, good show. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Also, we got another catcher that says, presidents are elected. They're selected. Damn.
Mm-hmm. So you
Also,
acknowledge
I
that you're.
got one more. My fault. One more. It says, shout out to my guy. He said, please tell hood self-hatred is mental illness. Damn. I agree. Self-hatred is mental illness. Do you have a mental illness, sir? That would be assuming that you hate yourself, of course.
Yeah, I don't even believe in these stupid concepts, self-hatred and all this. Niggas be watching fake therapy on TV, learning words you shouldn't be
you
using.
need to watch some goddamn therapy, goddamn.
Niggas be trying to weaponize therapy words that don't even make sense at it when they use it and shit.
So that might be true. So why is it okay for so many black conservatives talking down on black folks, but the things that the other races doing, they can't talk down on it?
Well, if something that the other races were doing was actually critically harming black folk, then it'd be worthy of mention. But ain't nobody ruining your lives but you for the most part.
Yeah, what is ruining America? And if
Well, that's debatable.
if we are Americans, then we should be concerned about it, don't you think? Because that's what the black conservative whole arguments are, right? It's usually less government, but it's funny how a lot of black conservatives somehow they want more government and they want to take rights away from people. I think that's weird as hell. But also that if we are Americans, we should be concerned about the degenerates of America, no matter what color it is.
What are you even trying to say now? You kind of mix so many things together. I refuse to reply.
What I'm trying to say is, if black conservatives is all about America, then the degenerates of America, no matter what color they are, should be spoken about. And
well, there's an order to the degeneracy problem there, isn't there?
For some reason, black conservatives especially, they are afraid to talk bad about the people that's actually doing the degeneracy in America. Maybe because it's going to stop their money. Maybe they feel like it's going to hurt their audience. I don't know why. However, I see that it is an issue that goes on every single day on these YouTube streets, especially.
What are you considering degenerate behavior? Because the left wing is the party of all manner of degeneracy. I mean, decriminalize everything. Any type of sexual practice is okay. You can't be shamed for it. Any type of slovenly body positivity bullshit is all right. What are you really calling degeneracy? Do you even understand the word?
What is the confusion? What I'm trying to say, Hood Sir, I don't never hear you talk about the horrible white folks in America that are doing all these horrible things on a day-to-day basis, week-to-week basis. It keeps coming out
Well,
every.
I'm not as concerned with white people as you are. I don't know
Right,
why black people are so concerned with white people.
Because they are American.
Is that really why? It's because they're your neighbors. That's why you talk about them constantly.
I don't talk about them constantly, but when they are the topic of discussion for week after week after week, it is time for us to have a conversation about it so this way we can protect ourselves as Americans. It's not us being worried about them or concerned. It's just that it's time and time again we see them popping up in the news doing something to innocent people that never did anything to them. That should be an issue that every American is trying to address.
So you're worried in some. So tell me your worry then. You explain to me your worry because I don't have this worry. I don't know what it's like to be so worried.
So my worry is about autocracy. And if we keep on dropping the ball on the crimes that is happening in in America, it's going to be a problem because it's keep getting swept under the rug. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, Sharon, why are they called Black conservative? Would you be able to answer that one, Hussein? Why do you think you are called a Black conservative instead of just
I
a
don't.
conservative?
I don't really care for the term black conservative. And I was just talking about that on the show, like maybe yesterday or the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Black conservative doesn't actually make sense. Black has its own connotation already, its own relatively defined meaning or whatever. And then you're adding that to something that already has its own defined meaning. I don't really care for that. I'm a
That's why I keep
conservative.
on
I'm right
more
wing.
like,
I'm not a black conservative.
okay. So, but most people would consider that. So, why are they making it a thing that is a certain trope versus a regular conservative and is a black one? Why do you think that is? Why do that exist? That term?
People like to do that because there is an expectation that because you are black,
Mm-hmm.
you will do certain other things too. Because somehow there is a set of ideas and thoughts that you must automatically hold because you're black.
Wow. Like, riding for your people and not allowing people to lie on black folks.
Or twerking for George Floyd.
Right. Like, it's something wrong with dancing.
Yeah, there's something wrong with twerking for George Floyd. I don't know why niggas do the shit, but I assume it's because they're black and maybe they're genetically compelled to do that shit in a way that I'm just not. You know,
No.
like in Django, there was that one nigga in 10,000 or some shit like that. Like
So,
maybe I'm
okay.
the Django nigga. I don't know.
Right. So, what about white folks just pulling down their pants and showing you their ass?
They did that for Floyd. That was crazy.
But that is a thing that they started at, right? They call it mooning people. They pull down their pants, literally men.
Why would you mention that just out the blue?
The reason why I'm mentioning because you brought up twerking. So I'm giving you the relevant, the equivalent to the white version of it. They can't dance as good as black women, so therefore what they do is they just pull their pants. The angry swimmer will just pull his pants down and show his white ass. They call that mooning, right? This is what they do. They'll stick their ass out of a moving car window and show people they pale ass. Why do black conservatives don't talk about that? That is the issue. Is that y'all are only y'all have the complexion for the protection to talk about black folks. That is the problem.
How has white people pulling their pants down held you back as a black man?
I never said
Like
it.
that must be some powerful white cheeks that you just stopped all of your life because somebody pulled their pants down. I've never.
So I never said that. I never made that argument. I was saying that your argument that black folks was twerking, and I'm giving you the equivalent to what white folks do. So showing you that it is no difference. So white folks, they pull their pants down and show you they white pale ass. Black folks, they have a problem. They're gonna twerk in front on your grave, and that's the equivalence. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing about oppression.
I think it's a goofy equivalence. Let me try to make it more equivalent for you, right? Since we're talking stupid. When white people's hero Charlie Kirk died, they like held a religious rally basically. When black people's hero died, they broke shit and set shit on fire and twerked on police cars and shit.
So the problem is that George Floyd was not anybody's hero.
He has several statues up right now. You don't get to say that no more.
You're right, but it wasn't because he was a hero. He wasn't a representation of being a hero. He was a representation of the police taking advantage of their badge and their authority. And they decided to disrespect this man's rights and keep a foot on his neck, which possibly, I'm gonna just say possibly for the argument's sake, so we won't have to go down the George Floyd path, right? And it took his life. It helped take his life, regardless if he was on drugs or not. Him standing on that man's neck for so long, it helped to kill him.
Victims don't get statues, bro. Winners get statues. He is what black people consider a winner at this point. He is a hero.
No, he was not a winner. What he was a victim to a police situation.
Still a hero to black people.
But no, that's not being a hero just because something negative happened to him from the people that are supposed to serve and protect. Especially when he was handcuffed. He was not in danger and hurting anybody.
He became a hero. That's
Okay, you
he
gotta stop
died at the
saying.
hands of a white man. That's how you become a hero in Black America, especially the white police. Oh man, that nigga's immortal, damn near.
See, I understand you keep saying it, but in reality, nobody look at George Floyd as a hero. Let me welcome to the show, Eda Man Williams. And Eda Man, before you go with what's your thoughts? Before you go with that, do you believe that black folks think that George Floyd is a hero?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't think so.
You have somewhat of an echo. I don't know if it meant to. I don't know if you meant to have the reverb on it. It seemed like it's
No. Is that better?
There you go. Yep.
I know. So this is crazy. It's crazy that I hear people like hood conservative want to talk about statistics, and then they want to not talk about statistics when we talk about mass shootings. 80% of mass shooting is white folks, white men at that, right? So like when we start looking, and I don't know why he keep quote unquote going to the point to the hood. It's no mass shooting in the hood. Like this idea of this mass shooting in the hood that somebody's going down the hood and just wiping out the whole hood. It's not true. Like it's just an ignorant statement. Like in reality. So one thing that we really just need to understand is that 80%, and I want to say it again, 80% of mass shootings is white people. So why we want
I mean,
to?
as far as the hood goes, I have personally just missed by minutes, just missed a mass shooting. Three people I know personally shot by one person I know personally. And I saw the bodies because I was minutes
What
away
year was
from the shit.
this?
So this was like five, I want to say 6, 7 years ago now. And
Okay,
the point I'm trying to make though is that for you to say it doesn't happen is just you ignoring the simple truth of it. The statistical definition is a shooting incident involving three or more people. And if you're going to tell me that that just doesn't happen with niggas, then you're just not even having
no.
an honest conversation.
Well, I am having an honest conversation. What I'm telling you is, why do you want to talk about the 20% and not the 80%? Y'all want to always talk about majority when it comes down to these women, Sharon, and they want to talk about the baby. They always want to talk about the majority. They don't want to talk about the outliers. So what I'm telling you on this conversation that you're talking about, these quote unquote black people are outliers. They're less than and 20% covers all other races. Let's be clear. We're not talking about black people are 20%. It covers all of the races. Mexicans, it covers them all. So we really just need to understand that we shouldn't even mention black people when we talk about mass shooting. It's such an epidemic on the white side that we shouldn't even talk about it.
It's actually not. And that's kind of the
It
point.
is.
It's really not. It's
So
not an epidemic.
it is an epidemic of mass shooting. So let's go. Let's go to the statistical data. Since I know y'all guys always want to go to statistical data. If we just look at white men alone, right? I'm gonna take the white women out. We take the white men alone. If you look at the data, it says that close to 80%, 73% of the people are literally white folks. So what are we
What
talking?
data are you using and how are you counting this?
Oh, now we want to now because you don't have data, you want
Well,
to
I'm in a
disprove
car and
my
so I don't
data.
have Google in front of me.
It's exactly
Well, that's
what.
how you treat data. You examine it, don't you? You just take
No,
everything at face value.
and the crazy part about it, when we turn on our TVs, we don't see black people like you don't see mass shooting with black. I don't see that on my TV. Now I know Hood got a special TV. He got a racist TV, and that TV only to give him black news. Maybe he see
I
it on
bought it
his.
from Cracker Barrel too. It's dope.
That's funny.
So the point that I'm trying to help people take is mass shooting is a white people problem. And if Sharon's up here talking about mass shooting, he should be talking about white people.
Right.
I don't know why you want him to talk about mass shooting and talk about black people because it's the white people are the problem in that subject. We got a lot of problems in the black community,
Yes.
but mass shooting ain't it.
Right.
Well, outside of two particular guys, white mass shooters are a white on white violence problem. So your desire to talk about something that will never affect you really is perplexing at best.
So why do white people talk about
Cows
gang?
kill cows,
Okay,
so
okay, so
why do
if
you
we,
care?
all right, so if that's the case, right, let's just go with that mind frame right there. So why are so many white people concerned about gang violence and gang shooting? Because it doesn't affect them.
Well, actually, the interracial crime numbers would say otherwise.
No. Do you believe? No. So that is a different stat, right? We're talking about gang violence, right? Gang violence, gang shootings. Who is that going to affect? Black folks. And we always sit here and agree with that. Now, you want to go with international crime, that's a whole different conversation. But when we talk about gang violence, white folks like Angry Snowman in the chat is saying gang violence is not because it's not considered a mass shooting. That's because it's gangs on gang violence, right? Because it's a gang, right? So 5 people from one gang is fighting another 5 people from another gang. They see each other in the street, they start fighting and shooting happens. So it's not a mass shooting because they shooting at each other. It's a gang.
No, if
It's a
one
gang
person,
fight. So hold on. So hold on. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that it's a gang fight. So it's already mass in it, right? It's a bunch of these people of this one situation and a bunch of people from this side, and they having a fight versus. And ain't no white people going to be in those areas, so they are not affected by gang violence at all.
Well, the problem is
My bad,
the problem is people elect to go up in the gang violence. They elect to be in the gang. They know what comes with the gang. When we see 2 gangsters shooting at each other, we say both of them chose that life. That's not the case of these mass shootings. They're killing innocent people who have not chose this violent lifestyle. How can we try to compare these two as the same?
Right.
That's crazy.
we're comparing a thing that happens a couple of times a year, basically, to things that are persistent, ongoing, everyday realities in Black America. Every day there's another victim. Every day in any Black city, a couple of people have gotten shot and killed. And you really can't compare that to every now and then, a couple of times a year, a white guy with a rifle walks up into a building and shoots other white people with a rifle. There's just no way to compare these two things. You want to do that because it makes you more comfortable. Black folk would rather talk about how white folk do things than focus on their own shit.
Right. So so I'm glad that you said that. So now you could stop allowing the white folks that frequent at your channel to compare gang violence and mass shooting. So when we talk about mass shooting, then we could just talk about mass shootings. No need to bring up gang.
Why do you separate them?
Hold on. I'm just going off of your logic. So there's no need for us to bring up gang shootings because they do not correlate with each other. They are not the same. You said it out of your own mouth. So when we are talking about the recent shootings that's been happening in our country, we should be able to just stick to the topic and talk about people that look like a certain thing. They have a certain kind of mental illness. We need to ask, where is his daddy at? How was he raised? What is going on with his situation? Where is his mama? Who did he hate? And find out his ideologies of all those people that did this one topic that we are talking about right now. And for now on, Hood Service, make sure whenever a mass shooting come up, you do not allow any palm skin person to bring up gang violence because they are not in comparison.
Well, let's talk
about it. Before you go, E, hold on, E. Before you go, I noticed, Sharon, you have a problem fully comprehending what it is I said, no matter how simple the thing is. And then you reiterate something that was totally unsaid. The comparison was about the rate of incident, all right? How often a, quote, mass shooting happens versus how often somebody in the hood just gets shot. That wasn't about whether or not mass shootings are more Black or white. I'm just simply comparing the actual rate of the actual incident by statistical definition. And you're trying to tell me that somehow, like how often does the Las Vegas shooting happen?
Okay, so now what we're going to talk about now, since we're going to move it into the rarity of it, I'm glad we're going to move over to that part of this topic. The states where the red states and the red cities, they have more gun violence than the blue cities and the blue states.
Very few red cities.
And regardless, they have more shootings than the blue states and the blue cities.
Again, untrue. What you're looking at is, yeah, there are red states like Mississippi, red state, right? Now, if you go to what's the capital of Mississippi, right? Guarantee you it's a blue city.
Well, hold on, because what I wanted to do is pull up who's dying from shooting violence, because it's a lot of myths in these YouTube space, right? So if we're looking at, and I want to break down each one. So the first thing is the number one way people die in America is self-deletion, and we know who killing themselves, right? We know it ain't us. Let's be clear. We know who's the big group that's doing self-deletions. Okay, so that account for 60%. Self-deletions account for close to 60% of the deaths that happen in America, right? All right, them your people that you defended. All right, let's go to the next category, homicides. When we start looking at homicide, we realize. So remember, the self-deletion is already at 60%. Did you know when we look at homicide, 40% of those homicides are by white people? But remember, white people ain't killing nobody, Sharon. Listen, 40%. So remember, they already got the first category. Then we go in the second category. People say, well, black people are killing people. The black people are doing this. 40% of this activity. So if we take 40% of 40, that's 20%. And we also take 80% of the 60%. We're looking at the biggest problem in America is white folks. White folks is the problem. Just by the
See what happened when you give niggas numbers and leave them alone? They do all kind of horrible evils.
That was your response.
But talk to what he said, not just talk to what he said if you can.
I mean, that is a horrible use of numbers. As someone who's quite fond of mathematical explanations, I hate you so much right now.
Well, I got a math degree. So
but you know what's the funny thing
a
about
nigga with a whole fucking degree. Oh my God. And you don't understand per capita.
Hold on. The problem is that every time when they don't have an argument, they start attacking the person. So we know that they must be losing the argument. But if you can, do your best to stick to the point. Make your points because we have
Google this real quick. What is the homicide rate for black people per 100,000, and what is the homicide rate? Well, let's say black men and white men per 100,000. Do you know offhand, or can you look it up? You're in front of your computer.
So the point that you're trying to say is that you want to go per capita to make your point. Right. Even though the majority of the shootings in America.
But I thought you had a degree in mathematics, though. Is it a degree in mathematics or is it a degree in math?
They have nothing.
You have a degree in math, don't you? You have an MAFF degree, don't you?
All right. So, conservative, what we're trying to get you to understand is that we can, even if it proves that black folks do the most murders in America. Now, what is your point to that?
But that's not true.
All right, but what is the
point? I didn't say the most murders, but that is probably true just because we outperforming so high. But the whole issue is per 100,000, black folk have a magnitude higher rate of homicide. Both black men and white men, and both black men and black women have a higher per homicide rate per 100,000 than white men.
Okay, so now you say that to say what?
As a group, black people statistically commit more homicide.
That's a lie. See, I knew he was gonna try to make that comparison. No,
but you have a degree in mathematics, and you're doing. Listen, your degree in mathematics is failing you right now.
Hold on, let them.
Let the math degree talk. Use your math degree.
Let them come back your.
See, this is the problem. They want to use the per capita stats and then just say black people are the most violent or commit the most deletions. It's not true. I just proved that actually white folks do it. White folks do it, but he said, well, it's a different because there's more of them. No, you literally took a stat and you used it to say that black people do more murders, and that's not, that statement alone is incorrect. White people do. And your
You
excuse for
understand?
the white
You
people, let me
understand?
land it here. I got you. Your excuse for the white people, well, it's more of them, so they should be able to kill more people. I think that's
Well,
crazy.
it's
That
not
is
a matter
crazy.
of should be able to.
Absolutely
It's a
crazy.
matter of just statistical projections, right? With a population of 100,000, you can expect a certain amount of homicides per any group, right? So now what you do is start comparing it per group, and you notice that per 100,000, white folk have a way lower homicide rate than black folk. And the reason you have to use per capita is because the actual difference in our population is incredible. They outnumber us by like 3 or 4 to 1.
And
So you have to speak in terms of per capita.
that's the crazy part, Sharon. He said, hey, since there's more of them, let's let them kill more. If you really listen to what he
Nigga,
said,
you got
he
a
said,
whole degree in mathematics acting like
Let him
that with
finish it,
numbers,
bro.
bro. How
Let him
do you
finish.
get a degree in
Let
math
him
like
finish.
that, having
Hold on,
feelings with numbers,
let him
bro?
finish his. Let him finish his statement.
Yeah,
Then
yeah, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
please.
all right. So, first of all, we need to start telling people the people who kill the most people in this country, guess who it is? It's white folks. It's undeniable. We could try to go per capita and we could try to do all that stuff. White people are the problem. Matter of fact, if we take the white people, if we stop the white people from killing, the number goes down drastically because they're the majority. So keep focusing on the minority to say, hey,
E,
we're the problem. And you asking us, even if we stop all black people from killing, the majority will still reign.
Not only that, it's a very small amount of black folks that actually do this situation of being the murderers, right? And that's another problem.
even smaller amount of white folk then.
Right, regardless, is a very small percentage of black folks that are committing homicides and murders. Right, we know that for a fact because it's only a small population of us, 2% that are criminal. So
Well,
therefore,
the
it's even
argument,
smaller. So therefore, it's even a small amount that are in jail for convicted of homicide. Right, so the percentage is so small that it doesn't even make sense to argue it. But they use the per capita. This is what the nationalists, this is what those nationalists do. They try to use that per capita and make it make sense, and then it messes with certain type of people minds, and they believe, yes, we are doing a righteous thing by having this argument, but you are doing black folks a disservice when you have this argument. Let me also welcome True Hype into the conversation, and then you got it right after him, Hood Server. Go ahead, True Hype.
Well, like you have to use per capita in certain instances anyway. You know, cities and stuff, because everything's not going to be like. But the reason why I popped up here is because the suicide rate amongst Black Americans actually increased since like 2019. It's had one of the sharper increases. I believe the only like, because I didn't look up between the group of girls. I think that's the only one that's had a sharper increase, and I think that's all girls like under a certain age. So like, you know, basically adolescent girls having like a hard time. But I mean,
That's still
go
doesn't
ahead.
compare. Even if we double, we wouldn't be close to what white males are doing. Would you
Yeah,
agree with that?
because of the raw numbers. Yes, but I'm saying like the sharp increase is not good. Like that speaks to a
Absolutely.
lot of different things.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And so now, with this whole homicide rate that we do the most of, right? Do you think the percentage is big enough for us to actually have a conversation to say that black people are more violent because of the per capita murder rate, even though it's a very small percentage of murders that
Let me give
happen
you the
by
number,
black folks
Sharon.
in the
I
first
want to
place?
I want to give you
I
the
wanna-
number. 20.
Okay.
What they're saying is 20 people per 100,000. Let's talk about it. Like they're saying, hey, 20%, 20 people out of 100,000 are doing these things. So instead of us focus on the 999,920, instead of focus on the majority, let's talk about this small group of people. And then let's say they're the problem with the black people.
I mean, Of all the cells in your body, there's probably trillions of cells in your body, but we only focus on the cancer. And you understand why that is, right?
Oh my.
Keep going.
Okay, so go ahead. Keep on building on that because that is a horrible analogy.
No,
Well,
no, no.
it's
I
really not
refuse to
because the
build on
one the
that.
one
I
bad
will
apple
not
spoils the
build on
bunch,
that.
right?
Okay,
The
so
one bad
therefore,
the
all right.
one
So
bad
now,
apple spoils the bunch, right?
okay, perfect.
That's
So
perfect.
now, what if you had a choice of you got two different cancers in your body? One is a bigger cancer than the other. Which cancer you going to take out first?
Well, like I wouldn't say
Answer the
bigger.
question, please.
No, wait,
Answer
hold
the
on.
question.
I wouldn't say
Before you
bigger. I
go,
would say which one is more aggressive, right? I would take care of the aggressive cancer.
okay, which is usually the bigger one, right?
Not necessarily.
So
No, it
who?
doesn't work that way.
No, that's perfect. No, that's perfect. So who's the aggressive cancer in America? White
What? No,
people.
wait. Hold on. We're not trying to boil the ocean here, though.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's keep on
No.
moving.
Listen,
Hold on, hold
listen
on,
to me.
everybody. Hold
Listen
on,
to
too
me.
hype. I want you to keep on moving with the analogy that y'all brought up, right? With the
No,
cancer.
but we are
So
though.
hold on,
Like we
hold on.
are
So I
though.
want
You don't boil the
okay,
ocean
hold
and
on one
you clean
second.
your own house first, right?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second with the analogy. Let's just keep running down the analogy. So if one analogy is that 60% of your body is being affected by this one cancer, and only 40% is being affected by the same different cancer.
Yeah, but
Which
that's
of
not how it works
which
with
of, which
Sharon.
of
Like
those,
if I have colon cancer,
which of
it
those cancers, right, is going, so we could easily say the one that is at 60% is the more aggressive one.
yeah,
So
but
out of those
Sharon,
two,
it doesn't
hold on, I just want you to
always
answer the question
metastasize
and
to the
then
rest of your body
hold
though.
on. But all I want you to do is answer the question, and then you could give me your reasoning behind whatever your answer is. So now 60% is going to be the more aggressive one. I'm pretty sure we all agree with that. So now, which other the cancers, the 60 or the 40%, which one are you going to go after first?
You go after the larger first. You do the triage thing. Like so like you go to the aggressive thing first, then you go to the larger one, then you start knocking down the things. Okay. But your example is not a very good one on the cancer because it doesn't always metastasize. No. If you have colon cancer, it doesn't move to your left arm. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
stop right there. True hype. So let's stick with the analogy, right? Because we know the analogy is not exactly about cancer. It's
Yeah.
about treating something, right?
No, but the
Hold on, no,
the
so
triage
I want you to
triage is what you're
hold
getting
on.
at, right?
Don't turn it. So hold on, what I'm saying. Don't turn it into a literal cancer conversation.
No, but
Because
triage is what you're getting at, correct?
this is what happens when you move the goalposts, right? And it
No,
is
but I'm
okay.
no, but I'm not. I'm
You
using
understand
your
what I'm saying?
example.
You're
I'm
not
using
using
your
an example.
example.
The reason why you're not using an example because you are going deeper into cancer.
Yeah, no,
Instead of saying,
no.
instead of talking
Like
about the aggressive,
let's throw
let's just
cancer out the
keep it.
window. It's a
Let's
triage
just,
approach, correct?
so let's just keep the focus on the more
Triage.
aggressive thing. The more aggressive thing. The more aggressive thing is the 60%, and we should be concerning ourselves with the 60% that is affecting America before we concentrate on the
You're
40%.
trying to lock him into a bad
I'm
premise,
not
bro.
trying to.
Stop it.
Yeah,
I'm not.
yes, Sharon. You do a triage approach, correct? A triage approach, correct?
No.
See, you keep trying to dive into how cancer. This was a
No.
bigger.
That's any
It's not
problem.
about cancer. It's about the
That's any
triage.
problem. That's any problem.
Focus on the
Triage is an
triage,
approach.
bro.
It's a
Okay,
methodology that you can apply
I
anywhere else
got
in
you. Hold
life.
on. So let me ask you this question so I can see if we on the same page. Do you believe if we look at America, the biggest problem with murders in America are white people? Do you believe that that's true?
The raw numbers, white people murder more people.
Okay, all right. So we got that. All right. So when we look at the two, shouldn't we focus on the more than the less? That's what we're trying to understand.
Wait. So we can only do one thing at one time.
Well, we're saying that we're going to do both because if I had cancer in yours, once I get rid of one of them, I'm gonna focus on the other cancer, right? I'm not going to
Okay.
do
So
both at the
if
same
you
time.
wait, okay, you using the medical terminology. If I have a team of doctors, right, and I have a doctor that specializes in colon cancer, and I have a doctor that has like I don't know, like he does some skin stuff or whatever. I can't remember the name of the doctors. And you have these both problems, right? You have one doctor work on one, you have another doctor work on the other. So you would have your communities or your doctors work on each individual problem, so you won't boil the ocean. You
Yeah,
can't boil the
that's perfect.
ocean.
That's perfect. That's perfect. You're right. The point that I'm trying to help you understand is people only want to focus on black people. We're not hearing white people. They focus on the white people. Cool, we can have our doctor. The question is, where's the white folks' doctor?
Oh no, they have some doctors, and like the talking. Look, the
Where?
talking heads on. Wait, the talking heads online are probably not the best representative for across the board. Like when it comes to all these topics, right? Am I wrong?
I know, but I know. But
Hold
the
on,
point.
So let me understand this. So when we are talking about, hey, we need a doctor for this prescription that we are noticing in our body called America, you're saying, hey, don't worry about that.
I said nothing of the sort. I said nothing of the sort.
All right. So when I'm having a conversation, me and E is having a conversation, we saying we are focusing on the most aggressive situation in America. Why is that an issue? They keep trying to make us go towards a different topic. And when we are talking about that topic, we have no problem talking about that topic. They say I'm a black male basher, for God's sakes.
I think it's an attempt.
Clearly, if that's the case, if I am that, I have no problem with talking about what is the negative things in our community. Why I can't talk about the negative in that community that is affecting us as well, because it's affecting people's minds.
I think you're using sophisticated and emotionally charged language to hide a simple reality.
So one thing that I've seen before with my own eyes, right? Is how one little hoodlum.
Hold on 1 second, too, right? Because that is crazy. It sounds like you're about to go even crazier right about that. Welcome to the show.
What?
Good day, Supreme Goddess, PhD. How are you doing today?
Good day, sir. How y'all doing?
We doing well. Trying to get some understanding.
It should run. The crazy part about it, they get behind the white conservative and champion them when they talk about black issues. And then when you talk about white issues, you need to just focus. Hey, Negro, you need to focus just on your people. Don't talk about nobody else. But Charlie Kirk happened. Guess what? They champion. He's right. And that's the point that I'm trying to help people understand is if the white folks can talk about black people, me and Sharon can talk about white folks.
Yes, agreed. But I mean,
all right, so let's talk about those. All right, so that's fine. You agree. So let's talk about those degenerate white folks that just going around shooting innocent people that have nothing to do with anything that they are upset about. Go ahead, talk about them.
Let's talk about how a lot of them are SSRIs, which is the issue. Let's talk about that.
Go ahead. You talk about how they came from a 2-family household. Hopefully that his daddy didn't touch him in the wrong place. Where did he touch you?
Yeah, but did you hear what I said about the SSRIs? That's what they all have in common, even the ones that come from the single parent households.
So you know what? All those gang violence shootings happen. They all have SSI checks. So what?
No, not SSI, SSRIs. It actually causes psychosis in a lot of people. And it makes them like
too. That's what I'm trying to say. It don't matter why.
Yeah, but I'm not conflating it. I'm not conflating too. I'm talking about straight up white people now. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about those white mass shooters. That's all I'm talking about right now.
What I'm trying to understand, are you giving them an excuse with the SSRI?
No, I'm saying if you're gonna examine the thing, right, and you don't want the thing to happen again, you gotta look for commonalities. And you got to be like, all right, maybe this is an issue. Maybe this is an issue.
Absolutely. Listen,
but I'm not giving anybody a pass.
I agree with you. Listen, so SSRIs for the audience, if they didn't know, this is people with depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues, right? So it sounds like an excuse. Because if I was to go to the hood, I can show you some depressed people, some people with some anxiety, and some people with some mental issues. But since they're black, they don't have this excuse. So now that
do you think black folk have a higher rate of mental illness than white folk?
To have this conversation. The reason I love this conversation is because now it is we got to give them a reason for why they're acting this way. But when we have a conversation on the other side, there's no reason that these black people are acting this way.
So now let's say we have mental illness.
That though.
Do you suppose there's a higher rate of mental illness in Black America?
Do I
There's a
believe that?
higher rate of
No.
misdiagnosis.
Yeah, I think white people got more mental ill people in America than any other race. To answer your question, because you try to see like
So these
if
niggas just be shooting for no good reason, is what you're saying. They're not even crazy or nothing.
nope. What I said is I believe if we look at white people and black people, I think white people have more mental illness than black people.
Do you disagree? Hood and True Hype? One at a time, please.
I don't have any numbers to base it on, so I couldn't tell you.
Yo, that's crazy. True Hype. What you think? Do white folks have a more of a mental health issue in America than black folks? What you think?
Hey, hold up a second. I'll be right back.
Damn. Yo, it is so crazy to see it happen in real time.
Yeah,
I mean, what are you guys basing this on, though? I'm
Whatever
only
you want to
asking
base it
questions.
on.
I don't have a position on this. I
Right.
never took a position. I don't know who has what. I'm just asking, do you think it's possible?
So that's the whole argument that black conservatives like yourself never want to take a position on when it comes to the people that's feeding you. I guess maybe you feel like you're gonna lose traction with the people that's pushing you forward, that's yelling, yeah, hood conservative, even though they're not agreeing with any of the words. Because guess what? When it's time for
Do
you
you
to
think
go to their neighborhood, they say, no, we don't want you there. The Hodge twins asked, hey, can we be a part of your white community? They said, God bless the Hodge twins, but no. Also, what's that? Officer Tatum, he went over to that country. What they did? Spit on him. So
Yeah, well, he
again,
had to
right,
learn.
and we see it happen time and time again. Myron Gaines, he got called the N-word. They called him a sand N-word. And now all of a sudden, Donald Trump got new N-words. He said, you know, it got a couple of N-words that we shouldn't say in America. One of them, we know he was talking about the mustache man. The other one, I don't know what he was talking about because he could have been talking about black folks. I don't know what the new N-word is.
Trump bothered you when he made that joke. That's terrible.
Right, Rick. It should have bothered you as well, but clearly you don't believe that you are a
That's
part of.
I
not
don't have that Negro. I don't have the
that's not a
Negro
black
gene.
man,
Okay, so
Sharon.
I'm gonna
I think you know what? I don't have the Negro gene. It's something about it. I just don't feel the way you niggas feel. It's weird.
okay. Welcome to the show, the voice of Venus.
Hi, Sharon. Hi. Some people, not everybody, but anyway, two things, because I just kind of came in. So, are you talking about all of those crime stats that were just released, or you guys were just talking about shootings?
we were just
So,
talking about shootings because they keep lying and saying that black people are committing more murders. Like they keep making this blanket statement saying black people commit more murders than any other race, and it's just absolutely not true.
Oh, I don't know if you got time, Sharon. You should pull all of them up because those are very important things that need to be talked about.
Yeah, because like if you look at the SA, white people leading in that.
Hmm.
Listen, it's no doubt that they got a problem over there.
Kidnapping. It's a lot of terrible things that happens in that community that I think we shouldn't gloss over. You know, we need to really like thoroughly discuss those things because we really care about the community and we want to make sure everybody's safe. So I think we need to talk about all those horrible stats of the white man.
Are white men
And and
doing
and please
essay in
don't
the
speak to me.
community?
Please don't speak to me. I don't want to talk to you. And then the
Sharon,
other
are
thing
white men
was,
doing
I'm
essay in the
okay,
not
but
done
let her
community?
finish.
talking. I'm
Ask me.
not
Yeah,
I
done
but I don't
don't
have to
talking.
talk to you.
Yeah,
We're gonna play this real
I'm
ask
shit.
in the
me.
middle
I'm
of a
Hold on,
talking to
hold on,
comment. Why are
Sharon.
you
hold on,
I'm
hold on.
talking
talking?
to
I don't want.
Sharon.
I don't want. I
Are
don't want
white
it to turn
men
into that. Hold on,
responsible for essay
hold on.
now
Let's
in the
serve it.
community?
Let's serve it. I don't want it to turn into that. Let her finish her point, and then you can ask me whatever you want to ask me. Go ahead, voice of Venus. Let's keep it straight.
Oh, and the other thing was somebody just mentioned mental health to you as a possible reason for why the white man's committing so much crime, right? I just think that's insulting because when they're disparaging black people for being horrible, nobody's considering their mental state at all. I've never even heard that in my life. I've never heard anybody say, well, what's the mental state of these people? Never. So we're not fucking doing it today. If we
Well,
could
Well,
hyperly criticize
Big point.
black people and for being violent and degenerate and we don't have any consideration for why, then we ain't giving consideration to nobody else either. We just gonna
Mm.
judge
well,
them. Same way.
Well, every
ahead.
Well,
situation
hold on now,
is.
hold on
Hold on.
now, because I was told to wait
Hold on, July.
patiently.
We all gonna get a chance to shot.
Can True Hype answer? Because I was
Yeah,
talking about what he
True
said.
Hype just came back. He probably just caught this part, and True Hype and Venus will probably have the quick back and forth real quick. And Hood Conservative, I know you could hold your thought. You got it. But go ahead, True Hype.
Each incident, no matter what the skin color, religious creed, or whatever, I look at individually. Each incident.
Wait,
Me personally.
Absolutely not. No,
Okay, so let me
no.
ask you a
You're
question.
talking a black
Wait, hold
conversation.
on.
So
I just want to
Emmanuel,
ask
Hold
you
you
a
know me.
question.
You know me. You know me then.
Okay, so
No.
True Hype,
It's
because
not
I never
about you.
seen
We
you.
don't care what you do.
Wait, I
Let's
never
go ahead
seen him
because
before.
that's not the conversation. I
But
can
wait,
talk
wait,
about
wait.
my marriage.
But she brought up the thing about the mental
Yeah, I'm talking to
consideration. I'm
him.
not
Let
even
me
really
answer him.
considering their mental. I'm just saying that certain individuals are doing these heinous crimes that are bad, by the way. And I don't really care about the person that goes in and shoots up a church because they're horrible people.
Okay,
Okay,
but
I just
you
have a
But I'm like,
question.
Hold on,
but if these
let's see
people,
if Venus
if
can
these
get
people
through.
are, if these
Let's see.
certain people are doing this stuff and they have things that are in common, and I don't want this thing to happen, can we remove the thing in common and see if that takes it away?
Okay, go
Sure.
ahead,
Can I
Venus.
ask you a question, please? Because I never seen you before, so I'm not gonna accuse you. But so I'll ask you, when they're having these super judgmental conversations about black people and how like they're criminals, have you ever came up and said, "Hey, let's consider their mental health"? Have you ever done that?
I don't know if I've ever been in a conversation on a YouTube panel where I've done that, where I've actually listened to that kind of conversation.
But so
Because I think
coincidentally,
those type of
I heard
conversations
the
a lot of
answer.
time end up being fruitless.
So coincidentally, the one day that they're talking about white men, now you have the time to consider somebody's mental health.
No, but I don't care about their mental health. I don't want the
You
crimes to happen.
you brought up their mental health. You said they have mental illnesses, is
No,
what
no,
you
no, no,
said.
no. I did not say anything about mental illness. I
You,
said SSRIs. Like
which is
now,
what?
there is a well, which is what? Like okay, in some instances they say they prescribe it too much. Like little black boys that can't sit down quietly in school, they put them on these drugs or whatever, and that's not good either. Which leads them to like getting subscribe other crap down the road.
All right,
Right,
so
but
hold
you're
on.
mentioning black boys now, but you just never interjected on a conversation about black people and made that argument. So the one
Right.
day they're talking about white men, now you got all type of mental health issues and medications and misdiagnoses and every excuse in the world. So there's this consideration for white people, but when black people do
No,
shit,
no, 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 no. It's
they're
not a
not
consideration
human.
for
Excuse
them.
me.
She
Excuse
almost
me.
finished. She almost finished. You get a chance to
All
rebut.
these considerations that you have to imagine, you don't even know. You don't know these people, you don't know why they're doing it, but something in you wants to reach that far into your imagination to come up with some reason why this just must be happening because of something other than them just being fucking wicked. But you don't have that consideration for black people.
What? No, that's not what I
Yes,
was
I
going
just
for at all. No, no.
I'm
Like
sure.
I was specifically talking about the mass shooters that were going in and doing these very heinous, going in and like picking people off and doing all this stuff, whatever they happen to be white. That's what I was speaking towards. I wasn't speaking toward even all the white people that shoot
no.
people.
But the
okay. So hold
problem,
on. So true. Right. So you can understand what we are hearing when we are having a conversation about what's recently happened, time and time again, week after week. You gave them a SSRI.
Yeah, but it's
Never,
not all
never,
white people
never
that
in
are on
the
SSRIs though.
never in the history of gang violence I ever heard somebody say, "Hey, maybe all these young brothers get a SSI check, and that's why they out there shooting."
No, not SSI, SSRIs. There's medicine.
You're missing the analogy. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose because you want to be literal now, but what I'm saying is that it's never been an excuse.
This
They
is a
just say
terrible
those men.
analogy, bro.
They just say those men are just violent. They don't
yeah.
give them no mental health anything. You gave those people a mental health reason. You said they got SSRI. So what we trying to get you to understand, is there a SSRI equivalent for black folks that's doing this gang violence?
I don't know.
And there go the
Exactly.
problem.
No, like, but I'm not up here making the argument that black people are violent though. Like, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying these people that are doing the most heinous things in these mass deals, the thing that they have in common are these pills that they're popping. And I'm just like, hey, like, can we like, all I'm asking for is to look at it. We don't look at it. But do you understand me? There's a perverse incentive not to look at it as well.
I understand what you're saying, but what we're trying to like kind of bring together is that you said just a few minutes ago we should exclude these people because of the SSRI.
I didn't say that. I said like, here's my key thing. We are not even looking at this as a thing on a whole level when it comes to these people doing these heinous crimes, because there's a lot of money associated with the medicine that they're getting.
But why don't we give this olive branch that you're giving currently to black people? That's what we're trying to understand. Listen, I believe that SSRI is a real thing. I'm not going to disagree with you. But what I know about SSRIs, it's not limited to just white people. So when we talk about the dysfunction that's going on in the black community, why don't we exclude them and say, those people got SSRI, and they do that everywhere, right?
Yeah, but if they're prescribed the medicine and there's a link, like, because I've been privy to toxicology like reports from some of these people that do this stuff, right? And they have this stuff in their system. And some of the people that commit, like, these they smurder themselves, right? Some of those people are on this thing too.
For 1 second, True Hype. So this SSRI. So you're saying what is the percentage of these church and school shooters are on SSRI?
It's high. It's like 90%, if not higher.
And how do you know this?
Because of toxicology reports. It's public information after the fact.
So the ones that died is the ones that you know about.
Yes.
Go ahead, Diva.
No. So that would be 90% of the ones you can actually get a toxicology report on, right?
I agree with you there. I agree with you there.
Sir, you don't have to interrupt people. Like, we having a conversation. Right. So you don't really have it. But so the other thing is, many of the men in prison, the black men in prison, also have some sort of mental health diagnoses, right? And so it starts because a lot of them were on Ritalin as children. Did you know that? Oh, okay. But yeah, so maybe you should start reading toxicology reports of the black males in prison as well, and see how many of them are on some type of mental health medication, or mind altering medication associated with a mental health condition. But it's just crazy that y'all start copping all these pleas when it refers to white people, but when it's black people, there's no consideration of anything else. It's just they black and they bad.
I could have sworn I asked that question a few minutes ago. Is there a higher rate of mental illness in Black America? And now PhD is here filling in the gap, saying that in her estimation, a lot of Black men are prescribed for mental conditions in one way or another.
About the prison
I said
system.
in prison.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a good try.
Okay.
She clearly
You
talks
think
about
most black men are in prison or go to prison?
Well, I mean, I'm arguing that there's maybe there's a high
yes or no. Before
correlation.
you move it, yes or no.
I'm not gonna yes or no to stupid questions. Don't do this to me. I'm gonna
Okay,
respond to her
hold
like
on.
an adult. I don't need you here right now.
So here's the problem.
No, please stop managing the conversation, bro.
I'm not
Let us
managing
talk.
the conversation.
Because every time I open my mouth, somebody got a problem with what I'm saying.
Shit. And sometimes that when you just keep trying to paint these narratives and we catch you in it and you don't.
I'm asking questions. I haven't even painted a narrative yet. I'm asking a question.
You just did.
Well, no, the question at hand was, is there a higher incidence of mental illness? Maybe that kind of explains some of the criminality. And then now you're saying that, well, when they get in prison, they find out they must be crazy, so we're giving them Ritalin. So I didn't even paint a narrative. I'm just noticing things. And I was about to ask her that, do you think there's a higher instance of mental illness in Black men?
Well, you compared it to white earlier, and we said no.
Well, that's what we're comparing it to. But what do you want to compare it to? Zebras? You want to compare it to squirrels, bro? Like, what do you want to compare it to?
I got you. Listen, even if we go to the prison system, it's more white men in jail than black men. So we just said they all in jail had mental illness. my point still would be right that it's more white people with mental illness than black people.
I'm still shocked that you have a degree in mathematics and you run from per capita.
Here we
Like, how
go
did you get a
again.
degree and
Here
don't and you
again.
That's
can't
like,
handle
I'm
per
thinking
You
of
can
capita?
attack, you can attack the point, so now you want to attack the person. It's crazy.
I'm not
I'm
attacking
taking
the person. I just, if you don't do that, if you can't handle the per capita argument, then all of your
not even
other
talking about
number
per
arguments
capita.
don't even matter no more.
I'm saying we're not even talking about per capita when we talk about prison. We're taking the sample size of people in prison.
Right.
Sounds like a per capita argument to me. A sample size? How does that work? How is a sample size not connected to percentage, which is per capita in other terms? You explain it to me, math nigga.
Well,
Anyway, so let's get back to the conversation. This is what they tend to do.
No,
Whenever we
this is
start,
the conversation. See
whenever
what I mean? You
it's
see
not
what I
the
mean?
it's not the
Backed him into
conversation.
a corner, and he called in the
It's
Power
not a
Rangers for
corner.
help.
Okay, so the problem is that it's not a corner. You think that you are saying something and you really are not. Like you're literally afraid to talk about your white zaddy for whatever reason. I don't
I
know why.
want to talk
Maybe
about the white man's mathematics, bro. How did the white man give you a
so
paper
don't
that
bring up
says you know how to do math? How is
so
it that
don't
you got
bring
a whole
so
paper
don't
from the white man that says you know how to
so
do math, bro?
if that's the
I'm
case, then
amazed by this shit. Let's talk about the white man's math.
don't bring up per capita. Like literally. We
Well, he
keep
just
giving you
brought up a sample
examples.
size, bro. If I can't say per capita, he can't use a sample size. How about that, smart nigga?
Okay,
we
so
use everybody
regardless
in
of that,
prison.
no, you can because there's more white people in prison than black folks.
Oh, so we're using per capita again.
No,
It's
we're
not per
not. That is
capita.
not per capita.
There's no other way to say that without addressing the per capita issue.
No,
Yes,
no,
you can.
it
Yes, we
is.
can. We
Oh
can
my
absolutely.
God,
So
nigga, fuck
the
hell.
reason why we can is because the only per capita you can have an argument about is about the murder rate, which is only a very small percentage of crimes that black people commit. So even if we go by per capita, the criminal rate versus the white criminal rate is very small per capita.
But we were applying per capita to mental illness just now, though, so
Oh,
we weren't even doing
okay,
that
so
anymore.
perfect. So let's move it down the line. So we are saying that most of the majority of the people that's in jail are they have a mental health issue. Because not everybody that's in jail committed some kind of deletion. It's a very small part of the population that actually commit deletion. So even per capita, white people are committing more crimes than any other race. Again, per
That's not.
capita, white people
That's
are
not how you
in
do per
jail more
capita.
than any other race. Per capita. So when you just want to focus on one crime, then yes, you could win the argument. But when we look at crime in totality, you absolutely fail at the argument. And that's all we're trying to have a conversation about. And for some reason, you are afraid to have the conversation because white zaddy is going to punish you.
Sometimes
Well,
I'm not
we
sure if college is bad or the students are just bad.
oh,
Now I
college is
know
great.
it's the
College is
students.
great. College
It's
is
the
great.
students,
Check this
bro.
right.
Okay, so
When
let's
you
welcome
when
into the show. Let's welcome into the show, Pastor, and then we got Latina in Cali Hell. Go ahead,
what's up?
Pastor
What's
and
up?
Latina.
What's up, y'all? So
Hi.
even if you did the per capita when it come down to psychological disorders and diagnoses, white men have more psychological diagnoses than black men. They're on antidepressants and SSRIs at a higher rate than black men. And they also on hormone replacement therapy more than black men. I'm not giving them an excuse, but if y'all bring up the medical aspect of it, more of them are being treated for a psychological disorder than black men.
Okay,
Thank
tied
you.
into
I
what we're saying.
appreciate that, Pastor. Thank you with the honesty. Go ahead, Latina.
Hi, I was just watching like a video recently from Dr. Berg, and he believes that like the ADHD or like the hyperactivity that they're seeing in children is actually not something wrong with them that can't be fixed naturally. He believes it's a malnutrition problem that they lack B vitamin of folate. I think B vitamin 9 is folate.
We
Because
agree.
like a lot of the school meals are not very high quality foods and they're overly processed with too many preservatives. Also, the United States permits too many preservatives that are banned in other countries, such as I think bromate, and that's why I think Trump is trying to get rid of uh, these preservatives, but it can't happen overnight. It's a long process. It's taken years for them to POISON our food. You know what I mean?
I have
Yeah.
a theory though. I
But
think
hold
they
on, because we're getting too far away from the topic now. Like it's so crazy.
Well, I
Uh,
can't get my theory. It's not even that far. I'm just saying it's real quick. I think they put murder chemicals in the fried chicken, and you know the black folk like fried chicken, and they consume the murder chemicals, and then the murder chemicals do their thing, and bam, crime rate.
So
perfect.
It's
Who
the
made,
fried
who
chicken.
created
all
who
races
created
eat
Kentucky
fried
Fried
chicken.
Chicken?
That
Actually,
colonel man,
a
he's
black person actually created it, but a white person
yeah,
patented it. A white
yeah.
person
See,
patented it.
Yeah, niggas is
he's the one. It was a black man that put the murder chemicals in the fried chicken. That's so devious.
Now, I'm not going to say that fried chicken.
Sharon,
Everybody eating
I'm
fried
sorry, you
chicken. Y'all got to
guys.
stop.
Can I just clarify for a second? The reason why I brought this up is because you guys were talking about the SSRIs, and it begins in childhood, where they're diagnosing these people the most, and they're targeting the boys, in my opinion. And the fact is that though some of these medications are like one is it like a one bond, like it's almost the same as meth. Basically, it's almost like meth. If you could
that's
look it up, somebody, I'm not
that's
No,
sure
you,
which drug
we
it
can do
is or
that.
what it's
So who you
called.
No,
think is
you're talking about that's
hold
Adderall.
on,
That's very
hold on.
close
So,
to meth.
so
That's
who is
Adderall.
affected? So Latino, who is affected most by those situations that you're talking about?
white or black people,
It's affecting boys that are children in public.
white or black.
Mm-hmm.
Both, both.
I'm
No, no,
sorry,
no,
I
no.
don't have the facts on that. I don't know if it. I don't know the difference between a white boy and black boy in this statistics because it didn't say.
Perfect. Thank you.
They try to put all boys. They try to put all boys on these drugs. Like,
No, 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 no. But they're in particularly white boys are being diagnosed more. I don't know if they're getting tested more than black kids. That could be, but
Because
we
they
know
got
that
more
white boys.
insurance. They got more insurance. What are we talking about? The reason
They're
why
trying to
I don't.
dope
I'm
the
not.
white boys
See,
up.
see, see. But Medicaid is still Medicaid still covers. I think Medicare still covers that. Anyway,
no, the working black person typically don't have insurance because they don't
Nah,
qualify for Medicaid and they don't qualify. That's why that's why
Not,
Obama tried to make it mandatory because it was
hey,
so
not
many Americans
and,
that
and
didn't have it.
hey,
and not
black
only
people,
not only
black.
that, but also I got you true hype, and not also that, but also we know that we get misdiagnosed often, right? They
Hey,
get
black people.
so
Black people are skeptical of the medical industry as well.
Absolutely, and we
As
got
and
we
the right
should
to
be.
be. They
and
tried to
we
give us syphilis. Exactly.
we have a right to be right.
We got a right to be skeptical.
All right, but that's the thing. So now that we starting to get down to some truthful things, and maybe now Hood Server could start being a little bit more honest and stop worrying about white zaddy
I
so
bet you
much.
two niggas is vaccinated.
I need to
Yeah,
make another interruption, please, if you will allow me, please. You just said that he's simping for government daddy, right? But who controls Big Pharma? Big Pharma is a subsidiary basically of the government because the government allows them, you know what I mean? And they have
Yeah,
to
that's white
get
people.
permission from the government.
That's white people. Listen, I know you
That's
might
why I was
didn't like
saying
how
that
you worded. That's white people.
nobody should be trusting the government.
But
Nobody
that's
should
I'm not
trust
for
the
sure if
government.
that. I'm not for sure if that's true because the makers of OxyContin actually kidnapped a government official and made him sign documents. And this is documented.
exactly.
They
What?
made him. They made him. They made him sign documents to allow them to
They're white people.
mass produce OxyContin. So it's not technically just the government allowing it. There's a lot of espionage and torture and kidnapping. There's a lot of shit to go into that. You
It's a
should look
lot
I,
up
of money.
I wonder.
I
Hey,
don't.
Casa,
I
I
don't.
wonder who did. I wonder what race did the kidnapping.
Hey, I don't know about that piece, but a lot of those government officials they go between public and private and just switch hats. It happens a lot. The same thing that happened during the 2008 financial crisis is happening in the medical industry as well.
That's fine. That's awesome. That it's just I don't know. I just find it very strange that so many people are afraid to speak the truth. I don't know what is this block that's going on. I don't know. Maybe it is the fried chicken that you eat. And maybe since I don't eat fried foods and fried chicken, that doesn't happen to me. So I don't have this blockage that I'm scared to talk about the bad of my people or other people. Like I don't have no problem with talking about either one. If it's bad that my
Shaman,
people
but that's
do,
what I'm
I have no
saying.
problem talking about it. If it's bad that men are doing, I have no problem talking about it. But for
Well, hold on.
some
Somebody
reason,
Shaman,
just tried to introduce the idea.
for some reason, a lot of black male conservatives, they have a problem with talking down on other people, regardless of what they are. But when they talk about themselves, they got the complexion for the protection, and nobody's going to call them a racist. But in reality, majority of the black male conservatives that's talking down on black folks, they are the true racists in this
I do not.
community.
I do not want to let this go. And it was said a few minutes ago, and I've been holding on to this. Right, somebody on your panel scared and ran off. They alluded to a problem. Right, they said that. Well, she said that in order to help the black community, we have to focus on crimes like white men doing assaults, right? SA, right? Which is, crimes of passion and all that. So are you telling me, do you people think that white men are doing the majority of the SA in black America and that somehow solving the white man SA problem would help black America because he's just out here terrorizing Keisha?
SA
Yeah,
is not a crime of passion.
and I'm about to
Like,
say
what the
that
fuck are
SA
you
is
talking
not a
about?
it's
I'm
not
just
a
using
crime
the
of
word.
passion.
I'm using the word. All right, well,
Hold on,
listen, you want me
let
to
them
just be
answer.
blunt?
Let them answer. Let them
Do
answer.
you want me to be
Let them,
blunt? I'm
let them
just trying to
answer.
use
It's
clever
okay.
words.
It's okay. Let them answer.
Yeah, but it
Go ahead.
doesn't apply. That doesn't even make sense.
Stop telling policing me and answer the question.
Nah, I'm gonna have to stand with PhD on that one, yo. Hood,
Do
I
you
don't
think
think
white
crime.
men? Do you think white men are actually
No,
assaulting black women sexually?
yes, and it's not a crime of passion. It's a
Do you
crime. It's
so
a
so
crime of power.
you think the high rate of sexual assault
He
in black
said yes
America is because
already.
of
Why are you
white
trying to
men?
ask it a third time? This is
Okay,
crazy.
Yeah,
The
we've had.
mental gymnastics is crazy.
okay,
He said
that's
it
what you
three
believe.
times.
Pull up the numbers
Ask
on
again.
white
Yeah,
men
ask again.
assaulting.
Yeah, ask
Pull
again
up
for
the
Zaddy.
numbers on white men assaulting black women.
Ask
Pull them up.
again for Zaddy. This is
Pull
crazy.
up the numbers.
I do not understand how people can
Pull up the
say
numbers,
that they
bro.
don't.
A lot of it
Yo,
goes unreported. A lot of it goes unreported.
mind blown.
Like prime example down here in Dallas, they had a problem with with DPD, grabbing black women off the street and raping night workers. Well, raping night workers, but this wasn't going. It was going unreported. So I mean, it just is what it
Oh,
is.
we're not going to even talk about the dentist office who was sleeping with women. The white dentist who was sleeping with every patient that was coming in there, and he did like it was like almost 1,000 women. What are we talking like? What are we talking about?
This is
I dare you to
crazy.
pull up the actual numbers on it. All you niggas is grandstanding on your own emotions. Pull up real
Okay,
numbers.
so hold on. So
I
hold on.
dare you.
Hold on.
I
The
dare
problem
you.
is,
I
hold on. You,
dare you. Don't
okay,
tell me
we heard
about
you the first
problems. Pull
time.
up numbers, bro.
We heard you the first time. The problem is this. No matter what it is, you are going to protect Zaddy as much as you can. I do not understand. I feel like Dame Dash when he was just on the interview with Charlamagne and God. Why y'all just don't come out and say y'all gay? What is the problem?
Damn.
Like, just come out and say it.
You see how you can't, nigga? You was
Nobody,
showing off
nobody's
your
gonna
pussy
feel.
hole. You doing
Nobody's
yoga
gonna
in front
feel
of
a
a bunch of
certain way,
niggas,
bro.
bro.
Like, hey, look. At one point in your
You
life,
the
you
one
was
comfortable stretching your pussy in front of niggas. Don't start that shit, bro.
absolutely. You're right. Exactly.
Yeah, you are. I know I'm right, and you are
Absolutely.
comfortable stretching your
Absolutely.
pussy in front of
That's
niggas, bro.
fine. That you can say all those things that you want to say. You can say all the untruthful things that you want to say, but it's not going to negate the fact of
You
what
wasn't
you are
stretching your
actually.
pussy in front of niggas on the
Hold on.
panel. You wasn't doing the
It's not
downward
gonna
facing
Nigga,
negate.
nigga.
pause.
It's
Nigga,
not.
You
stretching
wasn't. You
pussy.
wasn't
Nigga,
on the
Hold on.
panel
pause.
doing
Hold
the
Nigga,
on.
downward
Hold
facing nigga.
on.
You wasn't on the
pause.
panel
Hold
doing that
on.
shit.
Hold on.
You
Hold on.
wasn't on the panel doing
Hold
that shit,
on.
bro.
Here's the
Niggas didn't
problem.
call you
It
out
doesn't.
live on the panel
Here's
for
the
doing that.
problem. It doesn't negate the fact
All
that
right. All
your.
right.
Hold
All
on.
right.
Hold on. Hold on. It doesn't negate the fact that your mind went to that. So now you're saying that any man that does yoga is gay. This is what you are saying. This is something
No, you
mentally
was
wrong with
stretching in the front
you.
of
Hold
niggas.
on.
You had
Hold
a whole
on.
panel full of
Hold
niggas, and
on.
you put your
Hold on.
camera on yourself
Hold
so
on.
you could do downward facing nigga, bro.
Right. So again, you imagined
You
all
do the
that.
bending. Oh, you
Oh
you
my
do the
God.
bending. It's crazy. He do the bending.
Again, this is why you keep interrupting. You are the one that's imagining this. And for some reason, y'all don't understand how gay y'all are. Y'all need to just come out and it's okay because we don't really care. Y'all can come
You
out
did
and
it
be
on a
free.
whole
Like,
panel of
hold on.
dudes.
Why do you gotta talk when I'm talking? It is okay. That's what you imagine. You imagine that. I didn't put my ass in front of no goddamn camera. You imagine my ass in front of a camera because that's where your dirty mind went. I keep trying to tell y'all, I am not that dude. I don't understand that somebody that lays with a woman every single night, y'all keep trying to make me out to be something. You are the one that protect men. You are the one that want that pink thing in your face. You are the poker face, not me.
Nigga, stretch a bussy was a pause, nigga. That shit
Listen,
was
bro,
that shit.
we on the
Y'all
panel.
niggas
Listen,
wild, boy. Y'all
we
niggas
on the
wild.
panel on witch doctor shit, right? He already know it's like 3 or 4 niggas up there. We waiting for him to come up. Which doctor? He pressed the button to bring Sharon up. The nigga has the camera positioned on himself, focused on himself. And you know the foreground and the background is like different settings. He got the camera focused on himself so niggas can watch him stretch himself out, bro. You can defend it with any type of sophisticated emotional language you like, but
I
you
do got a
stretched your
question.
pussy in front of niggas on the panel, bro.
I got a question.
Sharon,
So
I got
who?
2 seconds. Can I
Hold on,
just
hold
clear
on,
up
hold
one
on.
thing, please?
Just real quick. Who's the gay when the person stretching and y'all niggas looking? Because it sounds like you seen every stretch, every.
The
Listen,
nigga that the nigga
we
that
gotta
set up the
start asking
camera and then got
questions.
on camera. The
Listen,
nigga that set up the camera and got on camera. We don't notice when you press that button. You know how you get like porn bomb? The nigga basically porn bombed the show, bro.
the crazy part about it, you look. I can tell you remember that vividly in your mind. That's a
Yeah,
problem.
like why is it still on his mind? That's
That is a
weird. Nobody else
problem.
ever
But
mentioned it
this
again but
happened how
him.
long ago? And you still thinking about it? Another man
Yeah.
stretching on the camera.
I was gonna let it go until you
Every
dropped the gay
detail
bomb,
too.
and
He
now I
gave us
gotta remind
details.
niggas that you're a professional pussy stretcher and you have no problem who sees it. You don't care who cares about it. That's you. So anytime you call niggas gay, remember you stretched your pussy in front of a bunch of niggas.
Okay, Sharon, real quick, because
I
I gotta
don't get
drop
it.
back down.
Go ahead.
2 seconds.
Okay.
So I didn't say that white men were essaying black women. This is why I don't like talking to liars. They just make shit up. I didn't say that. But he's trying to imply that they would just never. But the reason half of us are the complexion we are is because they absolutely the fuck would. I don't know what delusion he's in. Why do you think Either Man is that color? Why? What are you talking about? Like it's just this like worship that they have. I think they see an angel when they see the image of a white man. It's like everything you tell them, it's like it's no way. Are you out of your fucking mind? They lead in SA in general. That's what they do. What the fuck? Don't you love statistics? Go read that one.
Yeah, it's wild to hear how much they would do for how
Is she
much they
talking to
would.
me or no?
No, she's not.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, it's just weird to really hear in real time. Like y'all really believe that y'all sound like masculine men, and it's weird. I don't know. I'm starting to get speechless about it.
Because it's confusing to you that somebody could like really hate their skin so much and really want somebody else's identity. It's confusing, right? It's
Yes,
not normal. It's really not. But it's too many of them doing it, so it seems normal to them. But that shit is not
right.
normal.
It's starting to seem right. Welcome to the show, MJ. Good day. Welcome, beautiful. How you doing? I guess you're. There you go.
So I hope I'm okay.
Yeah, you good now? Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes, we can hear you well.
All right. Yeah. So I just want to come up and say that there is a correlation. We're not saying that every sexual assault that a black woman or a woman in general have is by a white man. We know that that's not the case. However, they do have the highest sexual assault rate, and black women has the highest sexual assault victim rate. So there is the correlation. There is no database that shows that that whoever is sexually assaulting black women is of a certain
It's
particular race
black
of man.
men. It's black men. It is.
Okay, fine. So now, this is a black man that is talking down on black men. So I'm glad that they hear that shit, right? So now they know that it ain't Sharon. It's his servant that's talking that he's the one. He's the main one that feels like black men are the scum of America. They're the ones that's doing all this.
I don't use these words. I just talk
I
about
understand,
numbers.
but this is what you are communicating. You're saying that black men are committing all the murders. They they commit all the saying. You are saying this about your own people, even though it's
You know
not
what?
true and it's okay. But you are the one that is saying this. It is
Yeah, but
nobody else.
yeah, but
I didn't
You
always
talking while
believe
I'm
what.
talking? I don't understand why you don't get interrupted. You just interrupted a young lady, and now you interrupted me. I don't understand why you cannot hold your tongue. The same way how
So
you hold that tongue in that white man's ass, hold it in your own mouth. Relax.
bussy stretching ass nigga. Anyway, I don't see the problem.
Go ahead, MJ. Finish your thought, please. This is crazy.
No. I really wanted to say. I mean, I was the numbers would be higher if they did have a database like that. It probably would be black men because we are in proximity with black men most of the time. But it doesn't excuse the fact that those sexual assault victims can have been assaulted by the group that is having the most on record sexual assaults. So that's all I wanted to state. So.
Well, but we want to make it clear. We're not really trying to dive down in each subject. We're saying that these people are evil, and as we hear these men talk and talk, it sounds like they put on a cape, and for some reason they want a cape for these white men. They want to lock up the black man, and they want the white man to be their hero. No,
I
white
mean,
people are evil.
it's a cognitive dissonance thing because emotionally you would like for white people to be evil, and I'm sure there are a bunch of evil white people out here that nobody should run across in the dark alley, right? However, I think the cognitive dissonance occurs when the young lady just made it plain. The proximity kind of explains it away. From the FBI crime statistics, from the official numbers, white men barely look at black women in that way. Like they literally would not bother to assault you in that way. If they're going to go get it off, they're going to find a Becky for the most part. That's what the numbers bear out. So you want them to be evil, but you are more likely to be shot or sexually assaulted by a nigga that look like you, and that is the
Actually,
cognitive
that's
dissonance
not true.
thing.
That's not true. That's not true. We are seeing the numbers. We are seeing the fact that these white men are hiding out in the woods, jumping out in the woods, kidnapping people, cutting people, organ harvesting. There was white people that had 6 black children in their basement that they was using for slaves. And you probably didn't see that story, but that just happened last year. And so
I
through
did
the
see that
adoption,
story. Yeah,
through the adoption agencies, through the hierarchy of power for his position, we just seen that judge that was running a whole sex ring in Kentucky out of his damn council, and the sheriff had to come in and shoot him. So they are assaulting their own, and they're assaulting us too. Not me personally,
May
free
I?
that
but
guy. By the way,
May
free
I?
that guy. That was the father who did that, right in the show, and the judge's office too. It was gangster.
Hey, you guys.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, okay, thanks. I want to know, like, how is this happening? Like, who's turning these people to be this sort of uh sexual perversion, right? And there's a man who was a serial killer. His name was uh Donald Pee Wee Gaskins, and he was about 13 years old when he was sent to a juvenile hall. And he claims that on his second night there, he was gang raped by 20 other boys. And who's running the juvenile halls? Um, who, you know what I mean? Like it's a government entity, and
Yeah,
you get sent to juvenile hall not to get more crimes against you,
I,
but you're
yeah,
supposed to
man.
go there for
I
the
gotta jump in
timeout.
'cause this is great, ma'am. You brought up another point. Let's
But
pull
what
up.
I want to say,
I
what I
got you. Hold
wanted to
on one
say,
second.
no, I wasn't done, sir. I just wanted to just finish one last thing. It's not about white or black. It's
It
about
is
good
about white
versus
and black. That's
evil.
the
It's
conversation.
about good versus evil.
Okay.
Okay, so all right, if
So
it is good versus evil, it's clearly
hold,
one is good and one is evil. So I don't know why it's a problem with you saying that that majority of the white men that doing the crimes, the ones that are doing the crimes, the 70% crimes that is committed in America, those people are evil. It's okay to say it. And those 70% of
Well,
people
yeah, that's
are
easy
white
to
men.
say.
Hold on,
And it's
hold
okay
on,
for you to say
hold
that.
on.
I don't
She
understand
brought up
what's the problem.
so Sharon, she brought up a great point. Let's talk about the serial killers. 82%
It's
of
about
Americans. Hold on, 82,
good.
82%
She didn't say
of
nothing
Americans.
about serial killers.
She did.
Yes, she did. She
She
bought this. She
did.
Oh,
bought. Yes,
okay.
she did.
Yeah. So since she brought up serial killers, let's talk about it.
Yeah, it's
82%.
about good versus evil, right versus wrong.
Okay,
Okay.
so serial killers are evil people, Latina,
Oh yes, yes, it is
Okay.
and
evil. It
What?
is very evil. It's very wrong. It's
majority
very,
of serial killers are what? Describe them.
very wrong.
No, describe what they look like.
Well, I know what he looked like. I don't know what the rest of the 20 boys in the juvenile hall look like. I
I
don't
got
know
And
what the
hold
juvenile
on,
hall
hold on,
employees look
Latina,
like, but I'm going to assume that they were.
Latina, Latina. Describe the majority of serial killers. What do they look like? Go ahead. It's easy. Just tell the truth. What do they
Um,
look like?
I don't know. There's a majority of serial killers being one color or another. Honestly,
I didn't
I
say.
can
I
They're
didn't ask you.
white.
I didn't.
Yeah,
Hold on
yeah.
again. Hold on. I asked you. I didn't tell you to do something for me. I said you. What do you think majority of serial killers look like? Describe what they look like. You go ahead and do it. You could do it. I'm pretty sure you could do it. I
hey,
believe you.
my connection is borging. Let me get on
oh, okay.
Wi-Fi.
Okay, yeah.
Let
I
me get on
got
Yeah,
it. Don't
Wi-Fi.
yeah.
worry. 82% of serial killers are white people.
82% of serial killers and cult leaders.
Okay, let's throw something out there. Let's say white people are evil. Now what? The fuck does that do for any of
Okay,
you niggas?
perfect. I'm glad that you say that. So now
Talk about it.
when I ever hear you say something about a gang violence, those people that did gang violence, they evil. So what? Shut the fuck up about black folks. You ain't
Well,
black,
no, because
clearly.
white
Shut the
people
fuck up
being
about it.
evil,
This is the
white
problem
people being evil
the
doesn't
problem
affect
that
you
we
though.
having. The problem that we having is that you are the one that keep giving them excuses instead of having a conversation about it. I don't understand why is it difficult to just have a conversation. What is wrong with you? How that pastor said, what's wrong with you niggas?
Well, black folk claim they're having conversations about what would help black people, and then they talk about white people killing white people as if them killing each other would help you, or as if them not killing each other would somehow help you.
Hey Ken,
Well, their
the reason why,
their violence spills over into our communities, and this is the reason why I
How?
disagree
How?
with you.
Name an example of that. Tell me how white violence spills over into the black
South
community.
Carolina, Dillon Roof, South Carolina, the same
That's
thing they
not
doing
white
it,
violence
the
spilling
same thing
over.
that
That's a
the
very
same look,
targeted
the
thing.
same thing that they doing to their Mormon churches, they doing to our AME Zion churches. They been doing it to our AME Zion churches. Now they just turning it on to their churches.
You said
And the reason
our
why I
Mormon
brought this up,
churches.
and the reason why I
You think
disagree,
black people are Mormons? Pastor, are black people Mormons?
they started trying to get more black people to become
Was
Mormons.
that Mormon church full of black people?
No, it was full of white people, so they attacked their
So
own,
what
and
do
they
you mean by
attacked
our Mormons? What do you mean by our
because
Mormons?
they're
I'll say
Americans.
that.
Because they're Americans, like
Oh,
I'm an
okay.
American, and they
Okay.
attacked American black churches and they attacked American white churches too. So the reason why I say this is because you often make a argument against civilization. I'm pro-white because I like civilization. I like civilized people. But what I'm saying is, if you are so you, there's no way you can be pro-white and be pro-civilization because they're tearing down civilization right now, and they've been doing it for a while.
But no,
And you are on that same side that's anti-civilization if you're doing the black left wing thing with being liberal and voting Democrat. You are the anti-civilizational people at that point.
yeah, but the biggest point that we trying to help you guys understand, because the one thing that I heard countless times is that black people commit more crimes, right? And then once we start talking about the serial killers, when we start talking about SA, when we start talking about all the crimes in total, black people are a small smidget of the crime that's being committed.
Out of all the white serial killers, Jeffrey Dahmer was the only nigga that was on y'all ass like that. And all you had to do is not be gay. And you would have been cool. Jeffrey Dahmer wouldn't even have fucked with you. You niggas be worrying about shit that don't even matter.
He's gay.
And then
He was
call yourselves an intelligent conversation. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer was into that type of shit. And all I'm saying is if you was black and you wasn't gay, Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't gonna kill you. You were good. You were literally straight.
All right. So, right. So again, that's an argument that doesn't have anything to do with the topic. That's fine that he would have went after you and everything, right? We understand he would have went after you, but still, the conversation is not about who he's going after. The conversation is
Well,
about
you was doing
who is
Dahmer
the
pussy
main.
stretches. Don't start that shit.
So the conversation is about who is the majority doing the crime. That's the problem that we are having. For some reason, I keep fighting the fact. Why? I have no idea. I don't know why you do it. I really don't.
Matter what, even if it was all the blacks in the United States would never add up to all the whites in the United States. So it's not really a matter of like right I mean white or black. It's the point is that what's happening in the United States is in every neighborhood where they're destroying the boys because they don't want the boys
Okay,
to be
pause right
boys
there,
in
Latina.
schools.
Pause right there. The problem is whenever we trying to point out the main cancer in this country, y'all always want to turn it into no. We all gotta just no do with what we have the problem at hand. That's all. I don't know why it's so scary for y'all.
It is a scary thing because when you look at the fact that that white people are the majority of this country, white people are almost too big to fail, dog. I'm gonna say I do believe that. I do believe that white people are almost too big to fail, and if white people fail, I don't. That shit will hurt this country real bad if white people fall. If white people fall,
So, but the thing
that
is,
is true,
Pastor, they are failing already.
and it's hurting us
It is not. What?
tremendously. Yeah,
So, no, the thing is
the
that
country will
it's not
the
necessarily.
country will suffer if white people fall. This country will suffer. Yes, it will.
So the problem is that no,
Pastor has to deal with numbers in his real life, so he understands the projections.
right. So,
Hey, I'm
and
I'm Latina,
he's
right?
talking against you right now. So that shows a lot, right?
He's
So
actually
Okay.
not. He's on my side with that one.
no, he's not.
What
He's
do you
not on
mean
your
by
side.
fall, Pastor? Define fall. If white people fall, like
If
what
their
does that
numbers
mean?
go below a certain level,
I
it's
didn't
gonna just
ask you
fuck up
shit. I
everything in the
asked
country.
Pastor, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Pastor.
What I mean by fall, if white people, like I said, if their numbers fall lower than 45%, if they don't have good jobs, if they can't put ham and turkey on the Thanksgiving dinner table and do Christmas and Halloween, they will crash out and it will affect us all. So I
What you
do
mean
think
they'll
that
crash out?
they will start to attack
How?
society.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
They'll start to attack society, including each other, us. We seen this with the dude with the back problems. We seen this with the Catholic schools and all the places they've been. They can't trust their churches. They can't trust the hospital. They don't feel they can trust nothing. They have ultimate paranoia and damn near schizophrenia. White people are on the verge of crashing out, and we cannot afford for 60% of this country. Not all white people. Let's say that half of white people. We can't afford for 30% of this country to crash out. So I do think that white people are too big to fail.
I want to tell you guys that I am Latina and I see people that I've known. They've been in here in the country for like over 50 years, right? They still don't know English. They still see themselves as Mexican. They still hate the United States. And then their kids, they're like the same. And then there's this club called Mecha where they're like indoctrinating them into the LGBTQ format. And I think that's really weird because I was in Mecha in high school and I didn't hear about any of that LGBTQ stuff, but they did try to brainwash me into thinking like, nah, this was our land. This is going to be our land again someday, Like we're going to take California back to Mexico. We're going
What
to
does this
take
have
all
to
of
do with
Hold on
California
one
and
second. One second.
Texas.
I got you. Uncle Jeff, what race you think do Arsenal?
Do what?
Arsenal.
Y'all
Arsenal.
know what
That's
that boy said. You know he from Georgia. Austin.
Arsenal.
arson. Arson, because arsenal means lots of weapons. So I didn't know if that's what
Right.
he. Oh, arson.
who is more inclined to be an arsonist?
Yes.
I'm gonna say Caucasian males between the ages of 19 and 40.
Okay, what about robbery?
What kind?
All. If we put all robbery under one umbrella, who you think do
You
the
put
most?
okay. I would say even per capita and national average, that would be it's either gonna be in this country it's gonna be Caucasian male.
What about aggressive assaults? Who you think the
Oh
most
no,
of them?
absolutely no question, Caucasian male.
Okay. What about when we also look up like theft by taking?
I don't know what you mean. Death by like strong arm robbery.
Mm-hmm.
Um, by mathematics, Caucasian males.
Okay. What about prostitution? Who you think? These white women out here selling their butt more than the black, or who you think doing that?
Oh, I with no question, professionally and on both sides of the fence is white girls.
What about drug abuse? Abuse.
Well, it depends upon how you look at it. If you want to look at the drug war, it's black people. If you want to look at the opium crisis, it's white people.
Shit,
I
you
don't know
you
why
might
we
be
keep trying to
black
say
might be
this.
white folks too. Shit, you ever
I
seen
just, I
Ring?
just honestly
Of
don't
Burma?
understand why we keep trying to say that black people is worse in this country than white folks.
And
Maybe
I need to.
maybe Uncle
How did
Jeff
I
could
do?
really, because Uncle
How did
Jeff
I
been
do
around
on
for.
the test?
Let me set it. So Uncle
100%.
Jeff, hold
Oh,
on,
okay.
E. So Uncle Jeff been around for a long time. He's seen a
His
lot
math
of.
degree ain't worth shit though. Don't trust
Hold on.
that shit.
Hold on, Uncle Jeff been around for a lot of different generations. He's seen a lot of
Sure.
different white. Especially he been on tours and things of that nature. He been around powerful people. He been around the low level people. He been around a lot of folks. Now, my question to Uncle Jeff, by
Been around the
your
block.
estimation, who are the most violent people in America?
In America,
Slap the
just
taste out of your
America.
mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Ugh. Goddamn, somebody planned on being violent with you, Uncle Jeff. It's that bye, old man.
Dang. Well, at least I got my questions in.
Damn. It's $20 to bring back Uncle Jeff. Also, let me
But
welcome you to the show. For the first time, I never got a chance to speak to this man before. Welcome to the show, SKC. Good day. What is your thoughts?
Yeah, I just had a question. Where are the safest areas in America?
Rich black neighborhoods.
like DeSoto. Yo, you must be really trolling the coons today. You got SKC to come out. What up, SKC?
The rich black neighborhoods, the safest place for you to do it.
Really?
Absolutely.
Would you be willing to just put it in the backlink, just a share of that information? Because everything that I see does not show any black neighborhoods.
So if you
DeSoto, Texas is definitely one of them. I would definitely. I stayed at
Now,
Cedar Hill, DeSoto,
well, Pastor,
Duncanville,
Pastor, what I'm saying
PG
is
County.
what I'm saying is when we look up the safest areas in the United States, those areas do not come up.
Not even PG County. I knew once you said PG County, I knew you was full of shit. Niggas in PG County don't even like PG County no
So
more.
if they don't come up, Pastor, and if some other areas come up that are not primarily black areas, what is that telling us?
Well, the problem is
Let
there's
me
something
I
that
answer it.
tells us there's
I
something wrong with the
answer it.
search
Hold on.
engine
What
because
it means is that it's not safe for your black ass. Because when they put up the safest neighborhood, that's for the majority demographic. So like just like how they'll put you in the suburbs and say this is a safe place, guess what? Also in that suburb is a damn serial killer. Also in that suburb is the person that's shooting up the goddamn school. Also in that suburb is the person that's shooting up the church. Because like one thing that these black conservatives
then
never
it
want
wouldn't
to
be
talk
safe
about, that
then, right?
majority of these people that's doing all the crimes, they come from 2-family households. They come from the damn suburbs. They don't come from no projects.
Then by definition, it wouldn't be a safe area then, right?
No, it's oh my God. It would not be safe for you. No, absolutely not.
Well, earlier you guys stated that these white people did the most crimes.
So I'm wondering if they do the most crimes, then why are their areas
Because
typically the safest?
you only want to take the safest. The worstest places to stay is white people areas too. Like if we turn this whole thing that where's the worst place for people to live?
Bro, your
I
mic
don't
just
know. His
disrespected
mic
you.
crazy.
Stop
Yeah.
touching stuff while you talk, bro.
The
So
worst place to live is in a white trailer park. That's the worst. The worst place in
By
America to live is in Southern Ohio or in Appalachia in a trailer
by
park.
by crime statistics?
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
what are you
standard of
listening
living.
on?
I'm talking about standard of living. Standard of
No, no,
living.
no, no. Well, why'd you go from standard to living? We were talking about crime.
Well, crime. No, no. So crime is part of standard. So it's more than
Oh,
just crime. Crime
okay.
is part of standard of living. It's part of it. It's
But
part
but
of
we
it.
but we but we were talking about safety.
Okay,
So
so everything
safety
that
is also a part of standard of
hold on.
living.
So,
So economics,
mhm.
crime, safety, all that's part of standard of living. And I'm telling you, the worst standard of living is in these meth infested trailer parks throughout the Appalachia and Florida,
So
Ohio.
so
It's bad
where does the most crime take place?
in those areas. It just doesn't in those areas. I'm
right,
telling
so,
you, man.
hold on. So this is what he's trying to get at, right? So what he don't understand is that those trailer parks, they don't record their crime the way how normal people do. They have their
Oh,
own little they
oh,
have
they
their
don't
own
report
little
crime.
they have their own little bubble of people that they report their crime to. They don't go to the regular people. When something happens in the trailer park, the regular police ain't coming out.
no,
So the hood does it right the right way, but the trailer park does it. That's what you're
well,
telling
no, hold on. Let's if we're gonna use statistics, the worst place in America from a crime point of view to stay in America is New Mexico, and New Mexico got 1.8% black people. What are we talking about?
New Mexico is violent as hell.
No,
So you
no, no,
think
no,
it's
no,
the
no.
white folk in
Because
New
we
Mexico
want to
doing all
focus
that?
on the city. No, we want to focus on Chicago. If I pull
Okay.
up a state that have the most crime, it's New Mexico. And
Is that white folk in New
African
Mexico doing
Americans
all of
are
that?
1.8% of that population.
What's the other population in New Mexico?
Mexican. So it's Mexican.
me.
It's Mexican, white, and Indian, and they
It's
committing a
not
lot of
black.
crimes.
The point is, it's this lie. It's a lie out here saying that the worst places to live is with black folks. It's a lie.
Okay, so if that's a lie, then why do so many black people themselves state that they want to move out of the hood?
Well, what? Hello, hello.
That's an economic
I think
issue.
that
That's an economic argument.
hold on. I think that that's somewhat of a false argument, right? Like we do have an understanding that black folks have no problem hurting and taking out another black folk before they take out another race. Like we know that, right? We heard it. We heard each other faster, quicker than anybody else. And also to your point, black people when they do crime, they do it in-house, like they do it within their community more than I would say other races or groups. They go outside, they go to other counties and other states to commit crimes. That's why we see high speed chase and all those things.
And they're alone. And also, if we want to go to the highest homicide rate, Mississippi, well, a whole bunch of white folks at. I don't know why y'all keep trying to say like these white
Whoa.
folks in
No,
Mississippi.
Jackson do help that shit out a little bit.
Now that I do know
Jackson
a
helped
little
that
bit
shit out a
about.
little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, Pastor. Now that I do know a little bit about because I've written about it. And if you take Jackson, Mississippi off of the map, that is the majority of your homicides in the entire state of Mississippi.
Did you really just imply that the high crime in the state of Mississippi is because of black criminality? Like it's a bunch of white. I mean, it's because of white criminality. Like it's a bunch of white boys with Dracos. Like white people shot up young Dolph
No,
the
Why
first
yeah,
y'all
and the
keep
second time.
pinpointing these? Why y'all keep pinpointing these single things when
Exactly.
literally,
If it was a
lit-
single thing, Trump wouldn't be there.
all right, so why he's in Portland?
Because Jackson helped, but Jackson is
Hold
not the
on, hold on.
totality of
Why did he go to Portland?
because of
Portland
Antifa.
is a different issue. That's a completely
No, he
different
is
issue.
going to
Those are white
Portland.
boys.
He is going to
Those are
Portland.
little
He
white
is going
boys,
to
though.
Portland.
Who's
Right?
He
Those
is
are
going to
little white
Portland
boys,
because they
though.
should go to Portland because Portland is
who is
infested
in
with
Portland?
drugs and
What crazy part
white criminality.
and I'm in Washington. You telling me that you rather stay in Portland than in the hood? I'm telling you, you might want to move to the hood.
White criminality is super high in Portland. Antifa, that they what nigga? Please, Antifa worse than the Crips and the Bloods. They're a worldwide organization.
But the crazy part about it, Hood Sutter just tried to say that black people got more guns and these Dracos than white people. That's a crazy statement.
Yo,
Wait,
Antifa made a documentary about getting armed. It was called
wait.
The Lift. It was called Arming the Lift. And it was literally Antifa getting guns.
And I
Well,
never
well,
implied anything like
oh,
that.
wait,
I
wait.
never said anything like that.
Hold on, real quick. Mr. Williams, he
Yes,
stated
sir.
you live in Washington State,
Yes, sir.
a state that has less than 5% black people.
Yes.
Interesting.
Tacoma.
Why are you doing that, dog?
No,
That's a stronghold. That's a stronghold.
no. Because the crazy part of what he's saying, I live in Tacoma, which is majority of the black people live at. What are we talking about? So you want to look at the whole state, but I live in Tacoma where the majority of the black people live.
Well, I'm just going by the same standards that you brought up. You brought up states. You're the one that brought up New Mexico. You're the one that brought up Mississippi. I'm looking at your state of Washington, a state that has less than 5% black people.
So the point,
I bet it's pretty safe there.
No, but
And
he
good
lives
schools.
around the black people, though.
I bet you the customer service in Washington State is excellent.
Hold
I
on,
bet
so
you.
hold on. So this is the problem that we keep having, right? You brought what's the worst place to live in America. He gave you that. And then now you're trying to conflate that with where he lives. And it'll have nothing to do with the conversation with that. The worst place to live in America, crime-wise, is New Mexico, where it ain't no black folks there. Simple
No,
and
we're
plain.
agreeing that he lives in a nice place that has like less than
Right,
5% black people.
So again, so this way where you just trying to be obtuse, I don't know what the problem is, but yes, he lives in Washington State where it's not a majority of black folks, but he also lives in a part of Washington where majority of black folks live at. So he live around black folks. So again, y'all are not making sense. Y'all just saying things. And this is a problem that y'all have because every time we are just put for some reason you want to hold on to white zaddy nuts so badly, and I don't understand. I'm trying to get some understanding about it.
Where does all
that go?
Y'all cannot talk to the topic. Y'all just keep asking questions and throwing out bullshit stats that don't have anything to do with anything, just so you can say that black people are worse than the worst people in America, where it's just not true.
Well, and that's interesting. I would like to follow your conversation in that, but I'm just curious: is when you state the changing of the conversation and bringing up all the alternative things and so forth and statistics, I just wonder, why does gay sex always enter into your mind when you're making counter arguments?
Because he keep his bussy stretched. He's always
I'm just
ready.
wondering why does that keep coming up?
We can't hear you, Sharon.
Yeah, he
what
went out.
keeps coming up? I don't understand. What's keep coming up?
All of these references to like gay activity. Why does that keep coming up in the conversation?
Because he believed that he's gay.
So
I mean, I can understand anybody making their arguments on whatever side of the situation or position that they're holding. I'm just wondering, why does
he's not making random gay
homosexuality keep coming?
He's not making random gay comments. He's saying gay comments to a person. It's a difference.
I know, but what does any of that have to do with the conversation as a whole?
Because he believes he's gay.
Hey, Sharon.
Afro Nerd, DJ, sir, how you doing?
I'm all right, man. I'm coming in late. I heard about stats, crime, Negroes out of pocket, whatever the topic is. So I did a quick search. No one ever seems to want to Google any of this stuff to really get at the issue, to really get into what's going on. So I'm going to keep it really brief. I just simply go to the AI, all right, because it's going to be running our lives in the next 5 years. So I think what it says is pretty interesting, right? So I said, just bear with me, and I'll run it down. It says, can you give an assessment of what would be considered white crime in North America? We know how the media depicts urban, black and brown criminality, but what would be the stats for white crime and the regions, the states, the cities of occurrence? So it says it's a sharp question, and it goes straight into how crime, race, and media representation interact. In the US and Canada, crime is racialized in perception, but in raw data, white Americans and Canadians also commit the majority of crimes, especially in areas where they are the majority population. The urban black criminality narrative often obscures this. Then it goes into, in 2021, FBI crime reports. Almost 70% of all arrests are white people. 26% are black people, right? It also notes that the crime reports include Hispanic and Latino under white. Then it says types of crimes with high white arrest rates. Drug-related offenses. It says whites make up the majority of drug users and arrestees, pardon me. It says blacks are disproportionately incarcerated. It does say that. But when you start getting into the DUI, the property crimes, the sex crimes, mass shootings, and school shootings, almost all of it is white and rural perpetrators, suburban and rural, right? So it says urban is often associated with black and brown communities, but that's more media and more media representation more than actual stuff. It starts going into rural South, Midwest, Appalachia, Midwest, and suburban America. So we got to get into
have fun with this AI.
Well, wait a minute. So if the AI comes back and spits out this data and it doesn't come out to your liking, we know black we know that black crime is an issue. We know that it is intraracial, right? But we also know that the majority of black folks are not really committing crimes. And we're still talking about less than 1% of the black population is actually incarcerated or involved in crime. 99% of people, many black people are going to work, going about their affairs.
Mm-hmm.
The media presents this. You see one or two flashes of wild for the night. I'm not here to excuse that. I've seen some heinous stuff that some black people are doing, but we talk about the blackness of it, or the media presents the blackness of it, or the image of it. But we're not talking about what happened in Michigan. We're not talking about the North Carolina restaurant.
North Carolina, a damn float by.
We're normally a float by, exactly. We've normalized that their whiteness is never at play.
I would like to counter what Afro Nerd is stating. I love the idea of using AI. It's a great tool, and I'm actually appreciative that you even brought that into the conversation. But are you pretty familiar with using AI, Afro Nerd?
Yeah, I'm familiar with AI. We're going to all be familiar with AI at some point. If we can accept the algorithm for calculators, which we've been doing for about 50 years, we're going to have to accept this algorithm.
Right.
AI
So then you would obviously know that using AI, I mean, it's only as good as the prompt that's given. So it's garbage in, garbage out. Anybody can type into AI context framing. AI is going to give a mirror of the intention of the prompt. So I'm curious. So I'm curious about which prompt that you inserted into your AI.
You trying to lower the IQ of Afro Nerd's search?
I'm not. I'm not.
Searchability.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
yes,
not.
you
I'm
are.
asking.
He's not smart enough to search AI?
No, I'm not. I'm asking.
Yes, you did.
No, I'm not.
I read the prompt. First of all, a couple of things. I read the prompt. I'll read it again. Can you give an assessment? The prompt was, can you give an assessment of what would be considered white crime in North America? We know how the media depicts urban, black, and brown criminality, but what would be the stats for white crime and the regions, the states, the cities of occurrence? That was my prompt.
Okay, yeah, send that to me if you don't mind. Just copy paste it, put it in the back chat.
Okay, I'll send everything, right?
Yeah.
But I'm also aware. This is not AI. This is what I know to be true. Is that again? I think there's under 3 million people incarcerated in the United States. Like we have the highest incarceration rate globally. But even then, we're talking about 3 million versus almost what 365 million,
Yeah,
right?
this
And
is
then
something,
what it the difference is how do you assess criminality as being a quote unquote black thing, even if you use the term pro rata, right, with blacks and their population, you're still talking about in raw numbers less than 1%, perhaps 0.5% as far as the amount of black folks. There's almost 40 million black people.
Mm-hmm.
There might be 600,000 black folks in prisons and jails collectively.
Right.
So how do you compare 600,000 people to 40 million?
Oh, easy.
So when we know that as far as the pro rata share, how you measure up with your population is that issue. I get that, right? But when you still talk about the amount of people, you still talk about 99% of black folks are not in any kind of trouble or criminality. And yet we still have this imagery. That's what has to be put out there. Matter of fact, what's really happening is if you keep on focusing on black dysfunction, you don't have to look at white folks stealing from you. When Elizabeth Smart and her daddy, Elizabeth Smart, took almost $1 billion with some phony technology, right? I think she's serving time in some kind of cushy jail now. Her father was also a VP of Enron. He was a thief. We never look at white thieves. We're more concerned about Dine and Dash in Chicago and Negroes having an episode in Popeyes versus white folks grifting millions, if not billions of dollars.
Right. And
why don't we have keep that same energy with white dysfunction?
Right. And I can, but I just have a question.
But we don't. You can, but we don't. That's the issue. The media is not doing that. If the media put the energy, I would suggest you even go to.
You just did two things. You said you can, but we don't. I'm only one person, so I'm only speaking in the singular. So what I'm asking you is when you state yes, there may be I'm just using your statistics that you gave. 99% of black folks that aren't doing anything wrong, 1% that are doing horrific things. Okay. That's fine. But if you have a family, let's say a family of 5, and one person is doing horrific things in that family, if the family acts as if nothing is going wrong and says nothing about it, how is the rest of the neighborhood going to look at that family?
What?
I don't really. I get where you're going on that.
Oh, okay. I know.
Why did that short circuit everybody? Like I heard a what?
It
I heard
didn't.
a stutter and a stumble.
They got one bad child.
Because it was anecdotal.
Hold on,
because it was
you
anecdotal.
said the neighborhood, right?
It's not anecdotal.
So let's say it's a neighborhood. Let's say it's a neighborhood of 40 people, and you say you got that one family of 5, but it's a neighborhood of, let's say, 40 people, right? They got
and you got the family of 5. One in their family is shooting and killing people. What is the rest of the neighborhood going? What is the rest of the neighborhood going to think about that family if the family is acting like everything is normal?
That doesn't really make sense. I said what because your analogy doesn't make sense, right? I think it was Afro Nerd who said 1% of black people, right? And so now you're saying
speaking to Afro Nerd, I was waiting for his reply.
Right, but I'm telling you how what you said was stupid as fuck. So
okay, well, let's see if Afro Nerd can figure it out.
No. And so you're talking about the rest of the neighborhood looking at this one family, right? Crazy. But that doesn't make sense because everybody else in the neighborhood got their own family member that's doing foul shit too.
I didn't know he needed help.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just telling you what you said.
And you're extending upon things that I never stated.
He even respond to something that's stupid and does not make sense?
Well, allow him to
No,
speak.
You don't know.
How about that?
I'm telling you, it don't make sense.
Okay, so this is one of those mama things. Your Afro Nerd, you need a mama to speak to you.
Is he on timeout?
If I was your mama, you'd be a lot better off. If I was your mama.
Oh,
is Afro Nerd on timeout right now?
That's what
is he on punishment or something?
I would never
let me understand.
Into existence.
I asked the question. Let me
understand. So let me understand. So when Pastor was talking, you didn't have no problem with it.
No, I thought that was Afro Nerd that was responding.
Boy, if you don't,
Now you playing crazy.
Stupid crazy, stone crazy.
I can try
Now
to
you
answer
playing
this
crazy.
question. I
All right, there
guess
you
Oh,
go.
there
There you
he
go,
is.
Afro
There he
nerd.
is.
now I just let you guys fly. I'm not going to interrupt you. What I'm saying is, I think you're asking an anecdotal question. You're asking about an individual family and their dysfunction, right? My concern is about if we are going to address Black dysfunction, we got to go into the image. I can't help people individually like that. I'm talking about moving culture, moving
All
image,
right,
because
right. But if you're
because perception is reality. We heard that term before.
and it
Perception
begins
is reality.
and perception begins at an individual level.
Yes and no. That's not really. That's not.
Person by person, family by family. And if we can't handle something simple as, in an analogy, a family not being able to say, this is wrong, we need to fix it internally so that we are not looked at crazy by our neighbors. If Black people can't get that little simple thing like that, then talking about massive image and culture and all of that junk and looking at on media and crap, that doesn't mean a hill of crap if you can't fix what's going on in your own four walls.
I think we've done that though. I think
So
we've
you
done
concerned
that.
about the white gays. He concerned about
You
the
think
white
we've
gays.
done that?
Meanwhile,
Amazing.
we draw what
I'm
you
not
say
worried
out to
about
its logical
where's the
conclusion.
white gays in
Crackers
somebody's
need
own
to be over there
household.
checking
Where
their
is the white gays in somebody's own household?
checking their family member too. So if that's the case, and if perception was such a big
Where
deal,
is the
then
white
y'all would have
gays
a
in
negative
somebody's
perception of
own
these people from a
household?
long time ago. But you niggas never do, right?
All
Regardless
right,
of
so
what they do,
see,
you
there we
still
go.
put them on the pedestal and act like they God.
How are you putting anybody on a pedestal if you're trying to handle things in-house?
Because you're
oh
worried
my
about
goodness,
them, how they're going to look at you. You're not worried about the
I'm not
safety
worried
of
about
the
anybody.
family. You
I'm
gotta
not
tell
worried
me how
about it
they gonna look at
outside.
us. How is the person
Afro
in the
nerd is talking
neighborhood going
about
to
the
look at us?
the
What you
bigger
said.
picture. I'm talking about
Yeah.
internally within
How is
someone's
the
own
rest of the
family.
neighborhood going to
okay,
look at
hold on,
that
SKC.
family? You are
Let somebody finish
concerned.
your thought, please.
He's
I can kind
concerned
of
about
explain where I was going
Hold
with
on,
it, right, for a
that
second.
is what
let
he's
me read a
concerned
few of these
about.
super chats if you don't
Get
mind.
that Skrilla.
Diva,
Okay.
are you driving, Diva?
No, I'm here.
Okay, got it.
True hype, $2. At what frequency does twerking happen versus mooning? They're not even the same. All right. The CKJ3 for $2. Robert E. Lee lost the war and got a statue.
Mm.
Robin M, $5. Sharon, have you heard this before? It's a song by an artist called Forgiato Blow Good
Oh
versus
yeah,
Evil. Look it up.
it's ill. It's ill. It's a lynching, an ode to lynching.
Big time, sir. Big time, $5. That stupid hood rat said blacks are not violent, but all black prisoners are in prison because of early childhood Ritalin uses. You are an idiot because I never said any of that, you stupid motherfucker. See Rich, $5. Don't let hood conservative walk behind you, Sharon. Damn.
Sharon,
Breaking it.
that
As
that
hell.
good versus evil should be looked at because that's a cat. The irony is it's a white country rapper, so he's using a black art form to talk about lynching. I think it was kind of sort of in response to what happened to that girl that was stabbed up on the train. So he's talking about using terms like sundown. Sundown is repeated in the chorus, and it's older, hanging people. It is what it is.
Okay.
But he's rapping and doing it. I think that's kind of crazy.
Okay. Let me also welcome into the show, John Goat. Good day, John Goat. What is your thoughts?
Oh man, I'm just listening. Just catching what y'all catching up what y'all
Well,
talking
what
about
we're
here.
talking about right now, John, is how the crime, about like 67% of crime committed in America is done by a certain group, and people are afraid to say that what group that is.
What group is that?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't keep up with the crime statistics. So you tell me.
Well,
Come on, John.
that group that commits 67% of crime in America are Caucasian men.
Okay. I mean, I've heard you say something similar to that. So yeah, I'm not surprised.
You heard me say something similar to the truth before.
That's
Okay. What's your
I
thoughts
heard
on the
you say
truth?
something similar. Man, I think it's a what is it? Qualitative versus quantitative. a lot of the crimes that the blacks are doing, I don't know what the numbers are, but it's high quality crimes. You know, it's driving down property values or driving people to not want to live
Really
around other
driving
blacks
down
and stuff like that.
property values. Do you actually know what do you believe that? So the real thing that drives down
Home
property
ownership.
value is really corporations that buy up properties and let them go to rot.
Well,
That's what
Why
actually,
would
home
they do
ownership.
that?
that's what
Actually,
brings
home
down. So
ownership.
what they do is, so since I'm in the game and I understand how this game is played. So what they do, they go ahead and buy commercial properties and buy these houses, and then they use it as a tax write-off, saying that it is a distressed property. And so they just keep it there, and the government can't do nothing to make them sell this distressed property. So they keep it and they use it as a tax write-off because they make it so much money. They also do it to commercial things as well. This is how they create food deserts. They buy a big commercial property, and now all of a sudden you just see a bunch of strip malls, right? I'm pretty sure you can look it up. There's a bunch of strip malls that are not being used. It ain't because America ain't shopping and all that. It's because it is a tax write-off for somebody, and they create food deserts in neighborhoods, and they also create these goddamn these rundown houses that are abandoned. They are not really abandoned. They are bought by corporations when you look into the neighborhoods, and they're very difficult to buy from that corporation. So again, people believe the propaganda instead of doing some research.
But I do think
So
home
now,
So you
ownership.
think
now that you know this new information, what do you think about the 67% crimes are committed here in America that are done by Caucasian males?
That's the thing. It's a different kind of crime. You know, they do financial crimes. They do things like that.
Okay, what
By
other
and
crimes
large,
they do? So they
you
do
know, all kind of
financial
white collar
crimes.
crimes. I mean,
So
that's
you're
going to be.
concerned.
They
All right.
do. They don't get me wrong. They do murder and stuff like that too.
Okay,
But I
so
They
think
do
your
a lot of
concern is more
SA.
about. Hold on. So your concern is more about like violent crimes, like what SA crimes, like those type of crimes.
I mean, if you get
I'm
into the
asking. I'm
argument,
asking you. So I want to get some understanding. So you more concerned about like crimes like SA?
I'm probably more concerned about like random street. I mean, I'm not concerned about it, but you know, people that are concerned about it gonna be
Okay.
concerned
What
about more
about
like random
kidnapping?
street.
So since you worry about
Oh,
street
that's kind
crime,
of random street crime. That's kind of random street crime. Some woman's
so
walking down the street, she gets snatched. You know, and
okay.
taken
So yeah.
somewhere.
So kidnapping. Okay. So kidnapping. That's a random street crime. So you don't think SA is a random street crime? Somebody's walking down the street
Yeah,
and they.
yeah. I mean, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that is
Yeah,
that is one.
yeah. I put that
Okay.
one in there. Yeah, I put that one in there.
Okay. So guess who's the leader of those?
I don't know, but I'm assuming
Oh,
it must be a white guy.
that is a Caucasian male.
You don't hear me argue for any leniency to
So
it.
no, my question is to you because you said you are more concerned about those type of crimes. And so now that you are concerned about those crimes and the people that commit those crimes on a far larger scale are Caucasian males, what is your thought on that now that you know that the crime that you're concerned about is done by Caucasian males?
Well, I want them to be put in prison or adjudicated. I think in the inner cities where I live, a lot of the people that commit the crime are juveniles, and the people have a problem with that because the juveniles can't necessarily be dealt with. They're kind of in the zone where you can't put them in adult prison, and you can't really punish them effectively by putting them in juvenile facilities. So that seems to be the problem there. If a white man does something, any man does something above adult age, he's going to be dealt with. I think what we have a problem is how do you deal with children committing crime? That's what you see in a lot of inner cities.
So you don't want to talk about how Caucasian males are the main ones.
Sure, we can talk about it. Sure, we can talk about it. But if they commit the crime, are they going to prison? That would be the bigger problem if they're not going to prison for the crime.
Well, yeah, they are 60% of the jail population.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? That's what you want, right? You know, if they commit crime, they go to jail.
So yeah, so we're having a
Right.
conversation about the most violent people in America. That's the conversation today, right now. We are talking about the elephant in the room, and that is the elephant in the room that most people are afraid to have a conversation about for some strange reason. Whenever we just talk about the true numbers and the true statistics of the crimes that is committed in America, for some reason people try to run away from that and bring it to some kind of black crime statistics like we are committing majority of crimes in America, where we are not. Matter of fact, the crimes that we are committing is probably roughly around like 2% altogether. Because we 40 million black folks, and only about like 2% of black folks are criminals. So why even have
Past
a
the 40
conversation?
million.
So why even have a conversation that black people are criminals?
By that numbers, just by listening to them, it sounds like the numbers will say that we're underrepresented in crime. You say if we're like 2% and we're
Right,
12,
40 million
13%.
compared to like we probably got like 300,000 in prison, something like that.
I don't know, but I just heard you say something like 2%, and
Right, because it's 40 million black people,
right.
and altogether it's about like 600,000 people that are locked up in prison right now. And out of that 600,000, we make up somewhere around like 40 something percent, 30 something percent. So we can give it a say that's maybe 300,000 black folks that is arrested and locked up, and 300,000 compared to 40 million. Is that even a conversation?
I think
I think
that
so.
logic,
Yes, it is. Yes.
by that logic,
Okay,
he's
go
saying
ahead,
he's saying we're underrepresented in prison, so that would be a big good thing, right?
you
We
tell
got
me.
less niggas. Yeah, we
I'm
got less.
asking you, what's your thoughts? I'm asking. Yeah, I'm trying to have the conversation of how does that make sense, right? Like, God, what's your thoughts? Yeah.
Me,
Yeah.
I didn't know those numbers, but if that is the case, then it's a good thing that if we're underrepresented in crime. I didn't know that though, but I didn't know what the stats were.
Right, because I mean, most people believe the propaganda that is going against black folks. They think that we are the most violent human beings in America. Well, it's just not true. I think Diva might know this. About how many black countries are there in the world? Roughly like 70. What you think,
I don't
Diva?
know, but let me Google it.
Right, I think it's roughly about like 70 something black countries.
Well, I think
in the
there's
world.
54
But I
African.
don't want
I
to
think there's
skip over
54
the
African
fact that you
countries.
54
said
African, right?
Yeah,
It's at
but
least
Something
you
like
got the
that.
Caribbean, you got
yeah.
other places too. So
Right. So I think it's roughly around like 70 African, right?
All right.
And while Diva is Googling, I wonder out of those 70, how many of those countries went across to other countries and tried to kidnap people and kidnap them and take their women and take their whole country. I wonder how many of those 70 countries have done that in history.
not a lot, but
All of
it's
them.
happened. It's happened
Be
against
careful.
them.
Be careful,
All,
Sharon. They're
all,
gonna call you.
all,
They'll call you a
all,
victim. You know, when you
all
Hold
of
mention
on,
data, when you mention history and data, you're sassy and you're a victim.
but
I'm
hold on,
learning.
but
I'm
check
learning
this
how. I'm
though.
learning how the new minstrel, the new
But
Negro,
Sharon,
how
you
they
did
operate.
say
Don't mention facts
that
now.
300. Hold on, you said 323,000 people aren't a real issue and not to be worried about. I disagree with that. Now I do
Okay.
disagree with that.
yeah,
Now
all,
they may be
all,
40 million black people, but
Mhm.
323,000 committing crimes is something too. I think do do look at.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sharon, Sharon, I think that honestly, I deal with a lot of black crime and shit like that. And
You said what?
I deal with a lot of black crime and things like that in my business now.
Do you
uh-oh.
do a lot of black crime or you just deal with a lot of crime?
Well, typically it's black crime,
Do you
it is
live
what it
around
is.
black people?
Yeah, hell yeah, all my
So then
neighbors are black.
that's just crime. That's not black crime.
Okay, well, fair enough. But what I see, um, is that the crime is just, it's just random, it's haphazard. You can't make heads or tails of it. It's one thing if I go in the house and beat up my girlfriend and my wife. Okay, that counts. But a lot of times, I just had a 22-year-old girl beat up by 4 black men. She didn't call the police and didn't even show up.
So
So,
hold on. You said
so
you had a situation where one female beat up 4 black males.
no, 4 black men beat up a 22-year-old woman. I have it on my stream, so I'm not lying. And so that kind of
Hold on,
violence, like really,
hold on. You said it happened while you was live streaming.
no, she called me and I recorded it, the phone
Okay.
call of her talking about it. And one of the men was 50, one was like 37.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't call the police, so these did not show up on statistics anywhere. But it happened, you know. and it's going to affect her probably for a very long time. To see some random black men, multiple, attacking a black woman, um, those type of things. I'm not quite sure if they happen. I don't live around whites. I don't know people that live around whites. They can better say, but these types of things happen quite a bit in the black community, and I see a lot of blacks that um, have to pay up to try to move away from these things, and they sometimes even go into debt trying to get away.
Hey,
So you
John,
don't
So
believe?
you
So
said
let
they're
me get this
trying to
straight.
pay
So
up
I get
to.
it that crime happened, but I'm trying to understand why you try to correlate to say that white people don't do the same type of crime like that.
I don't know how the white people live. I never lived around white people, so they may. But what I can say is that if you're poor and black, which tends to be quite a few black people, we're not the richest people here. You can't really run away from it if you're poor. If you got money, you can move away from poor black people or violent people or people that might do these things. But if you're not poor, like the 22-year-old girl, she got to still live there around people that beat her up, and they live right behind her. That's kind of the thing. She can't afford to move away like some of the people on the panel can.
Hello,
I believe. Hey, what's up, Bob Cherry? Good day.
hey, Sharon. Hey, everybody on the panel. I love y'all. I just have one question, real quick, for the man who's talking while smoking. Like his lips was holding on to that sugar, that cancer stick while he was talking. Damn, that's some nigga shit right there. I ain't never seen that, since my grandmother died. Go ahead.
You want me to say about that?
Go ahead,
So,
Deep. I think you wanted to say something.
Oh no, I was just laughing. Go ahead.
All right. Well,
John,
also,
you said something about people moving away from the area, John. Uh, Where they, why did they want to move from the more black area? It seemed like they would
well,
be safer there, right?
well, if you had a daughter that was beaten up by 4 men, um, you're not going to be asking questions and looking at statistics. You just want to get your daughter the hell away from there. Um, where she goes from there, if you can afford to get her up out of there.
hold on 1 second. Welcome to the show. This is my first time seeing you, Bandit. Good day.
What's going on? I was just doing some math, okay? Just quick numbers. If we can assume that in America there's roughly 330 million people, okay? If you do 60% of that, and we'll say that's the white population, that would be 198 million. Now, if we assume that every person in jail is white, that'd be 3 million people, okay? The max percentage of that would be 1.51%. So the max it could ever be is 1.51% of white people being in jail. And we know that they don't make 100% of people in jail. So I'm just trying to understand the whole per capita and percentage thing, because like I'm trying to be fair here, because like the numbers you guys are throwing out there is making absolutely no sense.
Uh-oh.
So, what you are missing is that the crimes that are committed in America, right? 67% of it is committed by Caucasian white men.
Okay, you said you represent 40 million people as blacks by your numbers. There's
Okay.
198 million whites. That's 4 times, okay? And what we just talked about, if every person in jail was white, 3 million people,
But it's not.
that would be
So that's where you
1.1%,
pause right
1.5%.
there. Pause. That's where you're getting the numbers messed up, right? You are choosing it out of the whole population rather out of who is actually the criminals.
That's my whole point. I'm using the worst possible number. If every person in jail was white, that would be
It's
a
around.
max of
It's only around
1.5%.
600,000 people that's in jail, roughly.
600.
So
You're
that's
saying
what we're trying to get. This is what we're
600,000.
trying to
I
get.
was
This is
using
what we're
3
trying to
million.
get
It's
people
less
to
than
understand, that this whole black on black crime thing that people keep on trying to harp on, and gang violence and all this, it is not as serious as people are attempting to make it to be. It's just not a real problem.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to tell you the math. If you're telling me that there's 3 million people incarcerated right now,
I'm not telling you that.
what are you saying? What's the max people in
So
jail?
what I'm saying is, out of 100% of crime that is committed in America,
Yes.
okay, 67% of that is committed by male Caucasian people.
Okay, and I'm
So that's just those. That's just that. That's the stat.
Okay.
That's from the FBI. That's not me giving you the stat. That is the FBI.
and I'm saying 100%. Let's play ifs. The worst case scenario: every person
So
in
that
jail
would
is
be
white,
600,000 people. That would be So that'd be 600,000 out of your 198 million.
which is I was using 3 million, so that's a fifth of that. So you're looking at a 5 divided by 1.51. You're dealing with what, a quarter of a percent of all whites.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to say. That's if you look at per capita numbers, that's a quarter of max. And I'm saying everybody in jail is white. That's a quarter of a percent.
Okay.
Which is nothing. That's what, and
that's fine. So, but regardless of that, that might be a true statement what you're saying, and there's nothing wrong with that statement that you're saying when you look at the per capita. But still, with that per capita, we would have to say the most violent people in America is who?
No, I'm not saying per capita.
Okay,
I'm saying that.
but I'm saying with your stat, right? With what you were saying, who would be the most violent person in America?
Black people.
I'm just saying. You're saying.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you a question. Who
just tell them the truth, Bandit.
Who would be the most violent person in America?
It would have to be. It would have to be the violent. What do you consider groups? Are we talking gender? Are we? I'm trying to get specifics here.
Just tell them, Bandit.
Are we talking?
Hold on.
Men? Are we talking?
We don't need to help. Me and Bandit is having a good conversation. We're trying to get some understanding. There's no time to troll now. When
I'm not trying to
having it. I'm
not trying to troll here.
So Bandit is trying to have a real conversation. You want to have understanding. There's no time for whoever is trying to troll. It's not the time to troll. So Bandit. So what I'm saying is that regardless, like, so we go with the way how you put the premise. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that all I'm trying to have a conversation of who's the most violent person in America, so we could solve that problem. Because if we have a burning house and a leaky faucet, which one are you going to attack first?
I'm gonna figure out what is causing that house to be the leaky faucet. I don't care. The house is already leaking, okay? And
it's on fire.
And it's on fire. So
which one are you going to attack first?
I'm going to check the SSRIs. I'm going to do.
No, you're missing.
If we're worried about mass shootings, then we're going to have metal detectors in front of every building, so we can have. I mean, you really want to attack this?
Let's take it slow, Bandit. So Bandit, let's take it slow. So, what is more important to save the house, the fire or the leaky faucet?
Depend. In that analogy, is the house flooded, or is are you sleeping in the basement, or is the house burning? That's what I'm saying. Like
the house is on fire.
Okay,
what is more important to stop, the fire or the faucet? This is a very simple question.
Well, I'm trying to prove a point here. They're both the same
I don't want you to prove a point. I want you to answer the question. Which one is more important to attack, the fire or the faucet?
It would be
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Goddamn.
I was just gonna say it would be the damn fire. Like, oh my fucking god!
It says, goddamn, this one is harsh. It says, drop the cracker. Goddamn. So it is $20 to bring Bandit back. Anybody want to bring Bandit back? Is $20.
When you start
to focus on that, I did not drop that cracker, so that was not me this time.
It was not Diva. It was somebody else.
Yeah, it wasn't me either.
It may have been me, but who knows?
I think it was John Galt. John, was it you? Hey, John, why do you think it was so difficult for him to answer the question? John, what is more important to attack the fire or the leaky faucet?
The fire, clearly.
Why was that so difficult to answer, you think?
I'm not sure. I think you're trying to give a deeper explanation. Maybe you took him in a different direction there. I'm not sure. He can answer. He can answer. I'm not sure. To be honest, I wouldn't. Once y'all.
Let me try SKC. SKC. Why was your friend Bandit difficult? Why is it so difficult for him to answer the question about the fire or the leaky faucet? Which one was more important to put out to save the house?
I think he was trying to be too nice. It's obvious it was fire, but fire represents black. It's just that easy.
Okay, so now why would it represent the black?
And that's why he was having such a difficult chance trying to say it, because he didn't want to be rude.
Okay,
But
I understood
yeah,
that, but why
but
would
per
it
capita,
be?
he was just basically explaining per capita. That's what you guys were doing. You were comparing the total population by the population of prisoners, and when you do that, that's when you come up with per capita.
So,
The
but
the,
the
num- the
problem is,
number the number
if you
that's going
go
to
back
be higher is going to be for blacks
but
every
here's
single time.
the problem is your per capita only works with homicide rates. It don't work with any other crime.
No, we were talking about violent crime.
Rape is a violent crime, like
Yes,
molestation is violent.
yes. In all properties of violent crime, the black number is going to be higher.
Right. So this is what we're trying to get you to understand.
Yeah,
It's
that's not
not
true.
true. This is
Okay.
what we're trying to get you to understand. It's just not true.
Okay.
So when we come to kidnapping, you would consider that a violent crime, correct?
All violent crime, when you group it all
Okay.
together,
Right.
the black number is
okay,
going to
see,
come out
let's
higher.
walk it. So let's walk it down. Is
I've
kidnapping
already done the math. I
okay?
write about this.
Hold on. Would
Okay.
you consider
There's no walking that needs to be
hold
done.
on. Would you consider kidnapping a
All
violent
violent crime, all of the
right? So
categories of violent crime.
when you put all violent crime, who is the main contributor
I
of
just
that?
told you, the fire, black.
But that's not. But what you're saying is not true.
According to you.
The
No.
per
Okay.
capita argument is they're going to try to argue that it's a higher, like if you look at 13% of blacks, right?
No,
I
hold
And
on, Pastor. I
understand that
don't
math is
hold on.
difficult
So
for
hold on. No,
certain
no.
communities, but it is what it is.
Hold on.
but that does not make us the most violent
Please.
because
Hold on, please. When we talk about violent crimes, if the FBI say that a certain group commits it at a higher rate than any other group, what would you say to that?
Show me.
What would you say to it?
I would say, show me the numbers so
Right,
that I can
okay,
verify.
so when I
what
show you the
you're-
numbers and the numbers say whatever it's going to say, are you going to agree with those numbers?
I agree with those numbers. The data is the data.
Welcome to the show, Kulu. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, man, he's definitely wrong, because you can look up the FBI statistics when it comes to molestation, rape, all types of other violent crimes, and black people are very low in those areas. Like the only one they really talk about is murder, which we can debate, all day. But my main thing is when it comes to crime in America, uh, like we're kind of like the narrative has been shifted, man. I remember 10, 12 years ago, it was about poverty and how poverty, is a big factor to crime. But now it's been changed by the people in the mainstream media and influencers to where now they're trying to make it a race thing. Oh man, like it's a race thing or why you commit crime. It's a culture thing rather than it being a poverty thing. And I think that, like if we try this thought experiment, right? If you give everybody in America, right, a decent house, a decent car, right, decent food, right, will the crime still be what it was, or will it be way lower? And I think that it'll be way lower in every single area.
And let me welcome somebody into the show. Welcome to the show, Chaotic Truth Live. Good day, sir.
Good
I
day to
wanted
you,
to
man.
say
What's
something.
up? How you doing,
Okay,
man?
go ahead. Yeah, Bob Cherry, you can say what you got to say, and then we're going to bring in Chaotic Truth right in after you. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, I just wanted to say I know, like the people who are speaking about black committing more crimes or violent crimes, right? They haven't went and looked at the stats, because they do break up something. They got something they call violent crimes, and then they got rape and other things listed separately, although those are violent crimes. And if they do that for a particular reason, so it can look like blacks are committing the worst heinous crimes the most.
Right.
Okay.
I agree 100%. Welcome to the show, Chaotic Truth. What is your thoughts, sir?
Well, I just saw that you were live, and I only heard the last few minutes, but I can definitely catch the drift. Sharon, you blacks live in so much denial, and it's almost to the point now where it's just comedy listening to you people. Now, Bomb Cherry, I don't even, and I've talked to Bomb Cherry before. I'm almost willing to bet.
Respectfully, right? We respect each other.
Yeah,
So keep
of
it that
course.
way. Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, you know Bomb Cherry. I never disrespect you.
Okay.
Bomb Cherry lives around white folks. I'm almost willing to bet she don't live around no black population. I'm almost willing to bet most
How
blacks
much?
are like
How
this.
much one bet?
I only got
Let's do
$1
it.
to my name.
But damn.
But Sharon, we know that violence, every black person isn't committing an act of violence, but we do know that in given the situation, given the venue, an act of violence, you have a higher propensity for it at an event. For example, every year at Juneteenth. Now, Juneteenth is supposed to be a national day of remembering when the last Negroes were let out of slavery. As content creators for the past 3-4 years, we've all done shows and made predictions prior to Juneteenth and the day after Juneteenth, knowing that we're going to get at least a dozen people shot. Pow! This is supposed to be honoring your ancestors who were in chattel slavery illegally. Well, I don't think that even maybe the slave masters even knew at the time. 2 years after the fact. Every weekend at nightclubs, there are, I didn't even.
So, but CT,
I couldn't even finish. I
you're
knew it.
You're
I
almost
knew
there.
it.
I just wanted to ask one.
I'm not almost there. I'm not even 10% there, but go ahead.
I want to ask a clarifying question. So every time when we see a football game, a hockey game, a championship one, and the other team loses, and those folks that look a certain way starts us kicking and screaming and fighting, what are we gonna call that?
So
fuck up in 2024. Yo.
Damn, they done got them. They've been violent with you, Kenyatta. He cursing me out. It says, kick T off the panel. And then we also got drop that cracker lover, CT. God damn. So that's 45 on Chaotic Truth Head.
Great.
Hey, Sharon, can I say something about CT respectfully? So I've been banned. Someone paid a couple of shekels for me not to be on there for 6 months, doing what I did on your show, just giving out facts. So his show, to me, it's, if you ever seen that Daffy Duck meme when he's tap dancing, that's the AI right there. CT is the AI of Daffy Duck tap dancing.
Damn.
Because anytime you throw out statistics, anytime it's something positive, like, you know, I don't want to get into the diaspora wars with him, right? But we tend to go there. He has a problem with the FBA thing. He will wear a king of FBA hats when he has Nigerian ancestry. He will talk about black folks as if the black Americans haven't invented anything. And when you do first of all, many of us should already know what we've been able to accomplish. But when you just do a simple Google search or pick up a book, I have thousands of books, black books, on black information or just information. And when you talk to some of these people and they start rattling off doing make-believe that black folks haven't done anything. I just found out a few days ago that black man invented dry cleaning in New York. I didn't know that. So we invented dry cleaning, but he will say, in the same breath, you black folks don't create anything. You black folks don't create industry. And I'm like, wait, we got black billionaires. For black folks to be able to accomplish where we are right now, considering we came from slavery, Jim Crow, and sharecropping, to become all these things, it's amazing. But he will position black history, this is what he does daily, as if it's all make-believe. Emmett Till was make-believe. So he's a troll living under a Nigerian bridge, eating jollof. I'll stick to my cornbread and my black eyed peas. Thank you. I'm just saying. He needs to be straightened out. He also routinely has white racists that speak incorrectly, no accuracy, is just shuck and jive 24/7. That's it.
Wait,
taking them crackers'
hold on.
money. I'm sorry.
Hey, so I just want to let y'all know that is on the wrong channel, but we will honor it, I guess, Diva. We will honor it. It's on the wrong channel, but we're gonna honor it today just because I didn't end it on his side yet. So so hold
All
on,
right.
let me go ahead, Diva.
Atticus now, 50 pounds for XT. And hold on. He was on Chaotic was on Tariq. I heard it a couple days ago. Yeah, he went on Tariq Nasheed, what they call it, the Twitter spaces or whatever they call it. And first he was trying to lie and say he was FBA. But then like a guy who knew who he was called him out and said, and why you got that picture up there? That's not you. Anybody who know you look like Lou Rawls.
That's hilarious. Let me bring him back.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
Lou Rawls, everybody. Lou Rawls.
Can I
Go
finish?
ahead, sir.
Can I finish? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Atticus. Salute to you. Hey, thank you so much, Atticus, man. Positivity's coming your way, buddy. Guys, give
You
Atticus.
gotta sing it first. Say you'll never find. Don't.
Blum blum blum
Gerard,
blum.
can you shut this jigaboo ass up? Can you shut this
Lord.
jigaboo up, please? Okay. Hold on.
Okay, Lou Rawls.
Okay, hold on. Sharon, you mentioned hockey and football. They're not gunning each other down after games, bro. The whites aren't doing that after games. Yeah, they may fight, bro. Yeah, I mean, they've been drinking all day. Hey, man, my team's better than your team, you dumb son of a bitch. But that's where it really stops. Now, I didn't see some brutal fights. But generally speaking, you don't get shootouts. You are not expecting shootouts at hockey games, at football games, at baseball games, or after. Particularly regular season. Now, football regular season, you might get a whole bunch of fights. But generally, after a nice baseball game, regular season game, you ain't getting no fight. Hockey, they play too many games to fight all the time. Now, football, every inch counts. But we can expect on the most decorated and celebrated holiday in FBA history, you're gonna get. There was a shooting in Chicago, Juneteenth event. There was a shooting in Memphis. There's multiple homicides, bro, all over the country, bro. You guys are living in so much denial, bro. It is sickening, brother. The amount of violence that permeates in the Black community is so crazy that you Blacks move away the moment that you get money to move away. You don't want your kids in these Black ass inner city schools. A lot of people don't want to raise their kids in no Black ass community, bro. The fact of the matter is, I'm gonna lay my
What
plane.
about that Black community in that?
What about that Black community?
Yes, because you said one of them, so I want to know what about that beautiful Black community in Baltimore? I believe it's in Baltimore. Go ahead and talk from that. Go ahead.
The majority
Slap
of
the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It says drop them, and they need to pay you this time. They hit them with a 35 ball this time.
You'll never find.
Hey, Sarah, like that point you was talking about Black people moving out of the hood and ghettos, like basically what he was saying. How come they don't never talk about where are the 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom homes in those communities? Right? I guarantee you, like where the mansions at, where are the actual, so it's like they talk about it from a way, oh man, you want to move away because of crime and other Black people, but they don't talk about how just in those communities they don't have certain type of houses that when you have money that you want to buy and upgrade yourself to. But I guarantee you, if they did, people would be moving there. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, and they don't never talk about that.
Well, you're not going to get a mansion in the ghetto, but they have houses depending on what city you're in. It's not every not every place is the projects in Brooklyn. Some ghettos are just houses like other houses, bro.
They just
But
call
do
it the
you,
yeah.
but do you think if there's mansions or nice houses in the ghetto that you call it, that black people would move there and stay there?
Why would it be though? Listen to the question itself. That's not how that works, bro.
Sharon,
Yo,
can
hold
you
on.
tell
There
these
are
people
nice
about
Yo,
New
houses
York
in
yo,
the
real
can I,
estate?
ghetto.
yo, can I
Can you,
can I
Every house
chime
in the
in?
ghetto
people
ain't a
about New York
shotgun
real
house.
estate?
Hey, Sharon,
Every house in the
Sharon, can I
ghetto ain't a
chime in?
shotgun house either, though. It
Hey,
ain't.
Sharon,
I
can
mean,
I
I
chime
get you.
in, man? I won't say much. Yeah, I know probably as soon as I say something, people are gonna
Now
throw me
they
off.
are a lot of shotgun. There are a lot of shotgun houses in the hood, especially
But
down south. But there's some nice houses in the projects as well.
Absolutely, it is. Go ahead, John. Go.
yeah, I mean, the dude is talking about, if there were nicer houses, 5 bedroom houses, things like that. The reality of it is that the bigger the house you have, the more expensive it is to maintain. And you're talking about a population of people that don't have a lot of money, and now you want to lock on higher maintenance costs for big houses. It's probably not the direction you want to go. Uh, some of these people just need basic housing that they find safe enough to live. That's all they need. They don't need mansions. They
So
can afford mansions.
who's the majority of people that owns these multiple family homes in the hood? Is it black folks or is it a different race?
Probably
It's
other
a
people. I
whole
would
other
guess.
different
I don't
race.
know. Yeah, I don't
All
know,
right, so
but I
we
would guess.
know again. So we know who is keeping the neighborhood down. But for some reason, y'all don't understand that. It's like y'all don't understand
Well,
how this whole world actually works.
You
I'm
know,
not
They
sure if
Sharon,
those are.
they buy
I'm not sure if
Sharon,
those
property,
are white
and
people
they
though.
are the
Sharon,
ones.
Sharon, like if I could tell you a story, and I know people gonna put me down, so I better talk nice here. But before I even say that, man, I think you create an echo chamber by allowing people to put someone down that has a different point of view. Now you got everybody saying more or less the same thing, or tap dancing around saying something because they know they're gonna get put down. It's just my advice. But anyway, um, yeah, I think that a lot of this stuff, you're seeing is, again, like I bring up the 22-year-old girl beat up by a 50-year-old man. It's never gonna make the
So
news,
I
bro.
don't have no problem with it, but what I'm trying to tell you is this: if I start talking all the negative things about black folks, are you gonna come here and tell me about all the negative things that white folks do?
I don't know enough about white people. I don't live around white people.
You
Some
could just
some days
answer
I
the
go.
question. Yeah, you could just answer the question yes or no. If I had a show dedicated to talking about the negative things about the black community, would you come up here and tell me about white folks that's doing negative? Just to be a
I mean,
devil's
yeah,
advocate.
I sure. If you want me to come up, sure, I'll come up. Do one
No, I'm
tomorrow. I
saying,
would do it.
no, you missed what I'm asking.
Mm.
Would you just be a devil's advocate because I was talking down on black folks?
Say that. Say that one more time.
Would you just be a devil's advocate because I'm talking down on black folks?
I'm not quite sure your question here, but
Oh,
yeah, but well, I guess what I'm saying is that like I don't live around
Okay,
white
so
people.
what
I
I'm
don't
trying to
know
get
how.
you to
I don't know.
understand is that so if I'm having a conversation directed towards truth and honesty towards a certain group of people, why are you bringing up a different topic about black people when we are not having a conversation about black people right now?
What you asked me about which crime is different, and so I think you have to look at it a little bit deeper in that, as opposed to um, you can't just look at it and say, okay, quantitatively. I think you have to look at it qualitatively. For instance, Bernie Madoff committed financial crimes. He hurt a lot of people, but one person could shoot someone at a football game and psychologically damage a lot of people too. And so there's a difference to it.
Can I
Right.
respond?
So what I'm saying is that I have plenty of shows, right, where we talk about black folks, good, bad, and indifferent. I ain't never heard whenever if I'm talking down, I ain't never heard somebody come out. But white folks, they be doing a lot of this and that and the third. Actually, what I see is that majority of the black folks, especially the black conservative, they love to talk down on black folks because they get rewarded for talking down on black folks. You don't get, like, for example, this show, right? We can see that you don't get rewarded for talking the truth about white folks. You
I
don't get
mean,
rewarded for that. So we see the
if
black folks that are big conservatives. We see who they talking about and how they got big because they got the complexion for the protection to talk down on black folks, right? Because the protection works both ways, right? A lot of times we used to use that against white folks, saying that they have the complexion for the protection in job hunting and all these other things. But now black conservatives realize that they could get paid about talking down on black folks because they they cannot be considered racist because you are that. But in reality, they are that because the moment that they talk down on a white situation, like how we've been seeing for the past month, how many of they people have been on the screen doing negative things, nobody want to talk down on it. They say, oh, he came from a good family. They were some good old Republicans. He just had a little mishap because the leftists made him go crazy because they brainwashed him. When they have no
argue that's more true for the other side, though.
And all I'm saying
listen.
is that why, when we're having a conversation about just, hey, this is one thing that they do that's bad. It's okay. They do everything else great. Let's all just say that, right? They the greatest politicians, lawyers, blah, whatever the case is. But there's one thing that they do wrong, which is crime. For some reason, y'all just cannot have a conversation about it.
I mean, I think
and what they do, like John gave an example of the shooting, right? But he says the white people, they do white collar crimes, and yet they go into jail all the time for doing the most disturbing shit. They end up murdering their whole families, their wives, their husbands, their children. The last murder that I just heard about, when a man went to jail, they wanted to give him the death penalty, but they just gave him life, right? Because he played out. Because he was his girlfriend. He was living with his girlfriend and her daughter, and he ended up murking her, right? Getting rid of her, acting like he took her to school. She come up missing. Come to find out, they find pictures of him since she was 5 years old when he was doing her as a 5-year-old baby, right? And it's all in his photos. Y'all ain't gonna talk about that type of shit. You ain't gonna talk about that. Yeah, I know.
John, I'll say this.
How does that help the black community, though? Because you guys keep saying that as
We're not talking about helping the black community.
You just want to gossip, though.
The lies.
So you just want to gossip. You just want to gossip then.
Okay, but that's what y'all want to do, right? When you want to talk, how you helping blacks by sitting up here talking and spreading lies. Because they put that in us, right? They told us we the worst. They told us this. They told us we ain't founded nothing. We ain't create nothing. We ain't good for nothing. We just criminals. And then you want to sit up here and repeat it. How that help?
On what Bomb Cherry's talking about, John and Hoodservative, what I want to ask you two gentlemen is, why is that black dysfunction is the only game in town? That's the question you need to be asking. See, my problem is I'm not disputing black dysfunction, but it seems like it's very convenient that black dysfunction is the only game in town. When they use the term pro rata, it's never talking about, I'm sorry, per capita. When they don't talk about per capita, there's also a per capita to white crime. See, that's what we don't talk about that. We have to be more forceful about that. White majority crimes that are per capita, if you're going to use that per capita term, DUIs, drug use, SAs, mass shootings seem to be racialized. But anytime it's about race, it's the black man. But we clearly see the white man in Washington that murked his family. They found his remains. Happened in North Carolina. We saw the school shootings in Minnesota, Michigan. We're seeing a rash of mass killings.
You know, a good chunk of those white crimes are domestic violence, basically.
Hold on. I know when it starts getting hot, you want to interrupt. What I'm saying is, keep that same energy about per capita when it's on the other side. Per capita does not equal black. Per capita also to other ethnicities that we clearly see. We are seeing a tendency of a certain type of young white male, but it is never racialized that way. When it's your black ass, it's a different story. Why is that?
Are you using per capita as some type of slur now? What are you even saying? I don't even understand what you mean.
And it's always babble when I'm giving you stats. I told you very clearly. I'm quite articulate, conservative. What I said to you was per capita, as the late Charlie Kirk would use, he used that term quite a bit, only about black-ish. There's also a per capita. Per capita is not solely connected to blacks. There are per capita issues with white criminality. How come we don't?
You do. You think per capita is a racial slur. You think per capita is a racial slur, don't you?
I think no. I'm going by media. The media will. Well, your president showed a picture of the Ukrainian victim with a black man on. That's we've seen that since Reagan. We've seen. Don't pretend that black males specifically haven't been racialized with crime. But we also know that you can look at the payouts from the Catholic Church. Who's doing those crimes? See, what I'm saying is, if you're going to racialize something, we clearly see per capita used as a cudgel for black dysfunction. Why don't we see the same energy when we clearly see a racialized component for certain crimes that white males are doing? Keep that same energy.
So you think it's like a racist concept? You think per capita itself is a racist concept?
How it is used in the media, yes. Are we going to lie about that?
So per capita is racism. Okay, interesting.
No, that's not what I said. You're doing a juggle rhythm. I told you that how the media is using it. The media has used black folks. You look at the New York Times, the progressive New York Times 50 years ago used to refer to black people in slurs in articles. So let's not pretend that the media is
Well, you don't
kind.
have a math degree, do you? You don't have a math degree, do you? Because the other guy had a math degree and he sounded retarded.
Okay, so what are we doing now? We're doing, what is this kind of weird game we're doing right now? Every time I start putting out the facts, I see the tap dance shoes coming out. I'm giving you, we can look this stuff up, but I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not talking anecdotally. I'm not cracking jokes. I simply said, if we're going to racialize the way the media has done this with black male criminality, there's also a per capita argument for white male criminality. And you as a black man, or any man, I won't even put your race into it. To be fair and to be knowledgeable, why not talk about it? Why do we do this tap dance? Why can't we talk about per capita white criminality?
They could never answer.
No.
It's crazy how they can.
Would it make you feel better?
Yes.
If we did, would it like make you feel better? You would feel better if we did.
Yes, if you answer the
Holy
question,
shit,
yes.
all this so you can feel better.
Yes, if you answer a question, yes. Like when people are having a conversation, you ask them a question, you generally want an answer. So yes, if you was to answer it, it would make us happy. So go ahead and attempt. Damn. It's crazy. With my Cash App, nigga.
Hey, can I ask Afro Nerd a question?
No, hold on. Before you ask it, yes, you can. But I want to ask Trey. With my Cash App, nigga.
I'm broke right now. I gotta wait till payday.
Go ahead, John. Ask your question to Afro Nerd.
I'm not a statistics guy, so I don't know a lot about this stuff, the whole per capita thing like that. But my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like overrepresentation. Yeah? So if you say the NBA, black people are overrepresented in the NBA, statistically, you could say per capita or something that they're overrepresented. They're 12% of the population, but they're 80% of the players.
So there go the argument that be twisting people's minds right there, right? Is
because all of us can play basketball.
Right? No, it's because you only want to talk about the ones that's on the court. You ain't talking about all of the people that's behind the scenes that ain't black. We ain't talking about what percentage of the owners are black.
No, I'm saying just
the problem is that every time when we talk about black folks, y'all want to put it into this finite thing. How about the people that's on the basketball court? What's the percentage of that? Yes, if we just go directly on the ones that is still playing, then yes.
But I think if you isolate,
go with the overall of the situation, it might be a different situation because we know who the coaches are and the owners and the media and all these other things.
Right. So if you
can you highlight?
Y'all start doing it in a real honest way, and then maybe we can start having some truthful conversations. But
if you did the same thing with coaches,
y'all keep trying to just focus it on what is the black person situation.
No, I'm trying to get
wait a minute. Can you highlight my
per
message,
capita.
Sharon? I put a message in there. because you know there's a conversation in the chat where I said the UCR. Do you see that? Are you muted? Am I
I
muted?
said, yeah, I'm gonna look for
Okay.
This one right here?
No, it's above that. The one I said before that.
Okay.
That's,
that one.
No. I'll put it again. Let me see. It says the UCR data gathered. I think it's right above that. You see it?
Just read it.
Okay. Because yeah, that. Can you read it for me, PhD girl?
You know what? Bomb cherry juice. The UCR data is gathered voluntarily from over 18,000 agencies and is accessible through the FBI's Crime Data Explorer. There is an important word in this statement. What is it?
Yeah, because somebody mentioned that. What is the important word?
John?
What you asking me?
Yeah.
I guess one word that sticks out clearly is voluntarily.
There you go.
There
we go. Woo. So there are lots of areas where there's crime in their area, and why would they publish it? Because if they did, their property tax, right, gonna go sky high. The values in the area gonna go lower, right? Because it'll now be seen as a high crime area. So they don't have to report, and they don't.
Sharon, can I say something about what John said that was very interesting? When he made a good example, he said he had a good example.
I'm on mute.
You can't hide homicide stats though.
I want John to finish his stuff because I did interrupt him. Go ahead, John, and then Afro, you got it right after.
Well, as I said, I just wanted to get some clarity on the whole per capita thing. And again, I just look at it as overrepresentation. Oftentimes you hear the statistic, blacks are overrepresented as players. It's in the NBA, 12% of the population, but we've 70% of the players, or whatever the number is. They oftentimes will use that same number to say we're underrepresented in ownership. We're 80% of the players, 0% ownership, or whatever the number is. So that's kind of per capita the way I think of it. It's like an overrepresentation or underrepresentation based on your percentages in the overall population. So that's kind of how I see it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but it's just a wrong equivalent. Is because basketball is one of the cheapest sports to play. It's the reason why we are big in that. So it's just a misunderstanding. The reason why we don't play hockey because it's expensive. All right, there's a lot of the sports. Rugby is expensive.
But
so
I'm not saying that. Hold on, Sharon.
You need a basketball space and a crate, and you could play basketball and practice how to shoot.
But you want whatever there could be a myriad of reasons.
Why it's not a. What I'm trying to explain to you is that.
But I'm saying,
that's the reason why.
But you still
it don't have nothing to do with what you were trying to say. So it's just a misunderstanding.
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just saying that there could be a myriad of reasons. I didn't mention one, that someone could be over or underrepresented in any particular thing. And I think that's what per capita means relative to your percentage in the overall population.
That's not what per capita means.
Do you overshoot or undershoot
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That's not what per capita means. Is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Okay, fair enough. Well, what does it mean? Because there's always so much confusion about it. Like statistically, can you pull up the definition of it so everyone will be clear?
It means per head. And so it's a way of equating groups, right? That's why they say per 1,000 people. And so you say for one group, this is how many people we would expect to do it per 1,000 people. And then for another group, per 1,000 people, this is how many people engage in it, or we would expect to engage in it. So it's a way of equating groups, putting them on the same scale because there are population differences.
Perfect. And let me also welcome for the first time, how you pronounce your name, brother? You on mute, by the way. There you go.
All right, it's Roguish son. Peace to you.
Roguish Son, how you doing? Roguish Son, good day. What's your thoughts? What you like to add to the table?
Well, I mean, as far as the elephant in the room, government shutdowns, I think this is all indicative of the United States going through the shifting that it's going through. With the advent of BRICS, it's dropping down to about what 5 or I'm saying 6 on the world stage, and these pilgrims is going through it. And apparently, it seems that America doesn't run well to America unless it's number 1 or number 2. And what I'm saying, that's why they're crashing out like that. So I don't know if it's a breaking point. I think it's a breaking point for these pilgrims, and it's a breaking point for that United States traditional view of the murder clan dream.
Ooh, the what dream?
The murder clan dream.
Are you not benefiting from that right now?
Am I not benefiting? No, man, don't come in like no fucking peck of wood. Are you not benefiting? What can you do that I can't do? Get the fuck out of here with that, cuz.
Are you benefiting from the murder
get your
clan
own
dream right
narrative.
now?
Don't come at me like no peck of wood, dog. Come at me like a black man.
Trey, so make your
I'm just
statement.
curious.
I know you curious. You curious like a peck of wood is. Goofily. Ask me like a black man, nigga. Don't ask me no shit that any peck of wood on the internet anywhere else will ask me.
Well, I don't want to. I don't speak. I choose not to speak AAVE right now. So
Then shut the
I'll
fuck up
refrain
talking
from
to
that
me.
question.
Then shut the fuck up talking to me. Go ask a white person.
So
or something.
Sharon, what's good, Sharon? How are you today?
Hey, Roguish, how you doing, my
Sharon,
brother?
the white person.
I love me some black men, baby. I love me some black men.
Hey,
I'll treat you. You be the white person today, Sharon.
Boy, he wasn't playing with nobody.
You'll be the dedicated cracker today, Sharon. Since Bandit's no longer here.
Well, what is it that you disagree with what he said, Trey?
We all live here. All of us on this panel are benefiting from the system in which he just described. So that's a no-brainer.
So did you have a problem with me describing it in that matter, or would you wish that I had described it in a more flattering view?
No, I just asked you a simple question, and you told me you weren't going to answer it. So there, it is what it
Okay,
is.
but nah, you still going on to it. Obviously, it made you trigger some way. You feel like you need to protect this motherfucker. So what are you, a veteran?
What it sounds like?
You sound like
The
a veteran.
the roof is on fire and people are cheering for it, but you have to live in that house though. It's really crazy if you think about it.
Who's cheering?
It's just weird.
So can
No.
y'all-
What I made was an observation,
point, though. So, yeah, I
and
want
it
y'all to
came
talk
off
to-
cheering to y'all.
Yeah, I want y'all to talk
Sharon's
to
benefiting from it.
Hold on, no. I want y'all to talk to his point, not just say random things. Like he said a statement. So
And I asked him the question. My response to his statement was, "Are you benefiting from the murder clan?"
Don't ask me no rhetorical. Don't ask me a rhetorical question, man.
So this is the problem. Trey.
No, he didn't.
What do that question has to do with his statement? Nothing. That's the problem.
I asked him a question and response. I could ask whatever question I want to, and he chose not to answer it. So it is what it is.
Hold on.
Where do y'all come from?
Trey, I want some understanding, right? I want you to talk to the point, not just say anything.
I did.
No, you asked the question. I'm not talking to the
mean,
point.
if you want me to, do you want me to give my opinion of what he said? The point?
There you go. That might be a little bit.
Let's
better.
get close. We'll get close.
Okay, well, my opinion is that it's like caca. It just makes zero sense compared to the lives that all of us are living on this panel right now, compared to the benefits that I myself and most of the gentlemen around me who I associate with, who've come through way worse circumstances than most anybody on this panel besides conservative. They're all thriving right now. We're all balling out.
What was the first factor that you heard me speak towards? What was the first factor you heard me speak towards? Can you remember that? You remember the first factor I spoke towards? It was the advent of BRICS.
There you go.
It was the United States being shifted out of the world market. Is that caca? Do you still think that the United States is in placement where it wishes to be upon the world market? It's world standard?
My audio cut out, man. No disrespect. My audio did cut out. So I didn't hear anything in your response.
Try to ask it one more time.
No, I got you. What was the very first factor that I shared? It was the advent of BRICS, was it not? showing that these pilgrims is crashing out because apparently America is supposed to work where the United States is best at what? Preferred level 1 or 2? Where do you think the United States is going to drop down to with the
We're
advent
number
of
one.
BRICS?
We're number one. We'll always be number one. BRICS can't function without the U.S. dollar.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Okay.
The Federal Reserve, that good old 1913 found that good old 1913, Jekyll Island, organization.
Bro, there's a bunch of things in the world that we're not number one at. And I'm American. I love America, but I got to be honest, man. Health, education, I mean, even size of the country. Overall, name them.
Well, I feel like I can recognize when you're too uneducated for certain conversations, and just that's
where else
okay.
is everybody trying to get to? Everybody's trying to come here. Why is that?
You see, that's the retort. He didn't acknowledge anything. Like just.
Why is everybody trying to come here though? We're number one.
You're not.
Okay,
you're not equipped for this
one.
conversation.
So Trey, do you understand the conversation we're attempting to have?
We're number one, bro.
Okay, that's fine. We number one. Everybody wants to come here. Okay, so
do you
understand that?
everything,
That's
bro.
great. That's a great point. But do you understand
Morpheus.
Hold on.
I'm Morpheus, bro. I understand everything.
Trey.
Yes, I understand
if you
everything.
Understand the conversation.
Yes, I understand everything.
Okay, if you understand the conversation,
there's no if. I do.
Talk. Okay, so talk towards the conversation.
I did, bro. Okay, here. No, I'll speak towards the conversation. We're speaking two different languages, bro. For some reason, Hoodservative and John Gold understand me. I won't even get any reasons why, because y'all might chimp out.
Low IQ.
Those two understand me. I don't know. It's like
dog,
hold on, y'all. So let's point it out. So again, so hold on.
Hey, Hoodservative.
We already know what side you with.
Let me get this understanding. Trey, hold on, Trey. Do you think this conversation is about us understanding you?
I think you guys are.
He brought up. Hold on, Trey. He brought up BRICS, and now you trying to say we having a conversation about John Goat and Hoodservative when we talking about the man brought up BRICS. So why are you talking about John and Hoodservative? They have nothing to do with the beginning statements of his conversation whatsoever.
I responded to him, and it went over all of your heads except Hoodservative and John Gold. So I figure I'm speaking a different language, so maybe one of those two can translate.
Trey,
can one of y'all translate?
Not having a conversation towards what we were talking about. And it is okay.
I'm not having.
It's okay. I'm not the mute you, brother. Man.
But this is what we have to deal with. This is look, the fact that you will have them beat around the bush, just like Hoodservative beat around the bush when homeboy asked him that critical question, right? And all y'all do was answer. You deflect. Trey, you use the term chimp out. That's something that these Peckerwoods use on here, dog. Who you been hanging around?
No. A lot of the brothers I seen.
Ain't no black man use that shit 20 years ago. Get out of here, man.
Let me just let Trey.
New age
Just because he
minions
said your
up in
name
here.
doesn't mean that you got to respond right away. You could let him finish what he's saying, and then you could respond to what he's actually saying. Just because you heard your name doesn't mean you got to start talking.
What was the momentary pause in his breath?
Let him finish the statement. And then after you can assess what he said, then you can retort to what he's saying about you. You gotta wait till he finishes his full statement.
I'd rather not, because it'll be like talking with some racist Peckerwood and you trying to educate them for the next 3 hours or something with the basic shit. Ain't nobody trying to deal with this minion. Nah, next, pass me. Somebody else talk.
Have an intellectual conversation.
Shut the fuck up, because I would be in your jaw if we was in front of each other. Cause for real, you are that offensive. You are culturally offensive. I hate people like you. You don't have your own. You don't have your own anti-black view. You absorb your anti-black view. You don't have nothing fresh from your own view, from your own self. None of you do. You say the same thing that you can get from some dirty ass legged Peckerwood out here. You say the very same thing. Turn on your camera and put on your MAGA hat. At least CT is honest. At least CT is honest.
Right there.
God. Hate you motherfuckers, cuz.
You see how we were right about the whole thing, and now this is exactly the thing.
Yes, I hate them too.
This is exactly what we were talking about.
Shout out to
useless.
You the one that show up in the stats, aren't
that's
you?
right. Useless. I agree. We hate them.
Fucking
You and your
useless.
Keisha cheerleader. You got her cheerleader for you. That's
Nobody want to
wild.
hear that. You can even answer the man's question.
Right.
You shut
Like,
your
yeah,
ass up too.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I don't leave
So
unanswered
there's no
questions.
more
What do you mean?
dialogue, Sharon.
Y'all have to understand, like, he's attempting to have a conversation with people that he don't even want to have a conversation with, and he's attempting to, but y'all keep on. As soon as he make a statement, you aren't going to saying this is what I'm talking about. Let me ask you a question. Well, you know your question doesn't have anything to do with the conversation whatsoever. You're trying to move the goalposts. You're talking about something that we are not talking about. So if you cannot maintain the conversation, then don't bring up John Galt and Hood Service because they had nothing to do with the initial conversation.
Yeah, but why do you want to fight all of a sudden? That's very
it's tone
weird.
policing over here.
All of us. No, it's not a fight.
It's so
All of
strange.
us. No, it's not
So
all of a
strange.
sudden.
Very-
No.
very black.
What we
Very
supposed
black.
to be doing is going in your motherfucking mouth. Pause. The same way that we would back in the day. It ain't this ain't nothing new. You just around people who ain't been giving it to you. Or you've been quiet in a motherfucker around certain black people, and you only
are you
get
telling
brolic
me this
on
is
the
the
internet.
culture?
You only
Are you
get
telling
brolic
me
on the
this is the
internet. You don't
culture?
have none of these hood conservative views or conservative views around a bunch of black people out in the open, do you? No.
So are
Safe
you
on the
telling me
internet.
this is the
Just like a
culture, right?
pecker
It's
would.
no,
Just like a
it's
pecker
violent
would.
culture is what you're telling me, right?
Using your very same cliche talking points of black people that you absorb from Fox News and
So
Sean Hannity.
you would beat me up
Fuck up
if I
out of here.
disagree with you. You would
No.
physically assault me,
We can
right?
disagree all day. We can disagree all day.
Why
Once you
would you
become,
want to beat me up? What I
I'm
do to
gonna
you
tell you
that
now.
you successful?
Once you become culturally offensive, then you get to act right the same way we give one another. You black, right?
How did I offend your culture, son?
All skin
How did
folk
I
ain't
offend your
kinfolk.
culture?
All skin folk ain't kinfolk,
How did I
right?
offend your culture?
Well,
How are you feeling offended? What is it that you want to fight about?
No, it's not a fight. It would be your act right. It wouldn't be no fight because you wouldn't want to fight. You would be there one to talk and downgrade and put down black people. Put down black people. No, what motherfuckers like you need, just like with Anton James, that motherfucker need to be smacking his mother on the shit that he said. No
Hold on,
different.
this nigga not even
No,
up there. Like, what
just
do you
like
have to do
angry
with
man,
it?
just like angry man, bitch ass.
I mean, at least Trey talking about niggas that's actually in the conversation. Of
How
like, what he got to
anti-black
do
that punk motherfucker could get. He ought to get knocked in
You
his
just got-
motherfucking mouth. All
So
y'all
you just got
on
a
this
list of niggas that
internet,
you
dog.
think about?
All y'all on this
You got a
internet,
list of
all
niggas that you
you
think about,
fucking
bro?
minions on here. I'm not gonna call you coons. I don't say coon because two things.
I'll say
We haven't
they're
established what
coons.
it's supposed to mean to be black or what it's supposed to mean to belong to being black. So I can't hold you to that type of hyper accountability till we establish that as a culture, right? But if I hold to it, you know what I'm saying, a little bit more passionate than the most, then all right, then you'll get to act right from me. But I'm not gonna let you come at me like some half-brain fucking peckerwood would.
But
And you don't have
you just said there is no definition to it, so you going off on the deep end for some shit that ain't even
personal.
real yet.
No, it's no personal. I'm letting you know. Yeah, it would be personal. It would be personal.
So you like one of them retarded
It would be
niggas.
personal. Yeah.
You like
it
one
would
of
be
them slow
personal.
niggas that need medication or something. They
No,
would dope you
not
up if you
slow.
got
No,
locked up,
not
right?
slow. Not slow. I'm one of you
They
motherfuckers
would
that's
give you
not
Ritalin in jail.
going to
They
let
would
you
give
be
you
the
Ritalin. They
pilgrim
would put you on
minion
drugs.
that you desire to be around all your fucking masters and mistresses. I wouldn't let you play me. You wouldn't try to play nobody else, but you try to play me. You try to culturally offend me, and I'm supposed to let you. But if you had any other person of any other demographic before you who was about it, and you wouldn't even overstep no boundary. You motherfuckers feel safe talking about black people like that.
I feel like
and you
like
should.
mental illness.
And you shouldn't.
Okay, so
There's like a sign of mental illness.
Hold on. Hood
Do you like hear voices and shit?
Hold on, Hood Conservative. Can you please talk?
Do you hear voices though? Like this should sound like mental illness for real.
Please talk to one of the things he said instead of just throwing bullshit ad hominem Jack. One of
He's
the
gonna cry with that list and deflect. He's
he
not
never
gonna talk
made
about
a real
anything of
point.
substance ever.
He never made a real point about anything.
He's doing it
All
again.
right, so maybe
Now he didn't hear anything.
Right,
He doesn't actually have a point. He's just angry because like that's how niggas be. Niggas
Is
have
that all it
feelings
is?
more
Is
than they
anger?
got
That's
thoughts,
all
bro.
it is anger.
I could give you a point that I heard.
He's like an angry nigga that wants to fight people.
All it is anger.
Maybe you need your ass beat and he knows it. Some of you niggas need to get punched in the face. That's just that. Now some of y'all
Violent.
really
Real talk. Real talk.
Violent. Man, y'all queens are violent.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Some of
Welcome to
y'all
Earth.
need the people y'all
You
worship are the
realize the
most
whole
violent, and
point
y'all
of
ain't
this
got a problem with that.
conversation was about violence, and
The
this
people
nigga,
y'all
first thing
worship
he
are the
do,
most
I
violent.
want
You
Sharon,
to
ain't
can I
got a
get
fight
in
problem with
there?
you.
I
that.
never got my chance to. I
I
want
want
to
to
say
fight
something
this
quickly.
guy.
All right.
Y'all ain't
All
got
right.
no
So
We
problem when
okay.
a
should
white
beat
So
man
you
violent.
up.
So
Y'all
yeah,
all
the
right.
black
All right.
violent.
man needs
Okay.
to
All
beat
right.
your
Okay.
fucking
Hold on.
ass,
Hold
I
on.
and you
told you,
teach me
Chip,
Because
I
some
was gonna
respect.
hold
happen,
on.
Sharon.
Because
That's what you
Trey.
need.
Hold on. Because Trey and Hood don't actually have anything to say clearly. Go ahead, Afro Nerd.
All right, I'm going to go in two directions. So the first thing was
Why
with
do you want
John.
to fight me, punk ass?
Go ahead, Afro.
All
You
right,
let girls
so
hype you
I
up. Y'all niggas
I want
weak.
to go. Are they done? All right, so just a quick thing. Back to John Galt, and then I want to go to Rogish for a second. All right, I do want to hear where he wants to go with what he was discussing. So the first part to John Galt, he brought up something that I thought was very important. Going back to the whole per capita thing. He talked about the overrepresentation of blacks in basketball, black males in basketball, the NBA, right? We understand what that means, and I get it. But you kind of tripped up on something, John. Not all black folks or black Americans, the percentages are extremely low as to the average black person being able to even be in the NBA, even though there's overrepresentation in it. If you use that same metric for crime, you can do the same thing. Yeah, there's overrepresentation of black people in crime per capita, right? But in the larger scheme of things, just like basketball, there's a hell of a lot of people who don't play basketball. It's like the numbers are like astronomical or highly likely you will not be on the NBA. Why can't you use that same metric when it comes down to crime? Because then what if black folks were really committing that kind of crime, there's not even enough institutions to hold people if they were really cutting loose. I mean, things have to make
So you're
sense.
saying we need to build more jails, is what I'm hearing.
Reading is fundamental. Listening is also fundamental. I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say
That's
anything
what
like
I
that. I'm
inferred
just
as
making a
well.
point.
I
I'm thinking.
inferred the same.
I just think we need to start as black people because we're the only ones that should be caring about this. Other folks aren't coming to save. Hold on, bro. Let me finish my point.
Sorry, I know you're not.
I know I'm long-winded, but I'm going to cut it short. All I'm saying is that we need to be because no one's coming to save you, and it's just us. We need to put it out on Front Street on how these topics need to be discussed. So always capitulating to white people and their view. When you talk about per capita, there's a per capita to white folks. We never go there because they are very good at putting your dysfunctional ass on Front Street. If we flip the tables, we might be able to get somewhere. That's all I'm saying. It's pretty simple. Now
Well,
the rogue
what
is
else should we measure it against, though? We need something to measure against, no?
you. I don't even know where you're going. The issue is how many black people are actually committing crimes in the overall scheme of things. 99% of black folks are law abiding. If you factor in the amount of people who are actually in prison, in jail, committing crimes, it's still 1%, or really less than 1%. And yet the media gives you the impression that black folks are just swinging from vines.
Well, the black
That's not the
community then
case.
should.
Born
Well,
criminals.
the black community then should denounce crime. Like just stand up. All black people should come together, like civil rights era, and start denouncing
Stop it.
crime
It's, it's,
and
it's it's
asking
not about
for
denouncing
criminals to be
crime or
locked up.
having any intention for
That's
crime.
what
The
he
whole
just
thing,
said.
the whole thing is the only reason that y'all bring it up is because you bring that up as your defaulted black factor. Just like a pecker would. No different. That's the only reason
I
why
don't
you
get that.
that's
That's
the
what
only
he
reason why you
said.
bring it up. That's the
But
only
that's
reason why
what
you
he
bring it up. That's all
said.
that
He
no,
brought it
but
up.
no, but what we're trying to get y'all to see is whatever y'all believe is black, it's not of your narrative.
Well, how
Your
about the
narrative,
99%
you
denounce the 1%?
people like you and people like Hood Servitive,
I'm
y'all not
lost.
black, you're just non-white. Your black identity comes from being non-white, not from being black.
That's the Yakubiest thing I've heard today.
Yeah,
Shout
speak
out,
on
bro.
it. Oh my goodness, this is great. This is the best episode you ever had.
That's what it is, because they don't speak
like
every time they talk about black people, it's always something negative. But when someone presents another party,
I just gave a positive. Did you hear what I said?
Now say something about the other party that nobody like talking about. Say something about these peckerwoods. Say something about it. Per capita. Per capita.
I believe Americans should come together per capita.
Say something about these pilgrims per capita. Caucasian.
Bro, this is a struggle session.
White person.
This
How
is
you
actually
want
a
to hear
struggle
it?
session. Are you gonna like hold him down and you gonna give him a headlock until he says the right words?
Nah, I'm talking to him. Hey,
magic words,
nobody needs you to come protect nobody.
Session.
What the fuck are you, hall monitor? You the hall monitor? Get your bitch ass back in the class and do the motherfucking math problem,
I
nigga.
truly believe the non-criminal element, black, white, Chinese, Puerto Rican,
Asian, white. Hold up. I'll say it for you.
White, Chinese, Puerto Rican, or Asian.
You don't know Puerto Rican and Chinese and all that. No, they're just white. Just white.
Should come together.
No, per capita. Per capita.
Negritos,
Hold up.
Latinitos,
Trey.
Boricuas, todo. Like,
Trey.
Yeah, all of them, bro.
You look, see, this is the minority within you. You're not black, you're a minority. You're not black, you're non-white.
I'm American.
You're speaking for your objective classification, not cultural identity, cuz.
Okay, cultural identity.
Well, Rogish, I'll say something. I'm not completely in agreement with what you're saying. I'm not going to dispute a person's blackness. What I will say is that they speak with a white man's tongue. That's what I mean. It's kind of half a dozen, however you want to look at it. But he should have.
Can you respond to me? Can you respond to my direct response to what you said?
Okay, what's your question?
I think the word you're struggling with is civilized, bro.
I've been waiting.
What's your question?
If you would just replace all that black, white bullshit with just civilized, it would make more sense.
No, but the fair thing would be keep that same energy about overrepresentation and per capita with meth and opioid trafficking, sex assaults.
Okay, cool.
DUI. But we never hear it. Black folks do that.
Afro-nerd.
If white people are going to bring up your per capita dysfunction, why can't you reverse it?
Well, Afro-nerd, I was speaking to your point.
You're a little sluggish. You're a little sluggish.
Afro-nerd.
Bro, you're a little sluggish. This ain't the time. I was very concrete with you. No, we can't do this anymore. The tap dancing is over. Bojangles was done in 1940. This is 2025. We don't tap dance anymore, bro. And I have conservative in my title. I am a conservative, but I'm not unfactual.
I don't think you are, bro. You sound more Marxist to me.
You're not like a black person.
No.
He's a lying liberal.
You're gonna learn today.
Get off the bus, bro. Get off the bus.
No, what I'm saying to you is this. I look at the facts. I look at nuance. I am a conservative, but I don't dispute the facts.
So why don't you respond to
many black conservatives, many of them are very comfortable in speaking with a white man's tongue to get demographic points.
Bro. I'm far from conservative.
Why are you not like giving me my turn?
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Clue. What you representing right here? What's this?
So this is the issue with. Yeah, so this right here, like, if you go to Google, and hold on a second, let me turn the volume down. If you look up on Google, you can type in the problem with per capita, and it brings up a bunch of different things that is not included in per capita, and a bunch of misleading information. So I'm not going to read it all because people can look it up. Just to give people an example, inflated media coverage, fallacies, is political manipulation. Is you have
are we really trying to argue math?
Issues.
Are black people still arguing math in 2025?
Can we let them finish?
A lot of violent crimes aren't reported. I mean, so it's like we're talking about this. We're not talking about it from a good faith and actually an intellectual standpoint. Like, we're just talking about it from what Hood Conservative and Trey hear from Fox News or hear from Benny Johnson or Tim Pool.
Facts.
Like, you're not actually doing the research on why.
Math is absolute, right? Math is absolute.
Oh, stop it.
I brought up the math and you didn't like it. I brought up the math.
Yeah,
even after you deflected.
I didn't mean to.
All right. Red to Muse News. Member for 12 months. Thank you. This is a conservative coup, Sharon. Anyways, 12 months strong. Hashtag SBG. Hashtag WWS.
Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate that. I think I have one more too, Diva. Also this one.
All right. Big time. $5. Pull up the Pew Pew Memorial. Let's start with 10 big cities and tell me which group represents 90% of all the unalives.
They don't want that.
Why not?
Because someone pulled up the stat earlier about of the 18,000 or more law enforcement agencies, only like half of them submit their the full occurrence of what happened, right? We already know that they slant, or let me say subjectively slant where their negativities are, where they fit in, as far as within local capacity, private capacity, and also that of government. So this is more being led like hella tribally, as opposed to just this objective we Americanism, and that's also what's dissolving as well. What's up, Labudo?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Long time no see, motherfucker.
So are we saying that are we denying that the majority of gun violence deaths are black people and the majority of the perpetrators are also black people? Are we denying that?
Who even affirmed that was even a stat, that blacks were the head of such a stat? That ain't
Okay,
us.
okay. So
Are you kidding me?
when you talk about the cities with the most deaths from gun violence, what cities are these, and who are the people that are dying from gun violence?
Okay, well, let's look it up.
Why do you talk about cities and not the state
I
itself?
assume that's Pilgrims with that.
Because what St.
They love guns
Louis,
the most.
Missouri is what the
Well,
highest.
because the cities would seem to be the
It's a red
concentration
state.
of those things. You can do the
So
whole
why doesn't
state if
the
you like.
red governor stop it?
Well, there's no such thing as a red city for the most part. Almost every city is blue by default. But the whole state, it's irrelevant for the whole
You're missing
state.
the point.
The
You're missing the
cities that
point.
are what's the point?
If Trump can send, let's say, the federal guard in all these different cities, you don't think the governor can send National Guard to stop the murders that are happening in St. Louis? Why don't he do that? See, like y'all always
Well,
talk
you can put National Guard in the city area because that's a confined area. How do you put the whole National Guard across the whole county?
All right, so let me welcome back to the show, Chaotic Truth Live. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts? I gotta run to the door, so you got some time. Go ahead.
Well, now that I can finish what I was saying,
get those tap dance shoes out.
You
Wait,
blacks
and before you
are-
start speaking, can you sing a song, Labuda? Because we miss your songs, baby. You used to be fire back in the day.
Thank you so much.
You'll
I'm
never
actually hoarse
find-
right now, so I can't really say I'm actually hoarse. I'll do it the next
Lou
time.
Rawls, everybody. Lou Rawls.
It's been a
Ebo
long
version.
I feel sorry for blacks like you, Afro nerd.
Yo, you've been a quality hater for about 25 years, man, for real. Like, I remember early YouTube, cuz. You've been the most 100 hater that we
I'm just gonna
had.
go back on mute. I'm just gonna go back.
Nah, I gotta give you your props, cuz. You was a Tether before Tether was even, you know what I'm saying, created anything like that. You let it be known right from the back that you wasn't black. 2007, I remember your minion ass, dog. You was raw back in the day. And now here you are with a Make America Great Again hat on. You done came up, Labuto.
Sharon, I feel sorry for a lot of you blacks.
I bet them pilgrims love you.
You guys benefit off of white culture every single minute of the day. Almost everything you have is white made or made in Asia at a manufacturing facility by a white company.
Wait,
I got like Afro nerd. Did I get kicked off again, Sharon? Oh, okay. I got like Afro nerd. He's lived to be 42, 43 years old, and he still doesn't understand the world. a guy like Afro Nerd or Rogish or whoever, they live in utter denial.
That they got a coon for living.
Can I
coon
finish?
For living, baby, coon.
Bomb Cherry. Now I rock with you, Bomb
Is
Cherry. I
that
love
the
you,
sound
Bomb
coons
Cherry.
make? Go ahead.
I believe
Bomb
this
Cherry.
motherfucker.
Now you sitting over there 75% white, calling me a coon, and I'm saying that respectfully.
Oh no, he's not a coon. He was never connected. He was never connected to black people. He's not a coon. He's whatever. What are you, Liberian, right? What are you?
Talking.
Nigerian.
I think you're Liberian.
Wasn't they
Liberian.
American at one point?
I'm just gonna go on mute.
Hold on, let them.
The life expectancy in Nigeria is 55 years old. They die at 55 in Nigeria, y'all.
Goddamn.
Oh, so we don't got to deal with this much longer.
Also, it's $20 to drop somebody. Somebody sent me a cash app. Is you halfway there. And
why do you suppose the life expectancy is so low?
It wasn't a drop, CT.
Why do y'all guys think the life expectancy is so low over there?
Hold on, go ahead, CT. Finish your thoughts. I'm pretty sure we because we gonna definitely tear that apart. Whatever you gonna say.
Sharon, do you know what Maersk is? Do you know what Maersk is? It's a shipping and logistics company. Can you name me the black equivalent of Maersk right now, sir?
The equivalent? No.
Okay. Do you know how much the shipping and logistic industry is, sir? Do you just throw out a number? Just throw out any number.
It's plenty. It's definitely in the billions, closer to the trillions, because I got to deal with them all the time. They pretty expensive.
Right. Sharon, there's an ignorant nigga that we all know.
Watch your mouth.
And we all love. His name is Jay Prince. Exhibit A. I said, Jay Prince, if I started a cargo company, would you work for my cargo company? You would have to be out at sea for 45 days until you saw the next port, maybe. Sharon, guess what he said?
Hell yeah.
He said,
Niggas afraid of water since that one last time, bro.
May I finish, please? May I finish?
You got a phone number at the end of this? This pitch.
May I finish? May I finish? He said, Sharon, and I'm quoting, I don't know if I can go a day without some pussy. That's what he said. Because on cargo ships, you know, there are virtually, if not any women. Sharon, you may be asking yourself, CT, why are you talking about this one situation with Jay Prince? Because I said it months, if not years ago. The black man has sex and play on his mind to the point where we can't even create or manage or control institutions.
Oh, I gotta
Shipping,
agree with
can I
him.
finish?
That's a fact. I'm sorry. You're right.
Thank you. Shipping and
Why would you
logistics.
do that?
Sharon, I'm on the land of plane. Thank you so much for agreeing. Shipping and logistics, you can forget about it if whites or if Asians stop doing it at a global scale. Now you may get a nigga. He'll
watch your mouth.
He'll be a little local farmer. And he'll ship his little truck 2 or 3 miles to a store. But he ain't going over the Atlantic. He ain't going over the Pacific.
Well, I have a cousin, and that's exactly what he does. He's on ships. Right now, they're in Germany. Right now,
Bomb Cherry. That's the word.
He about to land it so we can cook it up.
Bomb Cherry. But Bomb Cherry, with all due respect, your cousin is probably like a mulatto.
Hey, no. Finish your story, cuz. Finish your story, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, let me finish the story.
Let's hear this Liberian accountability you're trying to hold us to. Fuck.
I'm an Ohioan, sir. And
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So all I'm saying.
And I'm black, sir.
Bully. Ha! Come on, motherfucker. Let's hear it.
Bomb Cherry, if you were black, I could tomahawk dunk on a 10-foot rim. Now, here goes the thing.
So I'm not black. Okay.
Here goes the thing.
Lord have mercy.
We have to stop living in denial.
We
don't live in black.
Conversations with MJ, $5. Top Ship and Black Ship is 2 of the biggest black-led shipping and logistic companies. Thank you, ma'am.
How about that? Do you know about these two companies, Chaotic Truth?
Sir, I am absolutely willing to believe, sir, without a shadow of a doubt, that Black Ship is no more than some nigga who's at a port.
Watch your mouth.
And he's using the white man's cargo ship, sir. He's contracted out. That's the least that they can do. There ain't no such thing as no Black Ship
So
cargo.
okay. So hold up. So
No, it's not.
what have your people done where you from
Nothing.
that you can be
Nothing,
proud
sir.
of? No. Let's hear it, because all y'all know of us. Look, we the flavor of everybody's month in the future.
Sir,
it's 2025 year AD. You're your motherfucking Peckerwood Lord and Master, right? And everybody got black people on their mouth now. Pause. We the flavor of all you motherfuckers month. And it's always something hyper negative. Something delivered in ways that you don't within our faces. You motherfucking Mexicans, any of these Arabs online, any of the old fuckheads on TikTok talking all that shit. How do y'all got the nuts now? And when you talk about we, what the fuck is your connection in this we? All skin folk ain't kin folk, motherfucker. So your accountability that you trying to call somebody into is invalid, especially coming from your old hoe ass. Hate a nigga ass for 30 years plus. Shut your bitch ass up.
This shit sound like a mad rapper interlude. Tell him
I got a question for Chaotic. Can I ask Chaotic a question?
I would like to read. Okay, can you hold this?
I want to know what the fuck they did in Liberia, motherfucker. Where the fuck you from?
I would like to address
black people, niggas.
I would like to address him
in the trucking company.
Can I address him?
Nah. Let me hear what the fuck your people done.
I'm about to address you.
No. Tell me what the fuck your people done since you know what my people ain't done.
Nothing.
Your people ain't done nothing. Why not? Why not? If your potential is so great and you are from them and you have that potential, why won't your people open up their potential where they from?
Ron, I've stayed on mute. Can I address this guy?
Yes.
Go ahead, bitch ass.
Rogish.
Yeah, man.
I get it, bro.
You don't get shit. Just tell me.
Trust me. I've done live streams about blacks like you.
Yeah, for 30 years. For 30 years.
You don't have any. Give me a second, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't have any real true power.
Yeah, African.
You don't have any. Let me finish.
Come on, Africans.
I get it, bro. I get it. I get it, man.
Hurry up.
There's a major insecurity amongst a lot of black men.
Where's your accent? You had an accent 20 years ago. What happened?
Ron, may I finish, please?
Yeah, let me get the full thing out.
Practicing? You been practicing? You had an accent?
You dropped them.
That's all right. Let me get the full thing out. Go ahead, Chaotic Truth. Rogish got you. Go ahead, Chaotic.
Labuto? Let's hear it.
I'm just to make sure, because I was quiet when he was talking. Okay. I get it.
Nigga mute me all the time, bro. Can't do it to nobody else. Crazy.
I'm sorry, y'all. I've been waiting since 2007.
Sharon, am I not a fellow content creator?
So come on, Labuto. You got it.
I'm not a fellow content creator. I'm not just a random guy.
You're an awesome content creator. I don't agree with your content, but it's awesome the way how you control it.
I get it, man. First of all, if you look up Black Ship, Sharon, there's no such company as that at all. It doesn't even exist. I just looked it up, and it doesn't even exist. So they just lied like normal. But I look at a guy like Rogish, and I feel sorry for a guy like this.
Don't.
He's in his 50s.
Pray for yourself.
And he still has like a childlike mindset, like most black men do. He's using words that he believes are tough talk. But all that tough talking didn't stop the white man from curb stomping your ancestors, my ancestors, etc. He hasn't even mastered the English language.
And you have.
And he hasn't even mastered an African or a black language.
Oh, no, my apologies.
Guys, Sharon, can I talk? Can you mute him? Can you mute him? I was quiet.
Am I getting to you? I apologize. Go ahead. You got this.
So when you look at a guy like this, he more or less, he has to rely on the white man's educational system. I'm pretty sure he has a degree from a white institution. He has a white man's car or an Asian man's car. You for damn sure know he's using an iPhone, which is invented by a white man, or you could say a Syrian. I mean, Steve Jobs was a Syrian, and these are all whites. This man is probably living next door to white people, and he probably loves his environment. And I can't knock it. I like living around white people myself. And I'm gonna land a plane, Sharon. Just give me a second. So I see a guy with major insecurities. He's no different than an Afro nerd. He's just cammed up. An Afro nerd is the same way. These blacks have created nothing. They aren't the masters and commanders of anything, and they have to rely on the white man for a job. They have to rely on the white man to heal them in the hospital. These people and Africans are the same thing. And these are hard truths, man. You have no supersonic weapons. You have no submarines. You have no spacecraft. You have no rockets. You have nothing. And I get it, man. Laughter is a part. Sometimes I laugh from keeping from crying.
Land your plane,
That's what
man. Come on,
Let me-
dog.
let
You're
me
not doing
play
no
right now. Let me-
psychoanalysis. We
No,
can
no,
go
no,
back
I'm
and
not.
back
I'm-
and forth on the
Sharon,
psychoanalysis if you want that, homie.
Sharon.
No, Sharon. If
Because
we
I'm
going
talking,
psychoanalysis, we gonna keep this bitch open, cuz. So what's up? You gonna land your plane about
Can I-
you
I'ma land my plane.
and what you
I'm
talking
gonna land
about,
my
or you gonna
plane.
give some
I'm gonna land my plane.
psychoanalysis to me?
Okay,
What's
may I
up?
land my plane, sir? Okay, give me 30 more seconds. Is 30 more seconds fine?
15, bitch.
Okay, 15. So I see a guy with major insecurities, man. And instead of arguing with him, like Jesus Christ, he said, "You will do greater things than I." And I have compassion for this guy. Because to a degree, I'm like
One.
his mentor. Go ahead, sir. You could talk, Rokeesh.
Nah, let's give it back to the host. I sacrifice my time to give it back to the host. Cool.
Wait a minute, chaotic. So what's the solution? Because I actually agree with a lot of what you just said, but what's the solution? Go ahead.
There is no solution. It's over. The reason why we call ourselves a race is because we are actually running a race. We've lost. We there's no way to catch up with these people. I mean, we can, do little things here and there. We can work with them, work for them. But you can't beat this white man. You can't beat this Asian man.
Just
Do you
roll
know
over.
that you should read
Roll
this?
over, bend
should read-
over.
Let me answer a question. Do you know that it said that it's harder to find a submarine in the ocean than it is to find like a car or something in our own solar system or something like that? It's over, man. You blacks have you didn't want to be the winners. You didn't want to capture the flag. You didn't want to be mass manufacturers and producers, man. And so now people like me, people like John.
Who are you, nigga? People like you. Who are you?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what I am.
You ain't black, you ain't African. What are you?
I'm
Since
telling you
you
what
can
I'm doing,
charge
sir.
black and Africans with
Sharon,
something. Who are you?
Can you mute him? I'm about to tell you what I
No,
am.
what the fuck are you, nigga? Answer the
I am
question.
eating off the carcass of the decaying black culture.
That's
like
what you are.
every other
You're a
race
fucking
people doing.
parasite then. So you
I'm
just
just like the
acknowledge you're a
Arab.
fucking
I'm just like
parasite.
the- I'm just
You're a
like the
leech.
Arab. I'm
You're a
just like the
fucking you're
Arab.
symbiote.
Sharon, I'm
So
just
the
like
thing-
the
the thing is
Arab.
chaotic- So the thing
I'm
chaotic
just like
is this, that
I'm
we,
just like
Venus, don't
fucking
you dare.
leech.
So what I
believe this.
want to say is this, chaotic. So no, we attempted to do our own thing, but we keep getting harassed. It's kind of what
Why are you? Well, you're too stupid to figure. Not you, but why are you? Why is the black man too stupid to figure out not to?
Hey, leech. Hey, no, hey, you a leech, dog.
thing
You
is
don't
that
get to call
I mean,
nobody to
have anything
accountability.
about this.
So you want more blood from us? You want us to produce so that you can suck
You
more
ever
blood
thought-
from us, right?
I-
so that you can come up on
Talking to
top
Sharon.
and
I'm
claim
talking
it
to
and claim it in your individuality,
I'm
huh?
talking to Sharon.
That's what you want. You fucking leech. You
Ro,
fucking lamprey.
Ro, can I say something real quick? Can I,
You're
Sharon,
fucking
respectfully,
lamprey.
I gotta respond to this. I have to respond to this.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
there's an easy way to address trolls living under a bridge. This is troll behavior. Anytime I listen to Chaotic Truth, we had an email exchange. He talked about Afro beats is going to take over black music. Now, black folks listening. Now, for somebody to come to email me wishing that Afro beats, and I like Afro beats, right? It's still black music, but it's going to take over the blues. It's going to take over the hip hop. It's going to take over the rock. It's going to take over the jazz. You're not going to do it. Stop it. Everybody knows what you're saying right now doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Black Americans specifically, we just got it like that. And I think other folks are disturbed at how
stupid.
How we're so at ease at being magnificent, even under
Sharon.
duress. Under duress. Under duress. See what's happening now?
Okay.
Under duress.
Hold on, Chaotic. Want to get a chance to respond? I got you, Bon.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you mute them for a minute, Sharon?
Hey, this nigga
Listen
taking
to
off the
this.
show.
Listen to this, Sharon. Listen to this stupid jigaboo. He's talking about fucking music, and I'm talking about global industrialization. Listen to this stupid black.
And being able to feed off of black people.
These are
with
some
it.
stupid.
That's all you want. That's all you want.
I'm
talking
That's
about.
all
You cut me off before I can get there. I was going to get there. I was going to get there.
Dumb.
Go ahead.
Can I get there? And I'll even make it quicker. Okay, so what I'm telling you as an example, as an example, you were wrong about that, right? And anytime you go into these weird fantasies,
I'm black. Sharon, let me talk, Sharon.
You see the hustle?
All right,
you see the email?
All right, hold on.
You see the email he's doing right now?
All right, hold on. So I want to get ahead, Bomb Cherry, and then Chaotic Truth. So this way we can get it.
He said Afro beats are taking over. Yeah, I said.
No, you said that.
I gotta do
you
it.
said that.
Okay, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, I did want to. Well, Chaotic Truth kind of took it from me because I do wonder why in the hell he brought up fucking music, all the other things that we've given to this country, right? Creating different things. When you talk about
there, am I allowed to get there?
That's the problem. You should have went there first. Well, I don't know why you went to the music.
I was gonna compliment you, Bomb Cherry, but you're kind of getting ahead of it.
You ain't got to kiss my ass. It's big enough for everybody.
Okay, fine. That's great.
I'm ready.
That's great. So my point here is this: he was wrong about that one issue. All you have to do anytime he puts out a topic, it says black folks aren't doing this. A simple Google search, you find out, wow, black folks are running companies, they're CEOs. And then when you bring it to him, you know what he does? He moves the goalpost again. I went to Hampton. I'm very proud of being a Hamptonian. He says there's a black tech company, black billionaire in Chicago. Come to find out, one of his right hand men went to Hampton University. I can find so much excellence. We can't talk about it. We got to stay on this. Black folks are bad.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. The facts show a whole different story. But the hustle that this man does, he will talk about Bomb Cherry and disrespect her blackness. Bomb Cherry is as black as Miles Davis in this country. You are from Nigeria. Me and Bomb Cherry, even though we have arguments, we got that same Euro last name. Your last name is some kind of Kool-Aid, ain't it? Isn't it some kind of Kool-Aid? We're not Kool-Aid. We don't know anything about. We don't. When I go to Bomb Cherry's house, if I go to her house, I expect to see some crab legs or something like that. We're not eating jambalaya. We're not doing that. Or jollof. Pardon. We're not eating jollof. We ain't eating jollof. We are not the same. So you throw around the word black. You throw around the word black very easily. Black American blackness is a Western invention. Many Nigerians and other Africans will tell you they became black coming over here. You can be as black as ink. Doesn't mean you have a black mind. Malcolm X was Detroit Red. Malcolm X was the blackest man I've ever seen. So you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this black thing. You got a black studies degree from Kent University and Kent State, and yet, Kent State, and yet you show no evidence of having any knowledge about black history. How does that happen?
Wait a minute.
You are an embarrassment. You are an embarrassment.
He has a degree. He has a degree
in black studies.
No, he does not. No.
Hold on. Get ahead, PhD. Get ahead, PhD. Go ahead.
Sharon, these are some stupid blacks you got up there.
Hold on, get ahead, PhD. Hold on, y'all. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let PhD get a chance to speak. Chaotic Truth, you got it right after PhD. Go ahead.
All right. So you did a lot of dancing and talking about irrelevant shit, but you really didn't address his entire premise, right?
Yeah.
And so his premise was that we are in a group-based competition for resources. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, definitely, that's agree. Yeah, of course.
I'm talking to
and Afro Nerd. That was towards you, Afro Nerd. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're in a race like everybody else, but we have to be accurate about black folks who are performing. If we don't know who's hold on. If we don't know who's
no question.
No, it's not. No, I'm not giving you a yes no answer. I'm not giving you. I don't do yes and no. I give accurate numbers. We're not doing this monkey shine today.
Hold on. Afro Nerd. She's asking you yes or no, so she built it upon the thought. She's not trying to stifle your thoughts. She just want to build upon it before you go into your full.
And we are competing.
Just answer a few yes or no's, and then we will get you to get your full thought out. Go ahead, Diva.
All right, so we are in a group-based competition for resources. Another one of his premises was that Black people globally don't have ownership over the means of production for any type of product or right that is global. Is he or is he not correct?
Let's say he's correct
He's
with
correct.
let's say he's correct with all
But
of that.
America's in that position also.
Wait, hold up. Wait. What he's presenting as if there are no black factions that are working to mitigate any of that or to facilitate any of that. He just makes his fucking tether assumed blanket anti-black statement, just like anybody anti-black would, and assume just like what Afro Nerd said, he's not talking about those who are actually producing on that level. Might not be to the level to where it's comparable to the current industry, non-black industry runners or leaders, but you can't say that we aren't making waves for ourselves if you already have an antithesis view of the people, of their potential.
No. We ain't talking about
this is
potential.
what he gives.
We talking about what's actually happening. We're not talking about potential. Okay, so based on those two of his premises, that we're in a group-based competition for resources in which we all agree, and that Black people don't own the means of production for anything. Okay, so what's the lady? I don't know the lady's name, but there's a Black woman who actually created the technology for GPS, right? And so we all know who Carter G. Woodson is, correct? The miseducation of the Negro.
Yeah.
And how we get educated and we use our education to further the interests of whites, right? And so even though we have Black people that have created technology that is cutting edge and world class, change the world, right? GPS. Even the Black lady who created the first home security system, right? But Black people don't own Garmin or whatever those first navigation companies were, Uber, anything that uses that technology. So we'll create things based on our miseducation and then have it used in service of white people. Now that's not what he was saying, but this is what I'm saying. I just used his premises to jump off my point, right?
Thank you.
And so it's gonna take a total re-education in order for us to start thinking on the level of, hey, how do I use my education, my talents, my gifts in order to further my own fucking group?
Exactly.
Rather than use it in service of white folks.
But you got to think about something. That was actually what the pro-black sector was presenting to Black people, and to Black people, it more resonated as something that was potentially anti-American or something that anti-white people that white people would perceive as being anti-them, and so that's why they didn't go that route. That
Who
level
didn't go
of
that route? What? That doesn't make sense because you don't need everybody to agree with it. If
no,
the pro-black sector thought that, then they should have created some technology and used the shit to
nobody's saying
control something.
everybody had to go. The thing is,
Why can't
for
we
Black
talk about
people
what we are doing? You don't
black
even know what we're doing.
for Black.
This is a joke.
All right, hold on.
It's us. It's us.
Hold on, I got you, Rogan. So let them finish the conversation with Diva. I think it's a really interesting conversation. LA Throne, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? I have a question I want to ask the panel. My question is, if Black people can see fit to donate to, with like things like GoFundMe and Give Send Go to people like Carmelo Anthony to the tune around $600,000, $700,000, why can't they be like A.G. Gaston, who, bear in mind, helped funded the civil rights movement with MLK? He was A.G. Gaston was also the self-funder of his own bank, along with having his motels. Why can't Black people nowadays do the same exact thing with what this lady was saying about having infrastructure, having other various businesses? The Jews, I work for a school bus company. The Jews who I sometimes work for, they have their own shit. They have their own hospitals. They have their own ambulance services. They have their own schools. We can take a page out of their book and do the same thing. We can self-fund it. I don't see what the issue is.
The issue is that we don't have an effective social coagulation in those lanes. Most black people just want to participate in the game and be able to gain what they're supposed to gain, as opposed to compete. Because when you start competing, then this is when you start playing the power games, and in the power games, these motherfuckers get gangster, and everybody like to act like they don't see that gangsterism that go on within the power games.
We compete all the time. You know, the competition is nothing when it comes to sports. Why can't this any be different?
Again,
because they get gangster when you start. You got to think about what it took to create a union in the past, right? Like we're talking social upheaval. You know what I'm saying in some instances. So
hey, Rogish, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You got it, brother. You got
it. You saying that the other people get gangster? Are you saying that the blacks don't have the capacity to get gangster like the other people?
Oh, for sure. But we spend it on each other. We got too much self-hate to spend it where we're supposed to spend it. We look at gangsterism like it's bad when we do it, but everybody else around us have all kind of factors to do it.
That's the real.
Can I respond to the shipping thing just as an example?
Hold on, before you respond to the shipping thing, Chaotic wanted to jump in on this conversation as well before we move into the shipping thing.
No, Rogish already answered. He answered it.
Yeah. So this assumption, I'm not saying that there's room for vast improvement. I'm not saying that. But when you say this, make an open scale comment that blacks aren't doing such and such, then he has to move the goal to where they're not doing it at the level of a white person. Let's get into what blacks are actually doing. So when he made this open-ended remark about black logistics and shipping, you go into Google, it says, while there are hundreds of black-owned trucking and freight firms, very few operate at Fortune 500 scale. Okay, so look, we understand that. That's like, but to overlook that there are hundreds of black-owned trucking and freight firms, and then to jump to where they're not operating. Yeah, they're not going to be able to operate Fortune 500. We understand that. Then it says many thrive.
He literally started with Merck, though. So
hold on.
Didn't just start at the wrong level.
Many thrive in regional shipping, government contracting, supply diversity programs. We're acting as if black folks aren't in the game. You got to get into the game before you start going. He wants to go from 0 to 1,000. It doesn't work that way. We're coming from sharecroppers to now you want to be, Elon Musk. You're not being realistic.
Nobody ever makes that argument when it comes to like black development.
The Japanese went from riding fucking horses to freaking where they're at now in about 300 years in the Meiji, restoration. We can do the same exact shit, man.
So here's the problem.
Okay. So what you're saying is then we're talking about cultivating a national intention then, because that's what the Japanese had. The Japanese had a nation-based intention. Black people's nation-based whatever is just melded on into whatever the defaulted American one is. It's nothing that usually specifically unto us.
How did the Japanese develop that in their society, though?
They've already had it. It's a
party.
That's something.
No, the Japanese
it a certain way, and it came through education.
The Japanese saw. The Japanese saw.
To be educated by some fucking crackers and think that shit is adequate.
And look where they're at now versus you.
Hold on. So hold on.
That's all that needs to be said. That's all that needs to be said. That's all that needs to be freaking said.
LA. Did they get reparations?
The Japanese were citizens at the time. The Japanese were citizens at the time.
Yes.
Hold on. Yes. Before you even go down that route. Before you even go down that route, man.
LA. Before you give me the other stuff. Yes or no? Did they get reparations?
Yes, and black people also own slavery.
We didn't. All right. So that's don't when you compare these things, just make sure.
Yeah, look at the richest man. The richest man. I'll give you an example. The richest man in Memphis, Tennessee, was Sherrod Bryant, a black man who owned over 25 slaves. Explain that.
Okay, wait. What does that mean for all the rest of us, though? That's
not the norm, right?
I'm saying black people own slaves.
Hold on, LA.
Black people also got compensated for when they got slaves.
Not per capita, bro.
Hold on.
Along with whites and Jews.
Hold on, LA.
Not per capita. Go ahead.
Hold on, LA. So can you give me
Now he wants to use per
the
capita.
example of a Black Wall Street or Tulsa for the Japanese?
White folks own
Hiroshima and
just per
Nagasaki
capita.
getting
Let's go.
nuked.
No.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki got nuked twice.
Hold on. We talking about
Hiroshima and Nagasaki got nuked,
We heard you
and
the
they
first
rebuilt
time.
that
Hold
shit,
on, you missed
and it's
it.
thriving.
LA.
So Tulsa, which was a white side.
That's not how it works.
Hold on.
I think you're kind of missing a simple point here.
Please. We talking about in America. Who is burning down and blowing up their nail salons?
The United States Army confiscated, subjugated, and imprisoned the Japanese for 4 years. George Takei, who played Sulu in Star Trek, talks about it all the time. He talks about the fact that in his Japanese community, they came in there, forcefully got them out, forcefully took their businesses. So they had their own Tulsa too, man. A lot of people don't recognize that. Yeah,
but that was in a war.
Yes, correct. That was during the war.
So that's why it's different.
But they weren't. But those were citizens.
So we wasn't.
So what do you think the Civil War was, genius?
Those were, but Sharon, those were citizens.
They were citizens. That's true. But we was at war with their country, so some of them were spies, right? So that's a little different.
Some of them were spies.
Wait. Talking about Japanese Americans doesn't even do it, bro.
Hold on. So what I'm saying, the difference is Tulsa had nothing to do with a war. They was doing their own thing, minding their own business. Literally, that's what they did. This is where it comes from. Minding your own business. They had a whole city minding their business. They own black.
That wasn't the government, though. That was the people in the town.
What's going on? Why are you talking?
The government didn't do that to anybody.
So what do you think about the Irish and the Italians?
I do not understand why. I do not understand why y'all talking while I'm talking. Literally in the midst of me talking. I don't understand that. Y'all have to calm down. It's okay. I don't know if there's something wrong. I don't know if maybe your mother had Tylenol. I don't know. But calm down. We're just having a conversation. So give me the same example. So the problem is that when we keep having these conversations, we know that it is a good old boy system. And we act like we are blind to it. As you start going to certain levels, it gets a little, those levels, those devils is different. It's just what it is. Especially in today's time where now in 2025, they could be open about it. They could say, no, we don't want you in our good old boys club because you ain't got the complexion at this point.
Sharon, can I say something real quick?
Wait, let me get in on this Japanese thing.
I want to mention something because people are throwing around all this history and saying that these white folks have done X, Y, and Z without help. Let's get into the facts. I know it causes some Negro brains to itch. So pardon me. But when you talk about, well, the Japanese did such and such, they were able to build themselves back. No. When they were bombed into the next century, they received monies. They received, the Marshall Plan didn't apply to Japan, but they did receive a type of Marshall Plan. And with conflicts, America has been able to reimburse people for their conflicts. So when we were fighting Germany, the Marshall Plan was monies given to Germany after bombing them. The Homestead Act of the 1850s was reparations for white people. We see that the Native Americans to this day are still going to battle legally for land ownership and certain rights, right? Everyone has their hands out, but when it's the black man who went through enslavement, went through Jim Crow, went through third-class citizenship in the 20th century. So when we have cars and TVs, a white man could tap on a well-dressed black man with a fedora and tell him he has to move in the back of the bus. There is a deduction for that.
How did Imperial Japan?
Don't skip over that. I gave you a history lesson.
Imperial Japan. Yeah.
I'll give you a history lesson.
How did Imperial?
Look at Alonzo Herndon. He was born to slavery and also became a millionaire.
Bro, the Japanese were riding on horseback.
People were given billions of dollars to rebuild. You got nothing.
They didn't do that with other people's money, bro. Before World War II,
there's no bro here. There's ignorance. I told you that people were given money after a conflict.
Hold on, Afro, let me get a chance to rebuttal. Go ahead, I can't hear you.
This is bigger babble. Go ahead.
Before any of this stuff with World War II, the Japanese were basically a feudal system. They were a primitive country that didn't have electricity even. And in about 75 years, they were able to fight the American Navy to a standstill in the Pacific. How did they do that? They didn't get reparations to do that. They didn't get a Marshall Plan to do that. How did they do that? This was well before reparations and any war damage, any Marshall Plan. How did they go from being fucking samurai to being sailors?
How many years Japan been around before America?
Several thousand years.
America was the modern country before Japan was in with the modernity, though. We were already a powerful navy before they had a navy.
So again, they've been around before us. So that's how they had armies and navies and buildings and all these things. So this is just.
But
no,
you're comparing America with guns versus samurai with sword.
I understand your point got kind of destroyed a little bit, but it's okay. You don't have to.
It did not. It did not.
400 years of free labor helps. 400 years of free labor helps, bro.
So
how long did it take them to go from a feudal system to a modern navy?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Again, they had armies for. Go ahead, Kay.
Just real quick. Sharon, you went to college, right?
I did not.
For people who went to college and for people who graduated and even people who worked in teams, do you guys really think Gladys West invented GPS by herself at NASA? She's just in some research room by herself. I'm gonna be the black woman come up with GPS. Or do you think that it was a team effort?
Be it a team effort or not, why does she get the fucking credit? Why did she get the credit? You don't negate her. You don't negate her credit. You just said that. You just said that to negate a black woman.
Knock it off. You ain't ready. God, we can do the same thing. I can do this all day long. We can say in a soft voice, Neil Armstrong went to the moon by himself, or some black women did the calculations. Are we gonna do this? We gonna do this funky step, or we not? You're being funky. I'm gonna do Tariq on you now. I smell the musk. It ain't right.
All right, hold on.
Look at Alonzo Herndon. He was born. Alonzo Herndon is a legend in the ATL. His legacy is still to this day with Atlanta Life. He was born to slavery. He became a barber. He became a barber, worked with white and black clients, and became a millionaire.
Can I talk?
Okay, go.
The black self-hate is amazing. It's bleeding through your skin right now.
He ain't black. He's not black. Don't call him that. That motherfucker.
Pardon me.
He don't know what the fuck he is.
We gotta let people get their full thoughts. Go ahead, Chaotic. Go.
Sharon, NASA is a government organization. What was going on at that time in history? The Civil Rights Movement. What would make white people look good? Companies have been doing this for a very long time.
You speaking for them?
Get a credit to blacks. That makes me look good. Now, I'm not saying Gladys West wasn't talented. She damn sure had a mathematics degree. I know all about her. But I'm willing to bet Gladys West was not the lead on that project. I'm
right,
willing to believe,
and that would make you feel what? That would make you feel what?
Those white people, they were liberal back then.
And do you think we are shocked by this statement? Do you think this differs from anything that you've been bringing? Do you think that you're not showing the same 20-year pattern? You can't call me a jigaboo. You ain't nowhere near connected to that culture. You can't say jigaboo, coon, nigga. You can't say nothing. Let me hear it in your foreign tongue. What the fuck you would say? All right? Give us your motherfucking mother tongue pejorative, bitch. Conservative. You ain't got to save him. Don't save him. Don't save him. He don't need to be saved. Don't save him. Don't save him.
So when he's talking to a black veteran, man.
He don't need to be
speaking to a black veteran.
When he talked about the black mathematicians, when I talk about the black female mathematicians in NASA, you're going to talk about the civil rights, right? What was the excuse 20 years before that during World War II when you had black cryptographers, men and women, well-dressed black people in the 40s that were used to decrypt messages from the enemy? These are black folks. So with them,
that was done by Alan Turing, who was gay. And British.
No, he was not
a white guy.
He was not the only one. I'm talking about. Matter of fact, because I'm called the Afro Nerd and I have a Twitter space, white man came up to me on Twitter and sent me this whole thing. He belongs to some cryptography team, and he told me, and I looked it up, about these black cryptographers in the 40s, black men and black women sitting well dressed in a government facility decoding in the 1940s. They preceded these black women in the 60s doing that for math. So there's always been intelligent black people. I don't know why we play these games. Only Chaotic has to go back to this negative black imagery confirmation bias that he has. Black folks can never be intelligent. They can't be successful. They're never good enough. The goalposts have to consistently be moving. It's a narrative he continues to play out for grift.
It gives him life. Yeah, it gives him life.
Welcome to the show, Leslie G. Good day. Unmute yourself.
What? Sharon, can I give a response, please? Is that all right?
Can you not, please?
No, it's okay. Let him please get a chance to respond.
I don't talk to him.
Put your tap dance shoes on first. We can hear you better then.
He just opened the floor for somebody new, and you want.
And that person was I think that person was a clone bomb. As soon as I let them, they dropped. So
Sharon, I get it, bro. You're a great content creator, bro. But listen to these jigaboos.
Oh, God.
Listen to all of the magic Negro
minion
stories.
Psychoanalysis.
Decoding it. They were decoding everything for the United States government, and that helped win the war. Well, how come the jigaboos didn't decode and help black people become independent of their own injustices at the time? Why didn't they do that? All this magic Negro shit. Why didn't they decode? Hold on, let me finish, bro.
You have a foreign solution that you think we're supposed to carry out. What cultural connection do you have to us to call us into any type of accountability to handle anything that you might deem a solution? You have no connectivity to us. You have no connectivity to our culture. You have no connectivity to our community. You have no connectivity to a desire to see us of an enriched fucking future. You fucking minion. Who are you? Where do you get off? From your people. What do your people where you from think about us? Because you also don't think shit about them. Dude. You ain't from no fucking Ohio, you fucking tether. All right? You from some place in Africa where they kick your little short fucking tweed looking ass out.
What time is it?
And now you over here trying to partake with some defaulted blackness and think that you can call into some type of accountability.
What?
You is the epitome of bitch made. Hey, hood servant, I want you to hear me with this, all right? I know it's gonna piss you off. You are the epitome.
Look on his face.
The epitome of bitch made.
Is Luke Gossett Jr. gonna be
how black are you? And I know you have a problem receiving this because you're not that black. You don't understand how to receive a black delivery, can you? Maybe if a motherfucker was speaking boardroom or corporate, where you think that you fit in at? Nah, hood server, bring your bitch ass back up here. Tired of you fake ass conservative. You're not a conservative. You're a fucking minion. That's what you are. You don't have your own anti-black views, but yet you're saturated with them.
All right. Thank you, Sharon.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Sharon. Love you.
Tell
the truth, you cooning ass nigga. Bye.
PH Diva. Hey, yo, Ro was. That's my first time meeting him, but he was on one. He wasn't playing.
He was.
I think it was a good show. I think we got down to some things. I think the black conservative the veil is falling down.
Well, I think everybody sees them for who and what they are. You know, as soon as you shine a light on white folks, they start scurrying and running like, roaches. So
it is funny for sure. And we up out of here. I don't know what the hell we're gonna talk about tomorrow, but we up out of here. You got any final words, Diva?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me.